Thank you, and thank you so much to the team at Royal Palm Elementary for the pledge and that very wonderful performance. Yes. We will now, Board Member Al-Hadef has requested a moment of silence for a staff member from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Mrs. Al-Hadef.
Thank you. I would like to request a moment of silence for Brittany Chapman. Brittany worked at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School as a campus monitor. Ms. Chapman is survived by her mother and two sisters. She leaves behind a plethora of kindness and compassion. She will truly be missed. Please join me in recognizing a moment of silence in her honor at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Holness has also requested a moment of silence for a staff member from Boyd Anderson High School. He would like to request a moment of silence in honor of Ms. Kai Burford, a dedicated and compassionate teacher at Boyd Anderson High School. Ms. Burford treated every student with kindness and fairness, bless you, ensuring they received the care and attention to thrive. Her infectious smile and uplifting spirit will be dearly missed by the Boyd Anderson community, but her legacy of kindness, dedication, and love will endure. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Fellow board members, each year the School Board of Broward County recognizes School Counselor Week during the first full week in February. Today, I am thrilled to celebrate our school counselors and BRACE advisors to recognize these individuals for their dedication to enriching our school community and serving as guiding lights for students as they navigate their academic achievement, college and career readiness, and personal growth. The School Counselor of the Year and BRACE Advisor of the Year awards honor the contributions of those who go above and beyond to create an environment of learning, resilience, and compassion. They represent the highest standards of what it means to be an outstanding school counselor and BRACE advisor. Today, we honor the School Counselors and BRACE Advisor of the Year, whose efforts have profoundly impacted the success and well-being of countless students. Please join me in congratulating our School Counselors of the Year. Ms. Genevieve Stevenson for elementary schools. Sandra Thomas for middle schools. And Ronald Zaccardi for high schools. In addition, congratulations to Christina Taylor, the BRACE Advisor of the Year. We thank you all for the great work you do with students every day and appreciate your contributions to student success at Broward County Public Schools. In addition, please accept this bag of goodies. Now I am happy to introduce Belinda Daisy, School Counseling Supervisor, for some closing comments.
Commitment and advocacy on behalf of school counselors, Mrs. Hickson. Before we wrap up, I want to acknowledge that the Florida School Counselor Association recently honored you as the School, Community, and Family Advocate of the Year Award at their annual conference. Congratulations on this prestigious honor, and thank you again for being a staunch advocate for the work our school counselors do at Broward County Public Schools.
As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, we begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is the annual superintendent report of the CCC settlement agreement. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and members of the public. Turn this over to Ms. Hollingsworth and Dr. Washington.
Good morning, everybody. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and thank you for allowing us this time. And Dr. Jody Washington is going to take it from here.
Dr. Washington.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Jody Washington, Task Assigned Executive Director, Student Services Initiatives. Do we have the presentation? All right, so it is the time of year that we bring forward the annual superintendent's report as it relates to the status of the conditions outlined in the CCC settlement agreement. It is in policy 1240, the diversity committee policy that outlines the superintendent will bring an annual report in January. This will be followed by a report in April by the diversity committee. Just some background information. I know this is the third year that I've brought this report forward, so I'm sure we're all well aware of what we're doing, but just as a quick reminder, in August of 2000, the School Board of Broward County settled with a group called Citizens Concerned About Our Children to ensure equity and diversity are promoted across all schools within the district. The district school board appointed members of the diversity committee were named in the lawsuit as the body of stakeholders that were charged with monitoring the district's implementation of those 9 conditions, and you can see those here on the slide. Just some updates since the last report in January of 2024. The Diversity Committee brought their report in April of 2024, and within their report, they made 39 recommendations as it related to those 9 conditions. So one thing that you will find new in this year's report is a current status of each of the indicators, as has been in the previous reports, but you'll also find the status of where we are as it relates to the 39 recommendations that the Diversity Committee brought forward in April of 2024. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the board for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to public comments, and we have Mrs. Pierre Grant, the committee chair of the Diversity Committee.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. I was reviewing the report. Thank you so much to staff and the superintendent for a robust report. It was like 517 pages, and I've been reading all of it. And appreciate that you've taken the recommendations of the Diversity Committee. I think the report looks great. I'm hoping to align our report with the superintendent's report. My only slight criticism is like a couple of the conditions and indicators doesn't give us a why and a how. And so I will hopefully have an opportunity to address that with the superintendent. He should be coming to our meeting next month. But other than that, I am super excited about the direction with the district and the work we've done in the committee. So I'm looking through. It's a lot of stuff to look through, and I'm working on the report now. But so far, I'm pleased to see some changes, and I hope that this is a continued trajectory to getting the district where all of the conditions and all the indicators are met. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I will say thank you also to staff. I know there was a long period of time that this wasn't getting done, and it's the second year in a row that we've done it, so I appreciate that. And now we'll move to board discussion. So do I have any board members that have any questions? Okay, Mrs. Pham, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to pose one question. I'm going to go item one at a time, and so I'm going to address one. I know here it talks about every student have access to a hard copy textbook. I thought I had reviewed statute or something coming forward where it says the governor wants everything to go digital. Am I mistaken in that? If someone could clarify. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning still. So yes, we are looking at both hard copy and digital materials, so that's how the vendors are then sending them and purchasing them. We never want to take away a hard copy. We have students that need that copy that they have to have, whether they have an accommodation or not, as well as looking to be more fiscally responsible, knowing that a lot of materials are online. So we're doing a package of both, and we'll be doing that with all of our instructional materials.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. A couple comments. This is such a big step from previous reports, so thank you for doing that. On behalf of my constituents, and I mentioned this earlier, a summary that might even help the chair of our diversity committee, absorb this quicker, but certainly will help the community absorb this quicker, because this is important to the community. This was a settlement that we entered into 23 years ago due to a mountain of data that suggested there were some real concerns about the way that we treated people in the schools and where they lived. The conditions are good. The metrics are good. The data that we've gathered is good. I love that there's more explanation and more analysis this year that kind of gives a reader context. And if we had a summary, I think they could absorb that quicker. I want to say one real big positive thing, though, which is, things like a one-to-one laptop policy is not just good for learning. It's good for beating back any kind of disparate impact that there is in communities that cannot afford access to technology at home. And so I'm looking forward to us moving in that direction as soon as possible. I still think, though, that there is an opportunity with this report to answer the underlying question of are we at a point where we have diversity and we have equity in Broward County schools? And to me, maybe it's kind of aligned to the executive summary recommendation for next year's report, is that we might want to answer that question up front. And if we're not there, not only how close are we, how much progress did we make, but what is the priority that this board is giving to the underlying causes that caused this lawsuit to begin with and caused us to enter into a settlement with them in order to make sure that the future is better than it was in 2000. The last point is that last I checked, 2000 was 25 years ago. That's a long time. I think the community wants to know why there's still some not mets in here. And some of the not mets aren't equal to other not mets. Like one of the not met is, are you achieving 100% at grade level? I'm paraphrasing what the condition is. And we're not doing that in majority white schools universally. We're not doing it majority black or ethnic or schools with ESE clusters and the like. So that's a hard one to get to. But when you look at the kind of overwhelming evidence that comes through in this report, there's been tremendous progress in the past 25 years. And that progress ought to be celebrated, and we ought to still recognize that there's a few things left over that we can do that. I would love that message was presented in the report itself, that there was a little bit more editorial rather than just the data and the analysis, which is really great. Huge jump from last year, but I think there's an opportunity for us to kind of note the improvement and kind of satisfy the community's interest in whether or not we're continuing to work on these issues that came out of this lawsuit in 2000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. My first question, well, first of all, thank you so much for this presentation and the information that's in it. I remember not too long ago as the board member and another board, maybe 4 back, that I was really digging in deep by myself. So I appreciate the fact that it is very transparent. We're holding people accountable, and every one of my colleagues is looking at this with a fine-tooth comb. So I appreciate that a tremendous amount. My question's on condition 6. How many actual certified media specialists do we have in all our schools? Ratio of them broken down by elementary, middle, high school, and 6 through 12. And obviously there's follow-up needed. I don't expect you to answer that today.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Rupert. Definitely, that's a follow-up. That's something we're looking at right now because we do fund every school for a media specialist, but we've provided autonomy in the past of how schools can actually utilize that position or the funding for that position. So it's something we're looking at just to make sure moving forward we're meeting that condition since we're already funding for it. But we'll
Right.
provide a follow-up of current state right now to the board.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. And I think that was it. Dr. Zeman touched on the two not met areas. And then I guess the last one for me is condition 5, athletic facilities. It's not met for the building part. This is something that I've struggled through, and I'm sure our parents and students and our employees are struggling through them too. We are making progress there because we're closing that gap with the SMART problem lag, SMART program lag, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the forward motion that we're doing. And we've already talked about maintenance before. And, I guess, are we still at the point where we have publication dates that are 50% older than 15 years?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll let Ms. Hollingsworth expound on that.
Hi there. As Dr. Hepburn mentioned, due to the fact that we've had some autonomy with media specialists and that is really truly the function of one of their functions of their job is that weeding, shall we say. So the innovative team has been going out and helping, but we do have some schools that are still behind there. So we're working with them and really addressing that with the schools and with the innovative learning team.
Well, I look forward to that continuation, and I get it. And sadly, and the public knows this as well as we do, which is you have lower enrolled schools, the money per student for the schools go down, and you have to make these very tough choices. But when it comes to parity, it's important for us to continue putting it under a microscope, which we're doing, and forward to the next update. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadef.
Yes, I'm going to speak on page 37, condition 7. My question is on 7.5. Can you explain what the big 5 is and why this condition hasn't been met yet?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington?
Yes, thank you for that question. So this is a situational not met due to the transition from using the discipline management system to focus where our data is coming. So in previous years, all of the discipline has been entered into BASIS, and there was a behavior dashboard within BASIS that broke down time of day that referrals were happening, primary locations referrals were happening. It did break down referrals by demographics to see if there is a subgroup that is being disproportionately disciplined in relation to their percent of the population of the school. So that data analysis report isn't available this year as we transition from using DMS into Focus. Our data is housed in Focus now. We're still processing referrals in DMS, but the behavior dashboard that was used to create those reports on a quarterly basis is unavailable right now, but we're working with the Focus team to get those back online to be able to continue with those reports. But that's not to say the data is not being analyzed. We do have PBIS specialists assigned to each one of the schools. They do go and they meet with the schools and review their data, particularly for students who have a high number of referrals, to make sure that we have services in place for those students and that we're getting them the help they need or an environment that is most supportive of their needs.
And the big 5?
The Big 5 is the report that looks at the time of day that referrals are happening, where on the campus location referrals are happening, who on the campus has the most referrals, the disparity data, and I'm trying to think of what the 5th one is. But it's a report that breaks down that data for the schools to be able to make decisions about, do I need to shift a lunchtime or a class change, or is there something happening at this particular class change? Are we seeing more in the afternoon than we are in the morning? And what is our master schedule looking like? It helps them to engage in those conversations.
Okay, great. And 7.4, with the resources to promote positive student behavior changes, are these different, you gave examples like SPBP, iChamps, district family counseling programs. Are these, or one of these at least available at every one of our schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington?
Yes, each one of those is available at every school. The SPBP is a school-wide positive behavior plan. It's a plan that schools collaboratively with teachers, administrators, their school advisory council work on an annual basis to create a positive. We're looking for students doing the right thing instead of trying to find kids doing the wrong thing. So every school has an SPBP. Every teacher has access to iChamps training. It's available online. We also come out and do it in person. They can come to a training on a Saturday or after school, whatever works best for their schedule. And then there are district family counselors available in every innovation zone. In some innovation zones, there's more than one district family counselor. But we also have every school has their own positive behavior intervention system that weren't listed there, but each one of them has what works in their environment.
Is there something better focused for at the high school level?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington?
A program specifically for the high school level. Each one of the high schools has a program that's part of their school-wide positive behavior plan. They may have something nested or embedded within that. I can't remember the name of I can't remember the name of the system, but at high schools that they use, for example, to track students getting to class on time, and they'll reward those.
I think it's HERO. Yep,
Hero. That's one of them. That's a positive incentive program that several of our high schools use to not only to track those that are doing the right thing, but also encourage them when they're not through some minor consequences.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that that's wonderful. I think obviously kids thrive on positivity and those positive reinforcements. I think we need to do a better job at the high school level, and I'd love to get Landon's perspective on that. And so if there is other programs out there, if you could follow up, let us know what they are, but more importantly, make sure our high schools know what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know that it's, as a past teacher and understanding the challenges that many schools have in terms of indicator 3.1 in schools demonstrating at or above state average for performance. I know in the past, Dr. Hepburn, we spoke about some of our great leadership within the schools that are doing an excellent job. In District 5, for example, we had Endeavor showing significant gains. So how are we capitalizing on the success of some of our school-based leadership in ensuring that the schools that are not performing as they need to be, that these other school-based leadership are involved in supporting those schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks for the question. I want to steal Dr. Fulton's thunder because she's probably itching to answer this question. So go ahead, Dr. Fulton.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Dr. Holness, for the question. I will say we have a lot of great best practices and examples of exceptional leadership across our district. So every month, all of our principals come together in what we call regional meetings, and they are akin to best practices where when there are great things that are happening in one school, principals come together and walk that school where that principal talks about what are the exceptional practices that are going on that they can scale out to other schools. It allows other principals to come there to see it firsthand, ask any questions that they may have about the best practices that are going on, and then we're able to scale that across our district. We also not do that within regional meetings. We cross over to other regions because we are one district, and we want to make sure whatever's happening in this region, that we're scaling it across all of our schools across Broward County, because our main goal is always to be an A district for all of our students.
Great. So I appreciate, some of our principals looking at these great performing schools that have significant gains and so on. But sometimes, for example, Ms. Beavers was at Endeavor and she moved to Walker. How are we, when these principals who have achieved significant results at their schools, in addition to leadership visiting the schools that are doing well, even when these principals move to other schools, how are we utilizing their expertise in getting such great results to help principals, adopt similar practices and so on?
So since you say Mrs. Beaver, I'll share an example of how we're scaling up her leadership.
Right.
She also mentors the principal that is currently at Endeavor Primary Learning Center. She is a first-year principal, and one of our program that we provide for all of our first-year principals are a mentor. And we strategically select mentors by skill set, and so it was a great opportunity to match the principal at Endeavor right now with Mrs. Beavers, so that she now is able to mentor, develop her, and grow her, so that all of the best practices that are grounded at Endeavor are not lost. She's also available for any time that she wants to pick up the phone, call her, and talk to her. But additionally with that, we also use Ms. Beavers and several other principals. We also have a great example at North Fork as well, too, with Mrs. Atkins Brown, where the two of them walk campuses of other schools, walk side by side with other principals, and really get an insight on what are some of the challenges that you're having, and they're able to give their firsthand experience, because oftentimes the challenges are the same, but now you're able to work with the principal who has walked the shoes
Right.
of what they're going to, and they can give them their experience of what they did to grow schools. And so I think it's very important that we do a lot of mentoring and budding up our principals, because principals learn very well from each other, and they have the respect of each other's work.
Very good. So I guess I can conclude then that this is a district-wide effort in utilizing those principles. I appreciate what happens with Miss Beavers, and I hope we have many Miss Beavers across the district, and I'm sure we do. But I think if we can utilize their, have it result-driven when we are looking at these principles and looking at their results along with their experience, I think it's a great effort in trying to improve the overall performance of schools district-wide. So I wanted to also talk about indicator 2.1 and also indicator 2.3. So I remember when this came to us in the past, last year, I spoke on the students' access to computers. I am a little disappointed that that's not met here, because that was something I spoke strongly about. There are kids who may not have access to a computer at home. There are kids who may not have access to the internet at home. We can't, assume that because a basic internet costs maybe 10, 20, or whatever dollars it is, some families truly just cannot afford it. And so I've mentioned this last year, and I really kind of was looking forward to us achieving this indicator this year, and it wasn't. So Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to how are we going to ensure that all of our children, those who are economically disadvantaged, can succeed by having equitable opportunities for access to the internet as well as access to computers? Because, I have 2 kids in Broward County Public Schools, and majority of their homework assignments, at least 50% or more, is computer-based, internet-based. I can't imagine the challenges a child will have when parents cannot afford to provide these for them to succeed in our schools. So what are we doing to ensure that these kids will have equitable opportunity for success?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thanks for the question. And I know Mr. Davis is back there itching to answer this one too. I'll start it off. It is our goal to make sure we go one-to-one devices for all of our students, and also our goal to assist students that have internet or Wi-Fi access as much as possible. It may not be a free solution, but it would be a very low-cost solution working with our partners such as Verizon and other Wi-Fi or internet providers, just to make sure it's an affordable solution for families. And then I'll let Mr. Davis talk about the existing plan to ensure that happens, to move one-to-one for all of our students.
Good morning, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. To complement what Dr. Hepburn said, we actually have met relative to our .80 ratio for the number of devices that we have across the district. So we actually have what amounts to 1.2 devices per student. Where we are lacking is the deployment to students to take home when required, where they may not have a computer at home. The principals do have autonomy. In some cases, they actually do issue computers to their at-need students, while others do not. So we are working to formalize that a bit. As far as the number of devices, though, in our inventory, we have actually exceeded, both from a teacher and a student standpoint, the devices one-to-one in a one-to-one sense. Relative to internet service, irrespective of, say, socioeconomic status, if you were to enable every student with internet access, it would be north of $20 million expense to the district. The district, through, for example, prior plans like the instructional continuity plan, has put out information on the 10 million program, Internet Essentials, Now Internet. That information is available, up on our website. Some of those, of course, are low cost, and you mentioned the cost could be a burden for some, especially even at $10. There are, like USAC Lifeline programs for select providers that do provide no-cost internet services. That's also been put out on the website as well. That being said, I do think that some more current communication and surveys would be warranted relative to what the need actually is at each school. So I just wanted to put that out there, Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I am concerned because the comment that I've heard is that some principals provide access to at-need students and some principals do not. So how are we going to create consistency across the district? It seems as if there needs to be more of a directive rather than a choice, because we're talking about student learning outcome of economically disadvantaged students. So how do we take that away from the principal, instead of it being their choice, into making it a directive that this is accomplished? And then I have another question, and then I'll be done.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so we're actually working through that process right now. One thing when Mr. Davis came on board was to actually review our inventory just to make sure we actually have enough devices and the age of those devices to make sure they're usable, and also assess the landscape, which we found out some principals do, some principals don't. So we're in the process of creating processes and strategies to make sure principals know how to hand them out, know how to maintain the inventory, know how to address broken or stolen with an inventory that's on campus. So we're working through all those nuances right now. We proofed the concept also last year with about, I want to say, probably 12 schools, and giving those students devices for some of our lowest performing schools actually paid dividends for those kids. So we're working through that process right now to roll back the autonomy so that we have consistency across the system. But we did a lot of research and fact finding first, just to understand our current state so we can address it in an appropriate manner.
Okay, so are we hoping to achieve this in the upcoming school year, where we can work through all of those concerns and the principals can then be on board with providing access?
Yes, so we're taking this in an equitable manner. Like right now, Trey and his team is working with Ms. Hudge and the STO office first, because those are our most fragile schools, and then we'll work our way up from there.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, like I said last year, I was very disappointed about, but I really had expected that this would have occurred. So I'm hoping when this comes back to us next year, the internet access and the computer access is not going to indicate not met, because I think this is really important. And I think as a district, we can do this for our economically disadvantaged kids. And just one last point regarding the no-cost internet or low cost. Are we using any kind of measure for families that are have significant economic issues, those in abject poverty situation, that those kids at least can have that at no cost, even if we have majority of our kids at low cost? Are we using any kind of economic line to determine who can which of our families can get access to internet at no cost. I think that's something we should look into. If we're not, there needs to be some measure based upon financial situation to even provide it at no cost to some students. So is that something we can achieve?
Yes, absolutely. When we work with partners for low cost or no cost, they have to demonstrate financial need with the partners.
Okay, so there will be some families that will be no cost based upon their financial need.
Depending on the availability of certain programs. There's a lot of very low-cost options up to as low as $10 a month for Wi-Fi access. But for no-cost options, it just depends on the availability of the program through partners, through nonprofits, through for-profit, or even through state or local or our federal government.
Okay. All right. Well, Dr. Hepburn, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward next year to seeing improvement in those areas. But I appreciate all the other areas that we've met. Thank you.
Thank you. Landon?
Good morning. I want to thank Ms. Batista for giving me a very thorough summary of the background on this, very easily understandable. I echo Dr. Holness's comments about the Wi-Fi and computer disparities at some of our schools. That's something Alana and I hear often at schools, so I'm looking forward to some improvements in students' access to that at home. I have a question regarding what Ms. Aladef was speaking about. For the school-wide positive behavior plan, is that state-created criteria or is that a district-created criteria?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Washington?
So we work hand in hand with the PBIS project out of the University of South Florida. So it is a hybrid of their blueprint versus what over the last 6 or 7 years we have found to work in Broward schools.
So I know, thank you. I know students at our high schools serve on the SACs at their school and are able to provide input on this plan. But I think it would be beneficial to look, I know some principals already do this, but involving students in the creation of a positive behavior plan, right? Because I can, choose any school and look at their positive behavior plan and probably ask some of their students about if they know what's on this plan or have been impacted by anything on this plan, and they will probably tell me that they are not aware, right? So I think that's something that would be really effective in the years to come. I have one question on condition 4. When it comes to indicator 4.4, with high schoolers collaborating with students to strategically design schedules. We hear often at schools that students feel like they get to their sophomore, junior, even senior year, and they're like, wow, I missed out on a lot of opportunities, I fell behind, and I wish I knew freshman year, what the opportunities were available to me. We ask the question sometimes at our school visits, if you could be a freshman again, what would you want to know about your school? So I know that this is a little bit of a complex recommendation, but I figured I'd throw it out there. When students go in as freshmen, working with the school counselors to kind of map out what 4 years looks like, right? Because that kind of sets students off on a path that they know that they can follow. I think would be something that would be very beneficial for a lot of the students, and certainly something that students we talk to are asking about. And finally, when it comes to the area indicator 4.2 about students having access to courses not taught on their campus, our partnership with Broward College through dual enrollment is phenomenal. And we have a plethora of opportunities for students to be able to take advantage of. So I think it's important, beyond Broward Virtual School and beyond Florida Virtual School, to promote those opportunities at our schools for students to be able to take advantage of. But overall, I want to say thank you for this report. It was very easy to understand, and I'm looking forward to the students that serve on the Diversity Committee providing feedback on the Diversity Committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, just so everyone knows, dual enrollment, we also have FAU, FIU, UF. I was getting
Thank
there,
you.
even
Yes.
though I'm choke on that. But anyway, Mrs. Thompson.
Good morning. Thank you first for this report. I had 2 comments. First, for the athletic, and I obviously lost my page. For the athletic fields, is this an area where we could partner with municipalities, because I know for West Broward in particular, the Pembroke Pines Commission has voiced publicly that they're willing to invest in a field lights or field bleachers. I know that there's a parent group that's actively fundraising for this. However, because of the cost, it's not obtainable just for a parent group. So is this a project we could research?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, so those are actually ongoing discussions and working on more interlocal agreements, because usually when you get the cities involved with some of the fields that community may have access to outside of school hours, it's a benefit to us. They do a better job sometimes in being able to readily maintain them and keep them up to date in the specific upkeep. And then some of the challenges with stadiums or facilities without stadium lights, we work through those because sometimes it's the community don't. I've been through this as a principal. We don't want the baseball field to have lights. You got enough lights with the football field. So it's a push and pull with community sometimes as we work through that. So some people in the community are championing it, and then overall you find out that the neighboring HOA says no, and they're working with their commission. So those are ongoing discussions. But the one leverage point that we can utilize for field conditions is working with our cities and creating more interlocal agreements where appropriate, where we can have some shared space outside of school hours.
As a follow-up, could I get an update on the conversation about West Broward?
Yep.
Because it seems like the community is in favor. And then I would like to dive in more to page 40 with the student support instructional specialists. How is it determined the schools that they're at, the 55 schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm sorry, repeat that question. I was writing down a note that you just mentioned about West Broward.
No worries.
Yeah.
So on page 40 at the bottom, the student support instructional specialists were hired at 55 schools with the greatest need as identified by multiple data sources. So what was that?
Dr. Washington.
Yes, thank you for the question. So behavioral data, referrals from school social workers, referrals to family therapists, attendance data, students with chronic health conditions. It's overall wellness data is what we refer to it as. So just anything that could be a barrier to academic success for students. The schools with the highest numbers of those barriers were those that were selected for the SSIS positions.
Okay, and I know we're going to dive into this later, but how are they trained to provide these services?
So if we can put a pin in that part of the conversation and have that in the next, because they are part of the next workshop, and Vernica Winter is the Director of Mental Health Services who oversees the SSIS program and personnel. I think she'd be able to give you a better answer than I will. So if you're okay with pinning it, I can give you a high-level overview, but I think she would do better.
We can pin it. I have a lot of questions for the next one, so.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you. I just, not to beat a dead horse, but I just wanted to revisit number 2, 2.1 and 2.3 that Dr. Holness already brought up. But to me, when all of our educational platforms are internet-based, for students not to have internet access at home, it seems like that's a major obstacle to gaining equity. So I'm wondering, barrier.
So in addition to possible low-cost solution, are there any other strategies such as hotspots that are available? I'll let Mr. Davis answer that if you, go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. There are hotspots available at select schools, though they aren't always distributed when necessary. But to answer the question, when there are issues in a particular home where there's no coverage, there are alternatives, though I personally find those unacceptable. And that is to go to the library, et cetera, right? Because there are free options to the internet available in select hotspots. What I personally don't like there is the fact that there are safety issues associated with that when a particular student has to exit their home to go find internet access. So
Right, and there's also barriers to transportation. I mean, because you're assuming maybe a high school student, but you could have a second grader that has to, I mean, that's not necessary. Say a sixth grader that's doing things online, so.
Yeah, and during the pandemic, we had a lot of for-profit, nonprofit cities, municipalities really kind of support these initiatives and having buses that are equipped with mobile hotspots for certain communities, and it's been a lot of pullback because that money has run out right, with the ESSER dollars because they receive similar funding from the government at that time and pretty much run its course right now. So as we're working on our plan of deployment, we're also working with partners to figure out some low-cost and free solutions for families that have that specific need.
Well, I just think if this is the plan, if this is the way that we're delivering education, and there's a huge barrier for, I mean, there's a difference between coming home, opening up your computer, and doing your homework at some people's houses, and then not having that luxury. That's a huge gap I think we need to really address. I mean, that's like a, just a basic.
Exactly. You just took it out of
delivery.
my mouth. Maybe in a future legislative platform, it is a basic need for everybody in our country now. It's pretty much a requirement for everybody today to have some form of Wi-Fi or internet access, especially our kids. So we're trying to maneuver and strategize by working with partners to find the best solutions, but it is a basic need for everybody today to have some form of internet and Wi-Fi access.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go, and then we have two other people, but we have to be cognizant of our time. So I'm going to just briefly mention computers again, but more, so the one-to-one computers is really about in our school. And as we learned, as Landon has said, we've heard from students, although it may be on paper that we have one-to-one, and also very well, it doesn't roll out as one-to-one in an actual classroom. If they're on a computer cart, maybe there's 32 students in the classroom, but there's only 25 computers in the cart. So these are things we hear all the time. So although we may look like we're one-to-one on paper, we really have to make sure we do a better job of making sure we're actually one-to-one in the classroom, beyond the, having computers outside. And also for internet access, I was actually going to say maybe we could work with the county or municipalities or even the state government. As someone who wandered around for 2 hours in Norway because I did not have Wi-Fi and couldn't find my way back to the hotel, it made me think that maybe it was really important that that was a public need for a variety of reasons. So I think it would be great if we could partner with getting those hotspots or getting some kind of public Wi-Fi where that's not a barrier anymore to anyone. And I'd love to be able to partner with other people to help that happen. Condition 5, the athletic facilities. It talked a lot about the football fields, and it spoke briefly about baseball and softball, but we also have pool facilities. There's all kinds of different athletics. The gyms, it didn't mention basketball in the gyms, so I think we need to, when we're looking at athletic facilities, it's more than just we're putting turf or lights on a football field. And I will just mention that really important is the lightning detectors. And some baseball fields have it, but at the same school, the softball fields don't. And that's not safe for anyone, especially since we live in South Florida. So those are things that I think should also be included. We can't just check and say, yeah, everybody has turf. So I think we're not.
The facilities are in.
Yeah, we're not. The only facilities I saw in there was baseball and softball. It didn't mention pools or gyms or that I saw, so maybe I was looking past it. For condition 6, the maintenance of schools, we know that that's not happening equally across the district. Some of it has to do with timing, but some of it does have to do with budgeting. So I would like to just have more information on that. And same thing with books in the media center. Some of it is because of media specialists versus media clerks. But if you go to the libraries in the western part of the county, they're full. And when you go to the east side, for example, Daney Elementary just got a beautiful new media center, but their books are very scarce. So maybe we can partner with people who help us get appropriate books that they have access to, that are in the right age, or the right time frame. But I will just tell you that there are way less books in the east than there are in the west, and that's just a statement I'm going to make. And then condition 8.1, where it says about, it says it's met, but every a 5-year priority plan. I know we have a DEFP, but I personally wouldn't say that that falls in line of priority. So I would not call that met, because it spells it out, but there are things that should be moving along faster than others. So I just question saying that we do have a DEFP, but when it says that it's prioritized, I don't believe we have that. So we really should be working on that as we look at our DEFP. So that's it for me. Very briefly, we have 2 people who wanted a second round, and then we're going to wrap this up because we are coming to time. So, Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, so on the lightning detectors, we need to make sure that it is a priority that our lightning detectors are working at the schools that have our lightning detectors. And then as far as the one-to-one on computers, I agree with my colleagues. This needs to be a priority. But we've done this dance. We went through COVID, and we did a fantastic job with making sure that every student had a computer and had access to Wi-Fi. So we have the experience already about rolling this out. And one thing I want to just say, especially at the middle school level, if you ever have seen a middle schooler, their backpacks, they look like Ninja Turtles. Their backpacks are so heavy, they're almost falling over. And so I think there truly, genuinely, Dr. Hepburn, needs to be a conversation regarding the health of the child with such a heavy backpack, the effect it's having on their spines, and how we can give them a computer to possibly eliminate for having all these textbooks, and then also having conversations with teachers and principals in regards to, maybe you do not need to have a 3-ring binder for every class and bring every single page and assignment from the beginning of the school year to this point in time now in January 2025. So I think these are real issues that need to be solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for brief statements.
Well, I'm not going to be brief, Chair. This is very important, and our community cares deeply about this, and there's some important things to talk about. Something that's not as important, to Ms. Aladeff's point, is I walk my 7th grader to the school bus in the morning, and I carry her backpack. And we used to skateboard together, and it's so heavy now we just walk because it's north of 50 pounds. It is massive. I'm a big enough guy, I can carry it, but I feel bad handing it back to her to carry the rest of the day and then carry it all the way back home. And a lot of it is because there's no storage at school anymore, so we don't let kids use lockers where they used to store their books and then just go get it for individual classes. But the consequence of that, I'm not sure that we've taken into full consideration, nor have we kind of stopped and thought a little bit about the COVID experience. I think that's a really important point. But the community wants every kid to have a chance to learn. They want every parent to have access to paying for field trips online. They want access to many of the beautiful apps that we've created that are so efficient and are rapidly reducing the amount of paper that we need to move around between schools and homes and things like that. So I'm going to take Dr. Holness to another level and say that we need to talk about this at a board at our next school board meeting, and set a goal for August 11th, where we can say to everybody in Broward County that if you don't have it provided by a foundation or a municipality or a Kiwanis Club or another group that has provided, Sistrunk going through District 5, has an entire internet corridor paid for by the city of Fort Lauderdale, which is great if you're within 5 houses of Sistrunk. If you're the 6th house, not so great, right? But I think given that we deliver services online more now than we deliver, them in physical media, that this now has become an imperative. So what was written 25 years ago isn't good enough anymore. I mean, if you guys read the details, it's one-to-one for teachers as well. Like, we passed the need for that a long time ago. If you're teaching and you don't have a laptop, you cannot do your job. Well, my belief is if you're a student in Broward County, you can't do your job without both an internet access and a laptop, and it's a big deal. I think it's a differentiator for other choices of school, too. Instead of, looking at our students and saying, you need to pay for the bus, like a lot of public charters do, or you need to go buy yourself a laptop and internet and good luck, we're better than that. We look at people and we find them where they are, and we do individual assessments. I'm really ashamed that there are wireless devices that provide internet service in our schools that are not being used. Like, we paid for those with taxpayer dollars, and something is stopping them from getting to a home that doesn't have wireless internet access. That's something we should all be ashamed of, and we should fix it quickly. But what I'd like to talk at our next school board meeting is what date we want to set in stone to say Broward County provides laptops and internet access to every student where there's need if it's not provided by someone else. And again, we're not going to vote on anything today in a workshop, but we can bring it back to the next school board meeting. This is why these kinds of reports are really important. That's why data is so important. For a board like this that's supposed to be legislating to make our system better, these data really help. Last point, Chair, and I'm sorry to take a little bit of time here. If we wanted to update these conditions, how would the General Counsel advise us to do that?
Ms. Batista?
Thank you for the question. So as I think either you or somebody else mentioned, the conditions have been there for 25 years. And some of them, such as the ones relating to technology, are really outdated. So that's something that I really would have to research, because this is part of a settlement. There was no sunset time under the settlement to address or to have an opportunity to change the conditions. So that's something that I would like to do a follow-up on.
Chair, let me just follow on with that specific point again. Do these settlement conditions represent the minimum standards for Broward County schools?
Ms. Batista?
So at the time when they were negotiated, it was the desire of the board to just have equity across the district. Certainly, the board can address or give more than what is stated there.
I just wonder, Chair, if we can think a little bit more about that and come back to it about, it's a big issue, right? And maybe the diversity committee, maybe our experts in this field, maybe we go back to the litigants and say, hey, we want to update this. The lawyer that brought the suit is still practicing. Mm-hmm. We could go back to Mr. Fertig and talk to Chris and say, something. I just feel like, we're kind of walking blindly, on a yardstick that we created 25 years ago. And the whole world went from yardsticks to digital things, which you can't measure in physical dimensions. And so if we care about equity, maybe the board wants to say, these are great for a minimum, just like state law, right? You got to meet state law, I get it. But it doesn't mean that's where you stop. Sometimes we consciously and intentionally try and do better than what state law sets as a minimum standard. I know we have to comply with this. There's no sunset to it. But it would be an interesting exercise to come back to this board and give us an answer. Chair, is that something we can ask for consensus on, maybe to ask our general counsel to come back and give us some ideas on how we can update these conditions to more modern conditions and maybe even exceed them if we choose to do so?
Sure. I think Ms. Batista said she was willing to do it.
Oh, great.
So she'll come with a follow-up, maybe to the, do you want to bring it to a meeting or to a workshop, or just email us and then we'll figure out how to move forward?
Right, so normally when I do a follow-up, I send it to all the board members.
Okay.
And then you decide
And
what
then
you
we'll
want to do with
figure
it.
out where it
Terrific.
lands.
I just want to point out one last fact, because this is not in the report, but it's important. We looked at C-rated schools, because in Broward County, we don't, again, I'll say this every time I can, we don't have F&D schools anymore. Like, it's awesome. Not only A district, we eliminated the bottom performing schools, So when you look at the C-rated schools, 83% of our C-rated elementary schools students are Black or Hispanic. We need to think about equity and cause and effect. And are some of those academic performance scores low because those students don't have internet access at night? My kids are up till 9 and 10 o'clock at night doing homework online. Without it, they could not get their work done. It's essential. And as long as we have inequitable racial outcomes on academic performance, I think we have work to do on equity. And this is something, Dr. Holness, that I think it's not cheap. I'm not saying it's a freebie, but are we providing everything that a student needs to be successful? And the answer is, in some places, due to economic disparities, if they don't have a laptop at home and don't have internet at home, we're not. And that makes it just as essential as a teacher or a textbook or a classroom. And I think we have to always make sure that we're providing all of the things that are required for success. Otherwise, how do we look at 83% Black and Hispanic students in our lowest performing schools and say that there's some other inexplainable reasons why that inequality exists? That inequality is not a natural inequality. It is something that's created, and we got to figure out how to kind of beat back any kind of things we're responsible for that cause that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, very briefly, I share the same concerns and passion that my colleagues do around internet access and technology access. So I second that. To the textbooks piece, I do understand the concern around the weight of the textbooks and students carrying them around. I will just add a caveat to that. When I was in the classroom, I had students, and I think we assume that because all of these students have grown up in the digital age, that they prefer electronic textbooks. A lot of students want a hard copy textbook. So while I support the move to electronic, it's more eco-friendly and all of that, I think we need to use common sense when we are applying this. And honestly, sometimes students need a hard copy according to their IEP. So I think again, I support moving digital, but we need to be able to provide those those hard copy textbooks when students want and need them. And just make sure also that teachers and classes have the textbooks that they need. To my colleague's point about updating the conditions, I'm wondering when we can expect the follow-up.
Ms. Batista.
I can have it within a week.
Okay, thank you. And I would also just ask that in the follow-up, there are action items available to the board. So like if we do want to move forward with updating the conditions, what does the board need to do to make that happen? So does someone need to bring a B item, something along those lines? So we have concrete steps that we can take or different options that we can choose from. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll end with Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Mine will be 30 seconds. It's on condition number 9. Yes, we've met it overall, but we can do better. But ideas for more student opportunities, using school choice for all, not just the well-informed. We truly need to step our game up for all students and families to have and understand benefits of school choice programs. College, career, accreditation, certifications, they open up financial freedom when it comes to freedom for the rest of their life and have the ability to be knowledgeable of financial decisions. We're not getting it done, and for particular people, especially students of ESOL families. So it's rather difficult, and we need to kind of take a good look at it and figure out how we can bring that up. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next item is mental health and wellness resources for students, and I now turn it over to staff for a presentation. We're going to recess the meeting to set up the board. Thank you. Again, the next item is mental health and wellness resources for students, and I now turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. I want to thank the school board member, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn. Today it is my privilege to introduce the dedicated members of our Student Services Division, Dr. Jody Washington, our task-assigned Executive Director of Student Services Initiatives, Ms. Vernica Winter, our Director of Mental Health, Dr. Daniel Shapiro, Director of School Counseling, and Ms. Marissa Sotillo, Director of Student Services. Today's presentation from the Student Services Initiatives Division focuses on a critical priority of our collective mission, the mental health and wellness of our students. The presentation will provide an overview of the comprehensive supports and services we offer to meet the diverse and evolving needs of our students. Additionally, it aims to amplify the voices of those impacted by these efforts. You will hear directly from students, staff, and a parent who will share their personal experiences and insights. These stories serve as a poignant reminder of the significance of our work and provide a foundation for continued progress. Thank you for the opportunity to spotlight this essential work. I now invite Dr. Jody Washington, our task-assigned Executive Director, to begin the presentation.
Good morning again, everyone, and thank you, Ms. Hollingsworth. My team and I are excited to bring this workshop item forward to you today, highlighting the ways we are supporting students and their families when it comes to their mental health and wellness. The Student Services Initiatives Division has been working diligently to streamline our services to ensure the comprehensive needs of students are met in ways that are relevant and meaningful to them. Throughout today's presentation, we would like for you to think of mental health services being the work of every member of the organization. While our primary mental health providers are our school counselors, social workers, and family therapists who provide intervention services, we have several. Mental health is also the work of the bus drivers who greet the students as they board the bus, the school staff members who welcome them on campus each day, the food service employees who serve them a warm meal upon arrival, and the teachers who are not only providing instruction but also constantly observing their students to determine when they may be showing signs of distress. Mental health is also the administrators, mentors, and club sponsors helping to create a sense of belonging with our students, whether that is through being part of the school band, 5,000 Role Models of Excellence program, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, a wellness club, Students Against Violence Everywhere, Choose Peace, Agents of Change, Human Relations Council, or the dozens of other pro-social clubs we have on our campuses. Countless studies have shown that students who have a sense of belonging in their schools have lower levels of depression, anxiety, and stress, not only during school, but also into adulthood. They also experience improved academic outcomes and increased levels of persistence in the face of challenges. And now I'll turn it over to our Director of Mental Health Services, Mrs. Vernica Winter, to get us started.
Good morning. Good morning.
Can we have the presentation up? Perfect, thank you.
Good morning. We're going to start with a mindful moment and a few of our student speakers.
My mental health is important. My mental health is important because it helps me think, feel, and act right. When my mental health is good, I feel good about myself. I am happy and I love the people in my life. Hi, my name is Sarai Braceley. I'm 8 years old and I am in 2nd grade at Westchester Elementary. This year, my teacher, Miss Goiz, introduced my class to Inner Explorer. We do a lesson every morning before we do any work. I love the program because it calms me down and causes me to be more focused for the day. It makes us slow down for 10 minutes and refresh by listening to the practice. But before that, it has us stretching our bodies, which makes me feel more relaxed right away. After we do the lesson, I feel different than when we started. My favorite exercise is the shark fin, which we do which is when we do long, slow breaths, and it makes me feel calm. Sometimes I do breathing I learned in Inner Explorer at other times. It makes me happy to do Inner Explorer every morning, and it makes me feel good.
Now we're all experts in shark breath. And now for our student openers.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Rodrigo, and I'm currently a senior attending Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and honored to have this opportunity to discuss my experience with Help It as it relates to mental health. Mental health is one of the most important things as it carries out who you are as a person and the decisions you make on a daily basis. What most people or teens miss is that mental health can be a huge burden to carry alone, and that's why it's important to know that there's a support system you can rely on. The reality is that there's always someone that's willing to help you and want the best for you. Whether that someone is your parents, friends, counselors, or mentors, there'll always be a person to walk you through hard times. For me, there's been countless people that helped me over my life, especially both of my parents. The reason why I stress this so much is because just like many of my peers, I also felt alone in many cases throughout high school. And a great example of the struggle I had to transition between middle school and high school while going through a pandemic like most of us. It was an unknown and scary time, especially one where people could not physically be anywhere near each other. This is when I met Melanie Taylor, a district support counselor at my school. Ms. Taylor quickly became the trusting hand who demonstrated care for my well-being, academic journey, and college preparation. Anytime I felt doubtful, insecure, or with lack of self-confidence, Ms. Taylor would be right there for me. She's been one of my biggest influencers and mentors in life and continues to be to this day. Even just a couple months back when I started the process of college applications, I felt completely overwhelmed and didn't know where to start. I approached Ms. Taylor with my concerns, and she immediately grounded my senses and relieved me from the severe but common thought of an unknown future that would become for my decisions now. She worked with me for countless weeks to be able to guide me towards a strong mental state alongside a set plan for my future in college. To finish, in our district, the Help Is Here initiative reminds us that no student is ever alone, and there are people at the school who want to help you succeed and help you walk around with a bright smile in this tough game we call life. I want to express my appreciation to Broward County Public Schools for having someone like Ms. Taylor to make a difference for me and many other students just like me. Thank you.
We need Elias.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, my name is Elias Ortega. I am a senior at Miramar High School, where I serve as the president of the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence. The 5,000 Role Models of Excellence is a leadership and mentoring program for boys. The 5,000 Role Models of Excellence project has helped me become a better student leader at my school and in my community. It has taught me to be a better organized and learn a lot of new things through field trips and workshops. Thank you.
To me, mental health means prioritizing my mental and physical well-being. By prioritizing my well-being, I can become the best version of myself, succeed, and view life from a healthier perspective. I believe mental health means never denying my needs or putting other demands over my mental health. We have to take care of our mental well-being, then we can help others. Mental health affects every individual aspect of our lives and is essential at every stage of life.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jabari Joseph. I am a junior at Coral Springs High School, where I serve as the president of 5,000 Role Models of Excellence. 5,000 Role Models is a leadership mentor program for young males, helping instilling values such as respect, responsibility, and integrity. The 5,000 Role Models of Excellence project has helped me become a better student and a leader at school. It has taught me how to be a listener and helper to make my school a better place. Mental health often refers to how someone feels, thinks, and copes with the challenges they face in their lives. Mental health is about their emotional well-being, how they handle stress, relationship, school, and other pressures, and how they deal with things like anxiety, sadness, or anger. Thank you.
Mental health is an integral part of all of our lives. While we may all define mental health differently, it impacts our daily experience and how we show up for ourselves and others. As you can see from these various student perspectives, students' needs vary, and that's why the unique needs of each student and what mental health looks like to them, whether it's regulating their emotions, feeling connected to others, or receiving therapy, is so important that Broward County Public Schools takes a multifaceted approach to mental health. Good morning. I'm Vernika Winter, Director of Mental Health Services. Our Student Services Initiatives Division presents today's workshop, Mental Health and Wellness Supports for Students. Presenting with me today are the leaders of our division who play a critical role in the mental health of our students.
Thought I was going to get a cue. Good morning, Marissa Sotelo, Director of Student Services.
School counseling.
Pat Riley once said, "Excellence is the gradual result of always striving to do better." We have some amazing staff and programs in our district to support students' mental health and wellness, which we are excited to share with you and our community today. We also recognize that there is much more work to be done when it comes to health and wellness for each and every one of our students, and are constantly striving to do better and explore new ways for us to expand wellness in our students' communities. As a team, we work together to increase the success and wellness of all students and families by promoting mental health awareness, fostering resilience, and building positive community connections. Today, we will share an overview of mental health services available to students and families in our district, which align to Guardrail 5.1 and 5.3 of our strategic plan. Our goal is to provide mental health awareness and access to resources through prevention and intervention that promote wellness for all students and families. We'll begin with an overview of mental health and the Broward County Public School mental health supports that we have in place. Then we'll walk you through highlights of some of our prevention and intervention programs and initiatives. We'll follow that with a highlight of our community partnerships, which are essential to our mental health support. Following that, we'll walk you through a sample of how a student may interact with mental health supports throughout a given school day. Then we'll share a few action steps that our division are working towards and our commitment to continuous improvement. Lastly, we'll hear directly from a few speakers about their experience with our district's mental health supports. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Shapiro.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Winter. Good morning, everyone. As the students explained so well, mental health is about our emotional, psychological, and our social well-being. And it determines how we handle stress, how we relate to others, and it's about healthy choices. The first point we want to make is that mental health in the school setting and in the clinical setting are different, but they're also complementary. So some students will need that support in the school setting, others will need it in the clinical setting, and some will need it in both. Some of the differences are that in the school setting, it's usually short-term, it's identifying the situation that the student's going through, it's building awareness, it's brief solution-focused counseling, and it's collaborative between members of the school community. Whereas in the clinical setting, it's longer term, there's more of a comprehensive treatment plan, it deals more with diagnosis and also medical management. So it's important that our students are either in school or out of school, and that we're taking care of their mental health in both places. Our approach in Broward is fourfold. So there's prevention. Many of the students have mentioned a lot of the great programs that help to prevent situations with mental health. Also intervention, once a student is showing signs of need for improvement. We also have personnel, which we'll go into in more detail throughout the presentation, that plays different functions in mental health, and many important community partnerships. Another important point to make is that mental health is not only for the well-being of students, which is top priority, it also affects their ability to learn and grow academically. It helps to improve focus, it increases engagement, it helps them retain information at a higher level, and it gives them a higher level of receptivity to learning. So in our district, we have family therapists, we have school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers, and student support instructional specialists in select schools that support students with their mental health. Briefly, the family counseling program, Family Therapists provide strategies that help improve family relations. They have 12 sessions available, and it can be extended to 18 to work with families. The social workers do mental health counseling, crisis support, home visits. They work with non-attendance and truancy, and can also do psychosocial evaluations and often work with BTAs, behavioral threat assessments, suicide risk assessments, and consultations. The school counselors work in the areas of academics, life skills and wellness, and college and career readiness. And the way they deliver these services to students are through individual counseling, group counseling, classroom lessons, school-wide school counseling initiatives, and also community initiatives that bring resources in for the students to support their mental health. The district-wide mental health support is a multi-department collaboration where each plays an important function that makes sure that students receive the wholeness of support. There's school counseling, our department, there's mental health services, there's coordinated student health services, exceptional student education, there's equity, diversity, and school climate, and also the student services department, each of which have roles and personnel that support different aspects of students' mental health. Now I'm going to pass it back to Ms. Winter to talk more about how these departments work together to support mental health.
Within the Student Services Initiatives Division, there are 4 primary departments that have programs supporting mental health, which are all highlighted here, such as Student Services School Social Work, Equity, Diversity, and School Climate's mentoring programs, School Counseling's Life Skill and Wellness Initiative, and Mental Health Services Family Counseling Program. Mental health support throughout our district has a tiered approach, with some support available to all students, some support focused on specific schools and students, and others with a much more targeted mental health approach. I'll outline a few highlights of each tier and then provide an opportunity for a speaker to highlight their particular role in mental health. Keep in mind, speakers are only highlighting one aspect of that tier of support and are not responsible for all items captured in that tier. We selected one tier item to take a deeper dive. Tier 1 highlights mental health support that is available for all students, such as access to mental health professionals on campus, as well as classroom lessons teaching life skills and wellness, school counselor presentations, and resiliency education. We also have a number of prevention programs and social services, such as foster care, heart, and nursing, as well as positive behavior intervention supports around bullying, violence, and abuse. Schools have staff on site in roles such as suicide prevention designees, resiliency designees, and equity and prevention liaisons, who are instrumental in providing mental health supports daily in their building, as well as individuals trained in de-escalation strategies. The Mental Health Services Department also facilitates the district's Youth Mental Health First Aid Awareness Training to teach staff how to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental health and substance abuse challenges among our youth ages 12 to 18, as well as how to help youth in both crisis and non-crisis situations. Currently, over 26,000 of Broward County Public School staff have completed the Youth Mental Health first aid training, and more are completing this course throughout this year, well above the state required 80%. Our first speaker as an example of Tier 1 mental health support is Ms. Stevenson, a school counselor at Rock Island Elementary School.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Genevieve Stevenson. Blame my mama for that, I don't know. But my name is Genevieve Stevenson. I am the school counselor at Rock Island Elementary School, and I'm the proud president of the Broward School Counselors Association. And today I want to talk a little bit about the importance of mental health support in our schools, particularly from the school counseling perspective. As a school counselor for over 20 years, I have seen firsthand how we play a vital role in nurturing the well-being of our students holistically through academic, personal, college, and career development. Just like how we prioritize academic learning, we must also promote our children's social and personal development. So that's why I'm encouraged to see that many of our schools are implementing a multi-tiered approach to mental health and through a comprehensive school counseling program. At the Tier 1 universal support, 80 to 100% of our students do receive preventative services. It's especially important to have school counselors and mental health professionals accessible to all students. It also includes integrating life skills, wellness education into the curriculum, providing valuable resources like resiliency programs and social services, along with the help of our other mental health professionals. As a school counselor, we also use and provide evidence-based practices to address pressing issues like bully prevention, violence prevention, and abuse through effective positive behavior intervention support systems, classroom lessons at every level, and school-wide initiatives for access to all students. Furthermore, proactive, not reactive strategies like school-based crisis prevention programs, along with designated designees, resiliency liaisons, and equity and prevention liaisons, which are the cornerstone of all of our mental health programs. Our Tier 1 programs also emphasize the importance of de-escalation strategies and training staff on how to handle challenging situations calmly and effectively. By prioritizing mental health support and a comprehensive school counseling program in all schools at all levels, we create a more comprehensive, inclusive, supportive, and nurturing learning environment where all students can thrive. Thank you.
Now we'll move to Tier 2 strategies in our presentation. Tier 2 supports are a bit more focused, such as when a mental health assistance allocation response team responds to a school crisis or the district facilitates suicide prevention lessons at schools. As needed, schools engage in de-escalation strategies, make referrals to the Family Counseling Program, Broward Behavioral Health Coalition, and other community partners. Schools provide identified students with individual or group counseling, as well as engage families in the response to intervention process. Some schools also receive the option for parents to opt into their child participating in the Terrace Metrics behavioral health screening to proactively measure students' resiliency and behavioral health, then connect them with a mental health professional as needed. To highlight an example of one Tier 2 targeted support at some of our schools, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Susie Gluck, which is a Student Support Instructional Specialist, also known as SSIS, which is a new role to the district this year. Our SSIS in Broward County Public Schools have made over 2,000 referrals to date to mental health professionals. Ms. Susie Gluck.
Good morning. My name is Susie Gluck, and I am the Student Support Instructional Specialist at Monarch High School. My role as the SSIS is to be visible and accessible. Students are observed and identified for a variety of needs as they enter the building in the morning, during class changes, at lunchtime, and at dismissal. Through collaboration, I ensure that interventions, resources, and supports are tailored to each individual's needs. Students requiring additional internal resources are not just given the name of a person or an office to seek out. I personally escort them, make the introductions, and follow up to ensure success. Many students are not aware of the resources available to them, how to access the resources, and are possibly lacking the self-advocacy skills and initiative to become independent and successful members of our schools and communities. As the SSIS, I am accessible. I am here to help. And if they need more, I know someone. Oftentimes, I am able to link them to internal or external resources they would not have taken the initiative to find on their own. Students show up at my door daily. Some need to talk, and I serve as one of the trusted adults on campus, while others are in crisis and require immediate crisis interventions, and I connect them to a mental health professional on campus. I do check-ins with students. We practice calming strategies. I offer encouragement for the steps they've already taken, and they leave feeling empowered. Many return to share their big and small successes. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to make a difference in this new role.
We'll now proceed to Tier 3, strategies within our district. Tier 3 are more intensive mental health supports, such as those who experience a crisis and require immediate intervention, as well as students who may complete a suicide risk assessment or behavior threat assessment. Staff continue to engage in de-escalation strategies at this level, as well as sometimes use the mobile response team to assist in those de-escalation efforts, with involuntary examinations being a last resort for our students. We are also partnering with several community agencies on a Baker Act transportation pilot program beginning this spring to reduce the potential trauma of Baker Acts by providing alternative transportation from schools to the hospital rather than the use of a police car. We are also working diligently to provide referrals to SEDNet and community partners as needed. To share a few examples of Tier 3 supports that our Mental Health Services Department provides all schools in our district, we have one of our suicide prevention coordinators, Ms. Summers, and our crisis coordinator, Ms. Fuentes.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Summers, and I'm one of the suicide prevention coordinators specifically for the Central Region. Broward County Public Schools last year had the vision to create 3 suicide prevention coordinator positions, and I hold one of those positions. As a result, we've been able to create and implement a more comprehensive program inclusive of support for all stakeholders in the realm of suicide prevention. The work that the suicide prevention program does is twofold to impact and support the mental health of all of our students. We provide suicide prevention curriculum to students in elementary, middle, and high school in a tiered approach. And we also support schools throughout the district with the suicide risk assessment process. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Fuentes, and I'm the Mental Health Crisis Coordinator who oversees the Mental Health Assistance Allocation Regional Team, also known as MHART. MHART stemmed from Senate Bill 7030, which initially speaks to implementing the recommendations of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School Public Act, which comprehensively addresses school safety. Senate Bill 7030 was then amended to ensure each Florida public school student has access to a mental health professional. The MHART team assists with ensuring students have access to a mental health professional who can provide mental health services in an expedited manner, collaborate with school-based mental health professionals to increase the awareness of mental health, and operate as an added layer to schools in collaboration with their school-based mental health team. The MHART team also promotes the Talk app, which is Tell Another Listening is Key, which is an app on every student's Clever portal where they can submit a request and be connected to a Broward County Public School mental health professional on the MHART team for support. Additionally, the MHART team continues to spread mental health awareness to stakeholders at community events and school presentations. With mental health being our focus, we also support the district by providing crisis response. To date, through crisis response alone, we have supported over 700 students through grief intervention. Thank you.
Now that we have outlined a few of our key pieces of our tiered support for Broward County Public Schools, we think it's important that we highlight a few of our prevention measures, because oftentimes when we think about mental health, we think about the intervention, but Broward County Public Schools take such a proactive approach to mental health that we wanted to highlight a few of the prevention items that we have in place to support students from a proactive perspective. There are a variety of platforms utilized to increase awareness and access to mental health support, such as websites, Parent Links, Canvas, and Clever Portal, as a means for us to communicate about mental health prevention. For parent nights and community event presentations, we have the BCPS supports and resources shared with parents and stakeholders through school events, parent nights, and community events to discuss our various prevention and intervention topics. Wellness Walks and Talks is also a new initiative this year, where the Student Services Initiatives Division staff visit schools throughout the district to speak with various school personnel and students to identify potential areas of improvement and supports that can be provided at the school site. The district also offers Inner Explorer, which you heard one of our speakers share, and it's a mindfulness application designed to support self-regulation, coping skills for stress, and improved focus. Staff are encouraged to practice mindfulness with our students during the school day, and the application is also available for all families free of charge after hours at home. Our student-led prevention programs are engaged in all of our school buildings to create a positive school environment and build student connections. As Dr. Washington shared at the beginning, students feeling connected is a key piece of their mental health, and our student-led programs assist with that. Students also receive a variety of classroom lessons regarding mental health topics, such as life skills and wellness, resiliency education, and school counselor presentations. For our student support instructional specialists, as I mentioned, this was a new position added in 2024, and SSIS are working in select schools to serve as an additional trusted adult at the school to recognize the subtle signs of mental health needs of our students and connect students with mental health personnel and resources. SSIS focus on proactive measures, such as hosting wellness clubs, creating wellness awareness bulletin boards, and conducting student check-ins to ensure the mental health and well-being of all students by establishing a comprehensive and supportive environment in our schools. Our wellness centers. At a few of our schools, our wellness centers offer a safe, supportive environment where students can process life stressors and emotional challenges. These centers provide essential resources, including counseling services, stress management programs, and resources to help students manage mental health and build resilience. Our youth mental health awareness training consists of the Youth Mental Health First Aid, which benefits students by fostering a supportive environment, promoting early intervention, reducing stigma, and enhancing collaboration amongst stakeholders. Now that we have outlined a few of our preventative measures for mental health, we'll now go into some of the interventions that we have for those students who need. I'll turn it over to Ms. Sotelo.
Thank you, Mrs. Winter. This slide provides a high-level overview of some of our mental health professionals and programs. School counselors are generally the first point of contact for students. The services provided by school social workers, school psychologists, and family therapists include conducting assessments and screenings, providing direct counseling and therapeutic services, and crisis intervention. Terrace Metrics is a behavioral health screener that started as a pilot in 4 schools and has grown to 36 schools. The Mental Health Assistance Allocation Resource Team, again short for MHART, assists in organizing our responses to crises and requests submitted through the TALK app. 2 of their staff are also assigned to the District Threat Management Team. Knowing that we cannot do this work alone, partnering with community agencies and organizations is vital. This slide includes a few of our partners. For decades, the Broward County Children's Services Administration has awarded funds to the Family Counseling Program to provide counseling services to students and families. Last year, they were awarded $2 million. This year, as of January 16th, the program has served 1,066 students. In 2022, Broward Schools entered into an agreement with our managing entity, Broward Behavioral Health Coalition, to provide comprehensive mental health services. From its inception in April 2022, we have referred 2,535 students. This school year alone, as of January 27th, we have referred 547. Our partnership with the United Way and Children's Services Council includes Choose Peace, a violence prevention program, and substance abuse prevention through school assemblies and town halls. SEDNet, an IDA-funded project, facilitates connections between schools, families, and the community. In Broward, the SEDNet coordinator leads the behavioral health partnership to help further assist these efforts for students with emotional and behavioral needs. Agencies in the Behavioral Health Partnership go through a stringent process of eligibility and screening of their operations, as well as their mental health professionals, on an annual basis. Currently, we have 19 agencies. Since mental health looks different for every student, so does the support that every student receives. We want to share an example of 2 students going through their school day and what mental health support interactions may look like. These are not specific students, nor what every student experiences, but they're simply a picture of what mental health services in Broward County Public Schools may look like for students in the school setting. I will now turn it over to Belinda Day, Supervisor of Life Skills and Wellness.
Good morning. A day in the life of an elementary student in Broward County Public Schools. In Mrs. Adams' 3rd grade class, the school day begins with a routine to help students begin on a positive note. Emily, a student in the class, appears to be struggling with anxiety. Mrs. Adams, using her youth mental health awareness training, YMHAT, that she learned as part of the Youth Mental Health First Aid, greets Emily with a warm smile and speaks with Emily about what she is experiencing. After confirming Emily is feeling anxious, Mrs. Adams connects her with the school's social worker. The school's social worker, Mr. Torres, uses play therapy to help Emily express her feelings and work through her anxieties. They talk about their worries, practice deep breathing exercises, and play games that build her confidence. Mr. Torres also collaborates closely with Mrs. Adams, sharing strategies to support Emily's emotional well-being throughout the school day. Today is Help is Here Day, a special initiative encouraging all students to connect to a trusted adult. On these days, Emily looks forward to her meetings with the school counselor, Mrs. Johnson. Mrs. Johnson provides a listening ear and teaches Emily coping strategies tailored to her needs. Throughout the week, Emily's interactions with her teacher, social worker, and school counselor create a web of supports that helps her navigate her challenges of her anxiety. She knows she has a team of caring adults who understand her struggles and are there to help her succeed both academically and emotionally. The day in the life of a secondary student in Broward County Public Schools. 10th grader Alex struggles with building social connections with other students. Every morning, he starts his day with a life skills and wellness class led by Mrs. Carter. This class covers essential topics such as communication, empathy, and stress management. Mrs. Carter uses engaging activities and discussions to help students develop their social skills. Later that day, Alex completes resilience education lessons with Mr. Brown, one of his teachers. In these sessions, he learns how to cope with challenges and setbacks. Mr. Brown teaches them about self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, and relationship skills. Alex finds these lessons empowering as they provide him with practical strategies to develop resilience. Alex's parents attend a response to intervention meeting with the school psychologist, Dr. Martinez. During this session, Dr. Martinez works closely with Alex's family to identify specific barriers to forming friendships. They discuss Alex's interests, explore social scenarios, and develop personalized strategies to help him connect with his peers. Dr. Martinez also provides them with resources and tips on how Alex can join clubs or activities that align with his passions, making it easier for him to meet like-minded students. In the evenings, Alex and his family attend counseling sessions with Mrs. Harper, the school's family therapist. These sessions focus on strengthening family dynamics and enhancing communication. Mrs. Harper works with Alex's parents to help them understand his social challenges and support his efforts to make friends. Together, they practice conversation starters, discuss social cues, and build a supportive home environment that encourages Alex to step out of his comfort zone. Thank you.
As mentioned earlier, mental health support and wellness for our students and families is an ongoing process of making strides in what we currently have in place and acknowledging and exploring ways that we can remain committed to continuous improvement each and every day. These are a few action steps that our division is committed to in terms of our continuous improvement. One is increasing awareness and access to mental health resources. We are leading marketing campaigns directly to students and parents, sharing mental health resources through various platforms like Canvas and ParentLink. Promoting the Help Is Here initiative, highlighting trusted adults on every campus. Signage and visuals throughout school campuses of mental health resources and mindful practices. And we will continue to increase efforts to make our stakeholders aware of those mental health resources and how to access them. Secondly, our district participates in a range of activities, such as mental health fairs, town halls, school events, resiliency pop-up shops, and a parenting series to engage school communities. We will continue to engage in events and activities that promote our division's excitement to attend school and community activities to share BCPS resources. Third, to gather student and stakeholder input for continuous improvement. Representatives from various departments garner input from students, school teams, parents, and community partners through avenues such as wellness walks and talks, student advisor feedback and student groups, district and community groups. We will continue to explore other ways that we can make sure that every single one of our students is aware and has access to the mental health resources in our district. The most valuable information we receive is from students, and we listen to students and aim to shape our services to meet the unique needs of each and every student and continue to tailor what we have in place to meet each of those students' needs as they experience them. Last but not least, we aim to enhance staff development on mental health and wellness. We will continue to provide staff with professional development such as life skills and wellness, grief-sensitive schools, inner explorer mindfulness, and youth mental health first aid training. While we ultimately aim for all students to feel a personal connection to mental health supports available in this district, we'll continue to strive to increase that awareness and access through the action steps we've identified. We have a variety of school and community highlights that we continue to draw from our wellness clubs, our comfy corners, our wellness centers, all of which are pictured here, and to provide an opportunity for you to hear directly from those that have been impacted by Broward Schools' mental health supports on their personal wellness journey. We have a few of our speakers here to share.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley and I'm in 3rd grade at Meadowbrook Elementary, and today I'm so excited to talk to you about something really special, the Kindness Club. This club is all about spreading kindness and making people feel good and helping others in any way we can. You know, sometimes life can be tough, and not everyone has someone to turn to when they feel sad or alone. But in the Kindness Club, we believe that even small acts of kindness can make a big difference. Whether it's holding the door for someone, complimenting a friend, or even just giving a smile can brighten someone's day. In the Kindness Club, we don't just talk about being kind. We do it. We come up with fun projects like writing kind notes for our teachers, painting rocks for our school's peace garden, and practicing deep breathing to stay calm. We even decorated boxes like turkeys for our school harvest dry food collection. Being part of the Kindness Club has taught me that everybody can be kind. When we show kindness, it spreads, and other people want to do the same. Imagine if every person we meet passes on a small act of kindness. The world would be a much happier place. So if you ever see someone who needs help or you feel like doing something good, remember that you can always be part of the Kindness Club. You don't need a badge or a special invitation. Kindness is something we all can share. Let's try to make today a little brighter for someone else. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniela Anglin. I am in 8th grade at Plantation Middle School. Today, I would like to speak to you about the Wellness Club that Miss Nadine, our student support instructional specialist, hosts at our school. Miss Nadine comes in and does an activity with us every month. I feel like it's important because being in middle school, there can be a little bit of drama. But during our Wellness Club, we can come together and actually work together. For example, in December, we did a mindfulness scavenger hunt. It was really fun, and we all had a good time trying to figure it all out. When she comes in, it's always a good time, and we do activities that teach us about problem solving and how to communicate. I think this club gives us an opportunity to get together and the feeling of comfort to know that you're not alone. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Kimani Walter. I'm currently in 10th grade at Coconut Creek High School. Today, I'm going to discuss with you the impact of the MTL program as a student. For starters, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders is a peer-to-peer mentoring and student leadership program that helps us students achieve academic advancement, community involvement, student enrichment, and family involvement. We achieve this by hosting informational club meetings and having mentee and mentor hour, where a mentor can help out any mentee with any problem they have, such as any homework or family struggles. In this club, I have excelled in many ways that I have not before, such as gaining a high level of support for my educational goals by opening many doors for me regarding service hours and scholarship opportunities. I've learned to be a true leader by being cooperative, having integrity, being honest, and most importantly, being true to myself and others around me. These very characteristics have allowed me to become more confident in my collaborative and social skills, which are both essential when it comes to real-life scenarios. I love attending MTL for its amazing incentives when it comes to scholarships, service hours, and field trip opportunities. We are given many chances to take part in college readiness events and fairs, preparing us for life after high school. I also treasure the atmosphere that's been created by both our counselors and other scholars just like me. I never fail to feel included when it comes to MTL. Everyone is always a part of something. I've met many incredible students who are also looking to be involved in our school's community and to refine their leadership skills in preparation for the real world. This is what MTL means to me.
My name is Vivan Kiani, and I'm a student at Falcon Cove Middle School. Today, we're excited to talk about a transformative program that has had a profound impact on myself and many of my peers. Resiliency lessons. In this era, everyone is on their phone, and hence accesses the online world. One of those people is me, who after working on the course, immensely benefited from the resiliency lessons. Specifically, thanks to their wonderful syllabus and outstanding options, I personally have seen myself grow more knowledgeable about online safety. For instance, when I was younger, I used to visit unknown websites, fall for scams easily, and just be completely clueless when navigating the internet. Today, with the incorporation of resiliency lessons, such as their virus protection techniques, I can safely and fearlessly navigate the internet. Although resiliency lessons have not just helped me online, I have seen improvement in my resiliency, creativity, leadership qualities, and much more. With its smart and innovative way of thinking, resiliency lessons have helped me, along with many others, approach my challenges with confidence and creativity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Akshara Kunidala, and I'm also a student at Falcon Cove Middle. Additionally, Resiliency Lessons has made a significant impact on addressing anxiety and offering effective strategies for students to manage it. Anxiety can affect a student both mentally and physically. Mentally, anxiety can cause excessive worrying, excessive fear, and thoughts which can negatively impact academic performance and social interactions. Physically, anxiety can cause problems such as hyperventilation and increased heart rate, which progressively can harm the student's well-being and health. To address various types of anxiety, Resiliency Lessons offer mindfulness practices and educational resources designed to help students with anxiety. These resources assist students in effectively managing stress through techniques like breathing exercises, mindfulness, and other relaxation practices. As someone who personally experiences text anxiety, I explored various strategies through Resiliency Lessons and incorporated techniques such as breathing exercises to help manage my anxiety during tests. These techniques reduce my heart rate, making me feel less stressed, which improves my concentration during tests. This technique has allowed me to get better grades on tests. In addition to providing practical tools for stress management, Resiliency Lessons also raise awareness about anxiety and the effects of it to help students better understand. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yusra Khan, and I'm 8 years old, and I'm also in the 2nd grade at Westchester Elementary. I will be sharing my experience with Inner Explorer. The program helps me be calm by practicing deep breathing, stretching, and taking a mindful minute. Inner Explorer is not just to calm your body down. It helps everyone relax and enjoy their time. It also helps everyone start their day with positivity, inner peace, and great energy. My favorite lesson from Inner Explorer is the shark fin. It's my favorite because it helps me relax my brain and calms me down when I am mad or sad. My favorite sound practice is a Native American and the didgeridoo. I encourage everyone to join the Inner Explorer program. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Deirdre Benker-Coker, and I'm the proud principal of McNichol Middle School. In November of 2023, I expressed an interest in housing a wellness center at McNichol in response to a survey. We identified a critical need for a wellness center at McNichol based on the life skills and wellness assessment data, which revealed that 66% of our students scored low or very low in key areas like self-management, self-awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making, and resilience. This data confirmed the importance of providing mental health support for our students. The establishment of the center started with a wellness walk and talk in December of 2023 by the Student Services Initiatives Division. A diverse group of students and staff openly shared their experiences, highlighting the challenges of the pandemic and its lasting impact on our social and emotional well-being. The trauma from COVID is in addition to divorce, death, homelessness, and low self-esteem, to name a few. This center has since become a safe, non-judgmental space where hundreds of students receive support. The students have access to 2 counselors, 2 social workers, and a registered behavior tech. The Wellness Center offers individual and family counseling. Group sessions on topics such as conflict resolution, coping with loss, and social media will begin in the near future. Our parents have embraced this initiative, signaling a positive culture shift in seeking mental health support. We are committed to revisiting our data at the end of the year to measure the impact and ensure we are meeting the needs of our school community. At McNichol, we are dedicated to supporting the academic, social, emotional, and cultural development of our students. As they so aptly say in student services, help is here. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the school board. My name is Nora Guifaro, and I'm Aiden McLaughlin's mother. I'm here to share my experience with the family counseling program and the positive impact it had on my son, Aiden. As a parent, I have always tried to be the best mom I can be, but like many families, we have faced challenges. Before he started in this program, Aiden struggled with frustration, frequent tantrums, and difficulties managing his anger. He also had a hard time respecting other people's opinion. Since joining this program, I have been seeing significant improvement in his behavior. His anger control has improved. He is now showing more respect for the other viewpoints. Now our home feels calmer and more connected. I feel closer to my son, and I can see how much more confident and secure he has become. This experience not only has improved our relationship, but it's also helped me grow as a parent. The guidance and expertise provided through this program allow me to better understand how to redirect my approach with Aiden. He's now living a much better life with increased self-esteem and a much more positive attitude toward his school and responsibilities. Aiden feels free and happy to be who he is. He's so confident. Aiden is my third and youngest child. My other two children have also benefited from this program. I tried other therapy places, but this program has been the most effective for my family. In my opinion, this counseling program is not just beneficial, but essential for the educational, emotional, and mental health development of children. It has been a great foundation for stability and progress in Aiden's life and for our family as a whole. I like to specifically commend the program for having a professional like Mr. Stephen Henley, who is not only highly experienced, but also deeply knowledgeable about both learning process and the development needs of children according to their age. I'm so thankful to the school for offering this kind of support, recognizing that when families are strong, children thrive. I truly believe that programs like this are invaluable, and I hope you can continue to make them available to all students who may benefit from it. Thank you so much.
Now that we've had an opportunity to hear from those directly impacted by the efforts of mental health programs and initiatives within our district, we want to take a moment to thank our board, our superintendent, our district leadership team, and all of the amazing staff throughout our district who work tirelessly to support students' mental health and wellness each and every day. While we embrace there's plenty more work to be done and that we are continuously striving for ways to improve mental health in our district, we appreciate all that our district currently has in place and the multifaceted approach that has been taken to meet the many individual needs of our students. Together, we connect those supports for the wellness of every single student and every single family. We appreciate you and open the floor now for board discussion.
Thank you so much, and wow, just wow. What a true pleasure and treat to have students talk to us about resiliency lessons, wellness clubs and centers, MTL, 5,000 role models, Inner Explorer, and I think we would all agree we need more kindness clubs. So thank you so much for that. Before we go to the board discussion, we have some public speakers. The first one is hard to read, so if I say it wrong, I apologize. Jay Agnesma from Sunrise. I'm not sure if everyone on here actually wanted to speak or if some of the students just signed up when they came in, but Jackie Luscombe.
Hi, good morning. And that was such a lovely presentation and showcasing all the various programs and models that you have for mental health and wellness are wonderful. Thank you so much to all the staff that do so much. I brought up at District Advisory Council a model that staff didn't know much about at the time. I think there are others in the district who might. And that was the Center for Mind-Body Medicine, which was brought in after the tragedy at MSD to help with the mental health needs of students and staff. And there was a whole lot of work was done in the district. There was a program supported by philanthropic funding. And a lot of people were trained, both students and staff. So some of those students will have migrated onwards out of the school district. But there are remnants of that program left. And I feel it would be good to look into, see who still has that expertise from the Center for Mind-Body Medicine and resurrect that program too, or at least look into it and its potential value to our students. I'll read you a little bit of what it does. It helps communities create and implement evidence-based, inclusive, accessible, affordable, and sustainable public health interventions to heal and relieve trauma, grief, chronic stress, and anxiety, and build resilience. It creates programs that share self-care tools and strategies that foster physical and psychological well-being, mutual support, and community building. And it provides this through both online and in-person training. I can provide a handout for you if you like, but I just feel that having put so much into that program just in the last few recent years, that was an investment that kind of needs to be continued onwards, and there are a lot of folks that can tell you about it. I'm also just not clear on funding allocation for mental health, but I know when the referendum went out, there was a lot of talk about extra health and extra supports for mental health. I think it would be helpful to be able to see how that money is broken up, look at investing more in school social work, be looking at recess, the value of recess, not just in elementary, but right through the various layers of school, circle time, at least having kids finish the academic year, even knowing the names of the other kids in their class. It's horrific that there are some that don't. And I think as well that drift time at the end of the school year when kids are kind of coming and going and there's testing and a lot of twiddling of thumbs, I think that might be an awesome time to be looking at programming some of this mental health preparedness, because rolling it out through the course of a calendar year so you don't get to one particular topic, say, till January or February, you could be preempting that by using that end of year time too. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say, I have been to schools where they are very much using the mindfulness practice. So if Mr. Shapiro could just maybe comment on that briefly.
Yes, thank you. We have several different mindfulness approaches, and those who are trained by the Center for Mind-Body Medicine still do some of those sessions. So we're definitely open to continuing to expand that.
Great, thank you. Next is Katie Van.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Van.
I'm Shamari Walker. I'm Kai Robinson.
And I'm Kaya Moore. We're 8th grade peer counselors from Glades Middle School, and we would like to take a few minutes of your time to talk about the numerous events we have at our school.
At our school, we're given numerous opportunities to be leaders and be the change. We have pro-social clubs such as the Human Relations Council and Choose Peace, Stop Violence that allow for us to work towards creating a culture of peace.
For example, the Hello Challenge is a new initiative created by HRC and Kindness Counts that allows students to create new bonds with their peers.
During this initiative, we have students from different grade levels meet and get to know one another as they talk about their favorite colors, hobbies, and ask this or that questions. The whole purpose of this event is to strengthen connections and create lasting bonds. During these before-school sessions, we play music, give out treats and prizes, and just try to create a fun and welcoming environment.
Another initiative at our school is Anti-Bullying Week. During Anti-Bullying Week, we learned to be an upstander instead of a bystander. We were lucky enough to have the Speak Life End Bullying Assembly in November, where he showed a special film to over 400 of our students here at Glades Middle School. The students were able to voice their feelings and opinions after the film with a Q&A with the producers. After this, the producers spent the rest of the day with our peer counselors speaking about self-awareness, empathy, kindness, and bullying, and many other things. Besides the assembly, we are also immensely proud in our Pinky Promise activity, which allows students to get their pinkies painted to show that they pinky promise to stand up against bullying. Alongside this, we hosted tasty treats with upstander messages, wore blue, chalked positive messages on our school grounds, and participated in anti-bullying lessons through our Cougar Connect classes. It is our hope that weeks like this teach and raise awareness that each one of our students treats one another with respect and makes positive choices.
All of these events and initiatives ensure that our school is a no place for hate, and they've also impacted all of us immensely. Me personally, entering the school was scary, but I always felt welcome from day one. It's not just academics at our school, but there's so many events that we can look forward to that also spread a positive message to the community.
When I was in 6th grade, I was very anxious, but knowing we have Spirit Weeks and many other initiatives gave me much relief. Knowing I help with some of these events now makes me feel like a leader, knowing I'm giving back to my community.
During my 6th and 7th grade years, I was very shy and not too involved with all the activities because the older kids who led them made me nervous. But there was always something to look forward to because of these events and activities. This year, being one of the leaders who leads these activities, I've become more outgoing and I'm able to bond easily with my peers.
Coming in my 6th grade year, the change is definitely overwhelming. However, having these initiatives to help me come out on the show really helped. From the supposedly big and scary 8th graders saying hello to me on my first week at a new school, to the tasty treats that allow me to enjoy something with my newfound friends. It is these efforts that didn't just help me, but helped everybody come out of the shell, open up, and really enjoy middle school. So, I want to thank the board for listening to this presentation by Glades Middle School.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out and sharing that presentation with us. Next up is Samantha Sedrati.
Hello, how are you guys? It's so nice to see you guys all here helping out mental health. It's really good to see you guys making a change, not just us. But my name's Samantha Sedrati. I'm here with Sheridan Technical High School. I'm the president of our spoken word club, which is led by our sponsor, Miss McAfee, who is super amazing, just like our other amazing teachers at our school. A lot of you guys know what poetry is. It's more rhymey, Cat in the Hat, Dr. Seuss type stuff, but spoken word puts more of like meaning behind it. We're able to talk about real problems that are happening, like I have dyslexia, and I wrote a poem about having dyslexia that I shared with some of the district members. I've shared with my school. I took it to a competition called Louder Than a Bomb, and my poetry group won semifinals, which is really amazing. This club helps us build communities within the school. It gives you a safe environment to talk about your feelings and what's going on in a fun way, you know? Like, not just, oh, this is going on, blah, 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 but you're able to talk about it fun and express yourself and talk about it actively. The paper always listens to you, so it's a good thing to know that people are listening also. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you haven't seen the presentation that Samantha does with her partner. It's pretty phenomenal. So thank you for coming out. Next is Sydney Dauphin.
Hello, my name is Sydney Dauphin. I'm in 12th grade, and I'm president of one of the many social clubs at Sheridan Technical High School.
Hello, my name is Anastasia. I am also part of Sheridan Technical High School, and I am also president of one of the many social clubs. One of those social clubs is the Human Relations Council, or HRC. This is the main club at Sheridan that acts as an umbrella for all the other clubs. The members are nominated by teachers and staff, which allows them to be selected and feel special. We organize many events in HRC, including the Teen Summits, where we form a positive community and get to meet many people from different schools. It helps individuals learn how to advocate for themselves and each other, and promotes peace and positivity. Also, HRC organizes student panels, where we talk about the stuff that many students believe is not talked about, where we mention concerns and opinions based on the school conditions that were brought up to us by anonymous members.
We also have the Save Promise Club. Save stands for Students Against Violence Everywhere, and in this club we promote a positive atmosphere and prevent violence inside our school. For example, we encourage students to be upstanders instead of bystanders. So one of the activities we had under this club was the Start With Hello campaign, and it motivated students to start their day by uplifting others and branching out to new people. It also made students feel welcome. We also did the lunchtime mixer, where we just set up different categories like art, sports, music, and we had students select their interest and get to know other students in our school through that, and it was very successful. We did the Trusted Adult postcards, and it lets students know they have adults that they can trust and go to if they have any personal issues in their life.
The final club is the Choose Peace, Stop Violence Club, where we spread the message of peace. One of the activities we did for this club was the Chalk for Peace, where students went outside and let their creativity flow using chalk on the school concrete. The drawing allowed them to express themselves and uplift themselves as well as their peers. Another activity we had was Wear White Day, where white symbolized peace. Having everybody wear something similar gave them something to bond over and talk about, allowing them to meet new people and make new friends.
We also did positive social norms training, which welcomed positivity into the school. It taught students how to stand up for themselves and others. And the Speak Life and Bullying musical, which gave insight on bullying consequences. And it showed how everyone has reasons to act the way they do. And it was a fun and unique way to show that. And lastly, we did the Black History Month quilt. And it showed support for different cultures, ethnicities, and backgrounds by making different parts of a quilt that signified important parts of Black History Month. And it was another way to support self-expression through collaboration.
In the end, although there are many clubs with many different names, they all have one main goal, and that is to support mental health and build relationships between students and their peers and teachers. All these clubs allowed students to find their inner peace, whether it's through hands-on activities or collaboration. We welcome everyone to find their outlets by supporting ourselves and each other and uplift each other when times are rough. And even when times are good, we still support each other and stand behind each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Caleb Campbell.
Good morning, student board members. My name is Caleb Campbell, and I'm the president of Black Student Union at South Broward High School. I was the vice president last year and have been a part of the club for my entire high school career. This year as president, my purpose and goal for the club is to give everyone an opportunity, whether it be culture experiences, service hours, or historical insight. Many think that since it's called the Black Student Union only allowed for African American students, which isn't the case. The club is inclusive and anyone from any background can join and participate. We do many service projects and collaborate with other clubs like History Honor Society and the Hammerstein Hollywood History and Virginia Beach Cleanup, where I learned many historical facts about Virginia Key being the first black beach of South Florida and Dania being the first city of Broward County. We strive for participation and excellence in the club, especially in Black History Month, which is our time to shine as a club and go above and beyond. We host an annual oratory contest, where students can perform and display poetry by figures who contributed to the cause for African Americans or African descents. I feel accomplished when everyone comes together to participate like one beloved community, a philosophy Dr. Martin Luther King upheld, has contributed to the incline of my mental health along with the members. And it has also opened up many opportunities for me, like being able to speak on a panel for the Martin Luther King Teen Summit and here to you today. Although these accomplishments are exciting, I still face hardships just like Dr. King. Being president or leader isn't easy. Still, it is nothing I have not overcome. I love and prioritize the club I lead, and it's nothing I regret. I do it to leave a lasting impact on the students and the school itself and hope a beloved community remains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now go to board discussion. Thank you for all the students for coming out. Ms. Thompson?
Didn't realize I was first, but that's great. Thank you so much for putting together this presentation. I think it is much needed in the district, and I hope it's one of many, because as you said, there's a lot of great things going on, but I do think there's some room for improvements. So as many of you know, my background is in mental health. I'm the only mental health professional on the board, so I say all of this with much respect, and I hope you take it that way. So my first question is, how are student support instructional SSIS people trained?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Winter.
So part of the criteria for SSIS has to do with their years of experience with mental health. So in order for them to qualify for the role, they had to have had a degree in mental health or similar respect, but also have had years of experience in work with youth as well as work directly in mental health.
And I just want to share some feedback I've gotten from different schools is that they have been told that their SSIS people are not mental health people, that they are there for crowd control, they are there to spot, similar to what the speaker said, she's there to be in the community, then take them to the mental health professional. I think there's a lot of overlap in the variety of positions we have. So that's some feedback on that. When our students are returning from hospitalization or Baker Act, what is the process that they are being supported?
Ms. Holloway.
Thank you. I'd like to defer to Ms. Summers.
Good morning. Our process when students return from a Baker Act, there's two steps. So if the Baker Act was initiated by the school, we have a suicide risk assessment that's done and also a safety plan, and then the school continues on with the safety plan, and they let all the stakeholders know, parents, teachers, whoever needs to know, whoever touches that student. If a student has a Baker Act that is not initiated off campus, we ask that the mental health professionals still meet with the student and assess their current level of functioning through a suicide risk assessment and also a safety plan as well. And that continues on and communicated to all stakeholders that work with the student.
Thank you for that. For clarification, who is the point person for that student when they return?
The point person is typically the school counselor.
Okay, thank you. You might as well stand up. So for suicide prevention curriculum, can you walk me through that curriculum and the use of videos in the classroom?
Well, through our suicide prevention curriculum, there is one video in the middle school curriculum. The suicide prevention curriculum is for 5th graders. That one is called Riding the Waves. The middle school curriculum is called Look, Listen, and Link for 6th through 8th graders. There's one video that talks about suicide and a student who is struggling with their mental health and some different scenarios in middle school. And the high school curriculum does not include a video, and that is called Help Is Here.
Okay, and when you're showing these videos, who's in the room?
Well, for our curriculum, we have, it's typically what school we're going to. We do provide consent forms, and they are watching the video. So it's the students, the teacher, and the facilitator or the teachers who are facilitating those, our teachers on special assignment.
So there's a trained facilitator in every classroom where that video is showed?
Yes, we do. Our teachers on special assignment do those curriculum primarily.
Okay. That's all on suicide. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I want to just dive in a little bit more because we talk about how each school has assigned social workers and there's a mental health professional at all times in every school. How many schools do school psychologists have?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
I'd like to call on Ms. Egan for that.
The majority of our school psychologists have about 2 locations, but it is based also on case management. So our supervisors of psychological services are frequently monitoring the number of cases at each individual site, and if they need to deploy additional staff or regroup staff, they're constantly doing that to make sure we're meeting the needs of students.
Okay. And how many, so school psychologists primarily, in my experience, are doing testing and evaluation. So you're saying that each school psychologist only has 2 schools that they're in charge of the evaluations and the testing?
I can't tell you exactly because we do it based on the needs of the school as well, but there's usually no more than 2. And they do, in addition to testing and evaluation, they're also supporting students academically and behaviorally, sometimes with supporting our MTSS process, and also always supporting our MTSS process, but sometimes they're also doing some individual support for students and communicating with families and stakeholders.
Okay. And for school social workers, how many schools do individual social workers have?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think it's good afternoon. Thank you for the question.
That's fine.
Our social workers, they are either full-time out of school, which many schools do have a full-timer. The others may have 2 to 3. Our bilingual school social workers only have 2 schools. Depending on whether it's an elementary school or a middle school, will determine how many schools they have as well, due to the caseload.
I would like to see a follow-up breaking down social worker assignments because as a social worker, I had 4 schools. My colleagues that I continue to talk to have 3-ish schools, and then one bilingual social worker has 1 primary school, but 10 schools that she's the bilingual social worker for. So if I could get that data, that would be awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you. School counselors, they're generally 1 per school.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Yes, typically the school counselors are 1 per school. And Dr. Shapiro, if you'd like to add anything to that?
So elementary schools have one per school. Those that have over 700 can have more than that. Typically, the middle schools have a director with 2 counselors, but school counselors, but depending on their population, determines the amount. And then high schools also have a director with school counselors working with them depending on the student population.
And what tasks are school counselors doing while they're at school? Breaking it down by level, please.
Yeah. So what all of them, I'll say what all of them have in common, and then I'll break it down.
Sure.
But what all of them have in common is the first thing that they want to do is build relationships in the school and make sure they know their students. They also use data to understand their students and their needs. They do individual counseling sessions, which are brief, solution-focused sessions. They do group counseling based on the needs of students and the data. They do school counseling classroom lessons. They do school-wide initiatives like kindness initiatives and other initiatives that support students' mental health. and they do community initiatives, bringing in mentors, tutors, community resources to support students, and bringing students out into the community to for their benefit. They also facilitate parent-teacher conferences to make sure they're productive and positive and help the students. They consult with staff, administrators, parents, teachers to give the school counseling perspective, and they connect students and families with behavioral health partners. So all of them have that in common. They're assisting students in academics, in the life skills and wellness, and also in college and career readiness. So that's at all levels. Now, it looks different at the elementary school, especially for college and career readiness. And as students progress into middle and high school, they're making sure they're in the correct courses. They're making sure they're on track for graduation. They're making sure that they're developing a meaningful education by platforms like Zello, where they do strengths inventories, interest inventories, and start to promote post-secondary options. Also facilitating financial aid, scholarships, and systemic ways of making choices about their next steps. So I hope that's helpful.
That is helpful. Thank you. And then I know these questions seem a little random. Sorry. And then the Terrace Metrics behavioral health screening, I understand that that's in about 30 schools.
Yes, 36.
And then once those screenings, those students are identified, who is in charge of the casework for those students identified?
So I'll speak. I'll start to speak about it, and then defer to colleagues. So it's district staff goes to the school and works along with the school administration to organize the implementation. The students have to be opted in by their parents in order to participate. Once they're opted in, a trained school staff member delivers the assessment. Once the results come back, they're immediately reviewed. So students who are in a category 1 receive immediate support because their results show that. And then if they're category 2, it's within 24 to 72 hours. If it's category 3, and so on. So the results are distinguished immediately, and then support is organized for them.
But who is providing said support?
The school counselors, social workers, depending on the need of the student, the support is provided.
Okay. And then going back to social workers, what would you consider a social worker's task at the school?
They're probably the discipline that wears the most hats, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably should have one in every school, but we're getting there. If anybody finds more money, but they have, over the course of the last several years, definitely aligned more with mental health duties. We've tried to minimize the additional social service programs that we have. I'm a social worker by trade as well, so and a clinician, so that's what I've tried to also build in the program so that we have a balance of the social service needs as well as the mental health needs, and that has increased in terms of what they're doing at the schools. But yes, they are often doing BTAs, SRAs, psychosocial evaluations. Some of them, if they have the opportunity, if they're full-time primarily, they may do groups and obviously see students more for individual counseling and monitoring.
And how much of their task is attendance-based, in
Oh,
your opinion?
that's a big one too.
Yes.
And obviously this year it's a lot more, and will for the rest of the year, primarily because we are trying to get everyone acclimated to Focus and the new foundational attendance protocol that's built into that SIS.
And if you could explain, why do you believe attendance falls under a social worker's purview?
Thank you for that question, because I have pondered that thought as well for many years. I will tell you historically and nationally that attendance falls mostly on school social workers nationwide. And the department here, even in the district, used to be called school social work and attendance. But I definitely don't agree that that should be one of their primary roles.
I appreciate the response. So I just want to kind of break it down for my colleagues about really how mental health works in a school compared to this amazing presentation that the staff has put on. And I really think all the feedback. A lot of a social worker's role, like I said, I had 4 schools, was spent on attendance. So we weren't actually able to do mental health as defined in the roles here. I would say probably 3-ish hours on attendance, if on average. While you're at your one school 1 day a week, you're doing RTI meetings and you're doing attendance. So you're not truly able to use the skills and the trade that you've gone to school for. The same with school counselors. My school counselor at one of my school in a high need school was spending most of her time doing testing and then SRAs because there wasn't the social worker there every day to support her. And then our school psychologist, in my experience, had more than 2 schools and were always out testing. So the direct service component that we hope to bring to our schools, in my experience, and no disrespect, isn't actually happening in our schools. Maybe not every school. There should be, I'm sure there are some schools that are great, but overall, I have concerns about what we are selling and what we are actually getting, if that makes sense. So just summarizing 3 points, and then I'll let other people take over. I think there's a big silo in our mental health. So I think school counselors are doing a terrific job at school counseling, but they're not necessarily talking to school social workers or talking to school psychologists when we're all supposed to be a team serving students best. I would love to see a communication plan or interdisciplinary and team based at the schools so that everyone's on the same board. I know no one wants more meetings, but I think that would be a way that we're making sure we're using our amazing resources the best way. I think also establishing stronger roles. It would be great to have a point person for the Baker Act. Again, that's hard when a social worker isn't there every day or a school counselor is spread by multiple tasks and school psychologists aren't there every day. I am a big proponent of having a school social worker in every school. I think that will be life-changing for a lot of students. And it will also alleviate some of the burden on our other mental health / school curriculum planning. So a way to establish stronger roles, not just for those professionals, but also for the principals so they can know how to best utilize the people that are in their schools. And also that would help with marketing because I can tell you my elementary students don't know who to go to if they're sad, like my personal children. I asked them last week who would they talk to, and they said maybe their teacher, and the teacher would call you. I was like, well, yay. But there needs to be a better communication of what these people do. And I think one of the ways we can do that is by allowing more social workers in the school so they can do groups. People know who they are. Same with school counselors to make sure that their tasks are actually mental health based. And then finally, just, I know we have amazing programs, really siphoning some of them down so that we can put more funding into the amazing professionals we have, so we can have more social workers, so that it's only one school psychologist per school, so we can really truly maximize the support we're giving and have the greatest student impact. I know that's not you guys, that's us and Dr. Hepburn, but I'm just putting that in the universe that we have really good supports and we have really good programs and we have really good people. We just might not be using them in the best way possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I wish our students were still here because I really wanted to acknowledge all of the students who spoke before us today and all of the students who are doing the work at our schools. I think as adults, we have a lot to learn. From the insight and bravery and thoughtfulness and kindness of our students. So I just wanted to acknowledge those students as well as the adults in our schools and at the district who make that work possible, all of the club sponsors, The MTL sponsors, the 5,000 role models, the folks who sponsor the Black Student Unions, all of the groups that we heard from today. There are adults often doing work for free to support those causes. So I just wanted to acknowledge them as well. In the presentation, specifically following, taking us through the day of the life of a third grade student, Emily, there was a specific example mentioned that after a teacher confirms that Emily is anxious, the teacher connects her with a school social worker. How does that happen?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
So that was one example of a connection to a mental health professional. Oftentimes, they may call the front office and ask for an escort to the social work office, or call and see if the counselor is available. So it really is looking at how the teams work at that particular school site as to who the teachers connect them to. And that's why we try to make sure that we emphasize that there's multiple staff members that are on the school site. So if the counselor is ever busy, you're still aware that you have a social worker, you have other trusted adults. So that's kind of a site-by-site process.
Okay, so because I think it's very important for us to get into the concrete details of this, and I think Mrs. Thompson did a good job of that just now. So I'm a teacher. I'm concerned about the mental health of my student. I get on the phone and I call the front office, who then calls the school social worker or the counselor. Because 5 years ago, when I was in the classroom, we would go online and do a school social worker referral. Does that not happen anymore?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Thank you. Yes, that is the process, but the urgency is what's the point here, because that then bypasses that. We always inform our social workers that that's the best way to get referrals, but not if it's in a crisis situation. They can immediately send the student or have someone walk the student to the school counseling department. That's typically where the social workers may be, so that they can see them right away.
Okay. In the example that was given, just one example, it did not seem like a crisis situation. And I'm not going to pick apart the different hypothetical examples that were presented to us here today, but I think it's demonstrative of maybe a need for concrete communication about how these things play out in our schools. Because for me as a teacher, it was different school to school. And I think, as Mrs. Thompson illustrated for us, the school social worker may not be immediately available, as well as the counselor, as well as the school psychologist. So I will just say, in my experience, I had students who were in crisis, and they could not meet with a mental health professional. And I think that is a reality today. And that is my immediate concern. A comment was made about if we had more money, we could have more school social workers. And I am a little frustrated, because in previous years we've had extra funding in the mental health allocation of our referendum to the tune of $8 million. So I'm wondering where the disconnect is there. And I know that preceded you, Dr. Hepburn. But it is frustrating to hear that we need more money for school social workers, which I think is a reality that we all are aware of. But my frustration is around, well, we've had this money and we roll it over and then we allocate it to things that are not mental health related. So can someone speak to that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so we'll have to look at the situation. My first time hearing about the need for additional social worker, we've always talked about the need for additional mental health support services, and that could span the gamut of people and also products that we may purchase to kind of supplement our needs. So as the board has directed us in the past to spend that money to zero, that's what we've been doing. So we'll look at the need for additional social workers and take the appropriate path necessary.
Thank you. And I think, Dr. Hepburn, you've done a very good job of just organizationally breaking down the silos. And it seems like to me that this is one area where we need to work on that. And my last question is around attendance, since Mrs. Thompson brought that up. I think this is a topic we've discussed in the last few months, but what is the plan around improving attendance countywide?
Dr. Hepburn.
So I'll let them talk about some current strategies, but we have a future workshop coming to discuss attendance and strategies. Many of our schools that we've been concerned about their attendance rates as a result of strategies that have been implemented, those attendance rates have decreased, the absentee rates have decreased. I also have a work group of principals that have some best practices that they've been working on and sharing with their colleagues. But you can talk about any additional things as far as current state, but we have a future workshop to talk about attendance and strategies to continue to address our absentee issues.
Yes, so we have been working regularly with school principals, with social workers, actually with community members as well. We have a couple of attendance committees working on what strategies can we put in place that will get the message to those that need to hear it. I am happy to share that our average daily attendance rate has increased. We're almost at 94% on a consistent day-to-day basis through just individual interventions that schools have put into place. But one of the main things with the transition to focus is it has made it very transparent and easy to pull reports, which wasn't the case before. We can, with a click, pull the number of students who have 10% or more absences. Are they unexcused absences versus excused absences? And being able to pull the data that quickly allows us to intervene in a targeted manner. And those interventions are going beyond just the school social worker. I've worked really hard just in the time that I've been task assigned to make sure that everybody understands attendance is everyone's job. Just like mental health is everyone's job, attendance is everyone's job. Like the teacher probably has the best relationship with the student and the parent, and they should be the primary and first point of contact, not just like, okay, there's a problem here, get the social worker involved. No, make contact, find out what's happening. And if there is a social barrier, a social services need, then yes, refer to the social worker. But if it's just maybe they don't understand that coming to school every day is important, you can handle that conversation as well. So changing some mindsets, but also one new intervention that's going to be rolling out next week, I think it is, or this week, is Focus is generating automatic attendance letters that will go to parents at 5 days, 10 days, and 15 days. That used to be a manual process that we'd have to pull reports, and then the social worker would have to get the letters out, and those are being generated automatically in Focus. The school administrators have to go in, check, make sure they're accurate, and they auto send on Friday. So like there's no thinking behind it. And then it's on the parent to then schedule a meeting, because if a letter goes out, then it has to be followed up with, or the letter will continue to go. Then the attendance case manager, whoever it is, will have to go in and document what's happening. Otherwise, the letter just continues to go. So there's a lot of new things that are coming. We're also working on a new marketing strategy for the upcoming year to be able to make sure that parents understand the importance of their kid being in school all day, every day, and what that does for their academics. And so that's something that we're really going to push out a little bit stronger next year, some more literature around it and getting right to the parents level, but not just solely relying on the social worker.
Thank you. And shout out to all of the teachers who are making those attendance phone calls, taking hours after school to do so. So like you said, it is everyone's job, and I know that our teachers are taking that seriously as well. And just the last point I want to end on, I don't want us to forget about the mental health of our most vulnerable populations that are very scared right now, particularly our LGBTQ students, and our immigrant students. I am hearing from our schools that people are very scared, and I hope that we are doing the work of supporting those most vulnerable communities. Obviously mental health is something that impacts students regardless of their different identities. But there are higher suicide rates for different communities, and I just hope that I know we are doing that work, but I hope we continue to do that work to support those communities that are disproportionately impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. My question's on page 11, and I'm very interested in the Baker Act Transportation Pilot Program Partnership. I'm not sure if Ms. Thompson already covered this. I had to step out and get my winter coat and gloves to come back in. So please forgive me. So if somebody can tell us a little bit about why this was started. I as a parent understand why, but I think it's important for people to know that. And are we seeing positive outcomes with this pilot program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Winter.
Thank you for this question. We've been working on this pilot program for a while. I actually left a meeting this morning in order to get here because all of the agencies were coming together. So there's a collective approach. It has not started yet. It's in the final phases, and it's scheduled to begin very soon. But it's a collective approach between the Broward County Human Services, the Community Partnerships Division, Broward Behavioral Health Coalition, BSO, and various agencies like the hospital receiving facilities for our students. And the goal behind that is to start with 9 of our schools that have EBD programs, so that rather than students being transported with a police vehicle, that they are transported with an ambulance service. And so this morning was just one of the final conversations for final input before we actually start it. And so we look forward to gathering data over the next few months and into the beginning of next school year to look at the impact of students and the possible trauma that's associated with that transport process. And hopefully this pilot will give us great information to possibly expand it to many of our schools throughout the district so that all of our students can be reduced in their traumatic experience in that way.
That's awesome. Thank you. And I also know that municipalities are more and more having somebody as a de-escalator going to the houses on these calls, because as we know, many calls go there first before, quite frankly, that they get the help that they possibly need. So I'll be curious to really see, I mean, from my perspective, it's a positive, and I hope that we're able to implement that soon and look forward to hearing from that. But I also wanted to talk about, and thank you, Ms. Leonardi, about our families' fear and anxiety, about our new federal mandated immigration status. How are we helping our students and families through this very troubling times? And I know we have a policy from last time, and we had a best practice that we were doing. Are we still following that policy? And is there another part of it that we have to actually, help with either creating more policy or finding out, protocols? Where are we with that aspect? Because it is happening right now, and especially in, in my area, a lot of the Pompano and Deerfield Beach, they're very frightened. So,
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I know there's some things going on around the county right now as we speak. We're getting the information as we're talking here. But specifically for our schools, and I'll have Dr. Fulton provide additional information. We've sent the memo out to the principals already, just detailing how you should approach a situation if anybody's coming to gather student information or even see a student. We simply following FERPA guidelines. You need specific documentation to see student records. You need specific documentation to actually see a student also. No different than when a police officer usually comes to our campus to exercise a warrant or to detain a student for something that's happened outside of campus. So it's the same very protocols. But we also have an additional layer with the support of our ESOL department if it is an immigration-related issue where they're ready to deploy and provide services to the school, to the students, and to the family. So we monitor daily just to make sure that we can respond appropriately to any and all situations that are coming across, and working with partners outside of our schools just to take the temperature pulse. If they have any specific questions, because oftentimes the communication to some of our other constituents in the county or groups of people around the county, they will receive it better from their support system if it's a local church, or if it's a local organization that they're used to engaging with. And then Dr. Fulton, if there's anything in addition to what I just mentioned, if you want.
So I would say you are correct, and certainly we are monitoring the new developments that are going on, and it's ever-changing information that's coming out there, and it's actually causing a lot of angst in our communities and even our schools. And so we've been working with Mrs. Saldada, who is over our ESOL department, and prior to all of this happening, we've had an immigration support plan in place for probably about 7 years now, right? And so we have been supporting all of our students, especially our immigrant students. We will continue to support them as well too. We're reaching out to schools, but the main thing is we're having schools let us know where there may be some anomalies in attendance or lack of attendance with certain groups of our students. We have not seen any as of yet. Not to say that that may not be something in our future, but we want to make sure we're keeping a pulse on what's happening with our students. But the most important thing that we want our families, our students, and our staff to remember, we will continue to provide a very inclusive environment for all of our students. All of our students are welcome in Broward County Public Schools, and we will continue to educate them and support them as their needs arise.
Thank you. And through the superintendent, a follow-up question. I've been hearing about absences, that it's increasing. So these students are staying home. What kind of outreach are we doing to them? And are we able to accommodate our classroom instruction? How does that go on? Is somebody discussing maybe Broward virtual? I don't think we've even hit the apex yet.
Yep.
So,
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so we've been actually monitoring attendance. We haven't seen any anomalies in attendance yet. Once the messaging got out about changes in immigration policies at the federal level, we started monitoring attendance because we went through this iteration before. So we haven't seen any anomalies. We're certainly providing as much support as possible, including our virtual franchise if needed. As far as providing learning opportunities outside of our virtual franchise, we can't do that because there is no such thing as hybrid learning and all those things anymore. So we have to stick within the guidelines and the rules of the DOE for the state. But we'll provide as much support as possible because we know there are situations that could happen if a parent may get deported and then the kid is a citizen and stays here and may get caught up in the foster system and whatnot. So we have all those connections with organizations to help us identify who those kids are, and then we'll deploy the support that's needed to make sure they stay aligned with their academic needs.
that's awesome. Thank you so much. That's it for me.
All right, thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the wonderful students that we've had here today. I thought they were very impressive, and in fact, I heard one of our, I think she's 8 years old, from the elementary school, said, "Sometimes life can be tough."
It was adorable.
And I was very impressed with that because that is absolutely true. And the Kindness Club can help you when life gets tough, right? So small acts of kindness, we can learn a lot from that as adults. And I certainly appreciate that. So I know the kids are gone, but I would be remiss if I did not say, let's just give them a round of applause because they were just so wonderful. And so I'd like to thank you, Ms. Veronica Winters, for such an awesome presentation. This is well planned, well thought out, and thorough. And we appreciate it. When we see this kind of quality presentation, it is impressive. And I thank you so much. You and your team, everyone in the team, Ms. Stevenson, I believe, and we have Miss Gluck. Did I say that correctly? And the others. Thank you so much. Now, I just wanted to talk about a couple of things from other board members who mentioned some points that I thought were interesting, and then I'd like to mention some of my concerns. So Board Member Thompson, she's not here right now, But she did mention, to which the superintendent responded, regarding the number of social workers that we have throughout our district and service in our schools. And I can recall also there was a concern regarding the job that these social workers are doing as opposed to actually doing social working, right? So I do recall we had an item way back where we changed the job description of our guidance counselors, I believe. I'm not sure if we did that. I believe we did it for social workers as well, for all of them. So I am quite surprised to learn here today from Board Member Thompson's inquiry that our social workers are still doing, or appears to be doing, duties outside of their job description, that this board revised those policies to ensure that they're doing the specific job of social work and guidance counselor. So, Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to that? Because I am hoping that we are adhering to the policy that this board created.
Dr. Hepburn.
If I can get the team to address that. I don't know if we actually changed the description of social workers, and if so, what are the specifics in the task and responsibilities? Go ahead.
So I'll start and then I'll kick it over to Ms. Sotelo. But what I would argue is that school social workers help address barriers to academics, to education. And when they do work around attendance, oftentimes what we find when we do peel the layers of the onion back, there are barriers to them being able to access their attendance. They may not have school uniforms. They may not have transportation. There are social service barriers that is within what school social workers, their job description and what they should be doing. I will ask Ms. Sotelo to talk specifically about the job description and if that was updated.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. The job description of the social workers was reviewed along with all the other job descriptions that we made revisions to. There was only one bullet changed on the job description for the school social workers at the bottom that said other duties as assigned, because their scope of work is completely aligned with their job description, as is their job description. It's a variety of things: psychosocial evaluations, community connection, parent connection with teachers, all of that. So it's not like there was anything out of the scope of work. Again, in reviewing it really and reflecting on the concerns I know that I even speak of that they have, that they wear many hats. So, we're trying to minimize those things that they need to do, but to Dr. Washington's point, it's really the whole child that really they depend on their work on. Because there's so many facets of what they need to do to support the families, and unless you have other support staff perhaps at the schools, some schools have community liaisons at times that help with things like this, but it really does fall under their job description to support the students in that way.
Understand. So now that has been clarified, that attendance would be under their job description, I guess the concern that was expressed then is that they seem to be inundated with primarily attendance in some cases. So if that is the concern and attendance is within the scope of the job description, can you reiterate how we're going to deal with the concern of their focus being primarily on attendance as opposed to the wide range of duties they have within their job description?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, and I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Washington in a minute, but I want to build some context around the attendance issue. Coming out of the pandemic, student attendance was a concern across the country, an average of 35%, up to 40%, depending on the communities, of absenteeism. So it became a large concern for many communities, hence why we see more people supporting initiatives around attendance, including our social workers. So that's why we're witnessing more support from social workers and probably other roles within our district, as well as replicating what other school districts are doing to address attendance needs. And I think once we see a decline in absentee rates, we'll see other things that they're engaging in. But I'm a third.
Okay, and Dr. Hepburn, I know you want to pass it over, but I have a follow-up to that. So then it appears because there's a greater need to focus on attendance due to certain factors, then their work sort of increase as far as that area. So we did mention, would you say then, because we did talk about increasing the number of social workers, would you say that increasing the number of social workers would allow them to focus on the other areas that they should be focusing on instead of being completely inundated with attendance?
I can't give a definitive yes on that. I would have to evaluate what's going on because I know, just like Dr. Washington mentioned earlier, attendance could be a result of many factors going on in a home or outside of a home that's causing a student not to come to school. So peeling back that onion, you find there are some issues that are causing mental health stress. There are some issues that are causing homelessness and things like that. So I won't be able to answer that question until we dive into what's going on, what's our current state, analyze it and see what we need to do to fill any gaps that we've identified. And that may result in the need for additional.
Understand. So what plan of action, or maybe you can't answer that today, but what plan of action can we have in place to ensure that the social worker is not only dealing with attendance, but all the other areas that are of need for students, in addition to attendance? How do we make sure that all areas are covered, as Board Member Thompson had expressed that concern?
Yep. So reflecting on what Ms. Thompson and Ms. Leonardo, how about to call you Ms. Leonardo, Ms. Leonardi. Ever since I heard that a couple of months ago, Ms. Leonardi mentioned is really looking at if we have some silos and operating isolation within the department itself and breaking those barriers down just to make sure there's a cohesive system of support across the board. So evaluating it, looking at what our current state is, looking at what our desired state is, and then we can come back with some specific answers and specific plans of action of how we're going to address those needs.
Not a problem. Did you still need to go to staff, or do you want me to?
If she remembers what the question was, go ahead.
I do. I think some of the concerns around attendance previously, a lot of the processes were manual, and it made the work a lot more just
tedious.
It was just a lot. And I think with our shift in ensuring that everybody understands attendance is everyone's job in the system, it's not, as a former school principal, when I had a kid who, an attendance issue, the first thing I said was, call the social worker.
Right.
Like, I'm guilty of that same thing, but now in this role and discussing just across our division and all of the supports that we provide, attendance is everyone's job, and that is the message that we have shared in every principals meeting that we have been to. We talk within our groups of individuals with the school counselors, like, what is your role in attendance? What is the mental health professional's role in attendance? What is the social worker's role in attendance? What is the teacher's role? What is the administrator's role? And then by automating some of the letter systems, that also helps with taking some of what they had to do that just took so much time. It has taken some of those things off their plate.
Okay, so Dr. Washington, I can safely say that now, right? Yes. Okay, so with that in mind, considering that we're automating a lot of the attendance procedures, now that that's taken place, would you say that Board Member Thompson's concern is no longer that great of a concern because the strain that was on the time of the social worker to pay attention to attendance has now been alleviated?
I wouldn't say that it's totally been alleviated. I would not. They wear a lot of hats. They have a lot to do. So
But does the automation of attendance impact the time to which social workers were spending on attendance?
I will say it helps,
Okay.
but it doesn't totally alleviate it, no.
Understand. So it's still a work in progress. All right. Good. So I have those were my follow-up to Board Member Thompson, but I wanted to make some other comments. Now, I did hear issues regarding, that was mentioned by Ms. Veronica Winters regarding a lot of effort in awareness of resources and also a lot of effort in how to access those resources, right? So, I have two sons in Broward County Public Schools. One of them is an ESE child, and what I realized for a lot of ESE students, when they have compounded issues on school grounds that, in addition to their learning challenges, it really makes for a great stressor on them. And so being able to, for the staff to be able to identify their stressors and to intervene and respond to them is very important. So I did notice that my son was in one high school and now he's in another high school, and there were inconsistencies, it appears, in the identification process of stressors as well as the intervention process. And I have to give, I don't know if they're saying kudos anymore, but thumbs up to Piper, because the team there, the guidance counselor, the ESE team, the principal, Ms. Hardigan, have done a phenomenal job. And I see where my son's stressor reduced significantly and his learning outcome increased significantly. I can imagine this is the same for many parents because I've experienced it myself. So Dr. Hepburn, how do we create consistency in terms of how schools identify stresses that students are going through that impacts their mental health, and how do we then create consistency in how schools intervene? Because on a personal level, I experienced completely two different approach from two high schools. One of them being very effective, and the other one slow to respond, slow to intervene, that had I not made changes, it would have impacted my own son personally. So how do we fix the inconsistencies among schools to make sure that everyone is on the same page?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you for the questions. So to simply answer that, right, make sure our processes are meeting the needs of kids at the individual schools, but also train, monitor, and continue to support. So make sure our school staff are well trained to identify and address the needs. We also need to have robust mechanisms to monitor our regional support teams with regional SUS directors, mental health folks that are going out to schools, and then continue to support if we find those gaps.
Okay, so how do we evaluate the success of intervention and identification of mental health or stressors that kids experience across the district or district-wide?
I'll let the mental health staff talk about how outcomes look as far as the successfulness of it. Go ahead.
All right, I'll start, but I think it's looking overall at the wellness data that I referred to previously. As you know, the director over the department that manages behavior, right? Behavior is communication. It's a way a student communicates an unmet need. And so if we're meeting their needs, the incidence of behaviors are going to go down. So that's one way to monitor it, right? Looking at improved academic outcomes, because if we can manage the stressors and we can intervene appropriately, to your point and to the research point, academics will improve. Their ability to persist when things get challenging will improve. Their ability to self-manage will improve. So I think being able to look at some of those, there are some quantitative data points that we can look at, such as behavior, such as referrals to outside providers, or even our internal social work referrals, our school counseling referrals, and just being able to kind of follow students that have been referred. Are their behavioral referrals decreasing if that was their primary way of communicating their unmet needs? Some of our kids just internalize things and they don't outwardly behave, but they still need the support. And what does that look like? Were they struggling academically before and now they're not? Were they quiet and disengaged in their school environment and now they are engaged in their school environment? So I don't think there's like one specific way we can measure the impact of what we're doing. I think it's very kid-specific, situational, and we have to be looking at all aspects of it. And I will tell you that in our team, we do look at all of those aspects, like, that's an interesting thing that's showing up in the data, like what's happening.
Okay, great. So then I would like to, Dr. Hepburn, for the district to explore ways to improve identifying students that need mental health resources, because we have significant amount of resources and support that we provide, but if we don't identify them, I remember when Dr. Wanza and I, when we went to the last sort of redefining meeting, it says if they don't know, they won't go, right? So if they don't know that these resources are available, they will not access them, and including parents. So how do we improve on identifying students and parents identifying the resources, creating greater awareness. And I don't know how that can happen. Maybe there can be a survey that we send out to parents. Are you aware of these resources that we offer? You know, and how can you access these resources? What would you like to see us do better in terms of mental health and so on? A very simple survey can give a lot of informative answers from parents and other stakeholders. I just think there has to be better ways that we capture and able to identify students, because as Dr. Washington mentioned, some students internalize things. They may not outwardly express they have a problem. But maybe if we have a survey that goes out to parents, we will know they have a problem. So what else can we do to identify students and then to intervene? Because we have the great resources, we have the great support, but if we're not identifying students and bringing them to it, then they're just in place, but they don't know. So I would like to, and maybe on Canvas, Dr. Hepburn, I don't know how much we put on Canvas, but maybe on Canvas, students can, we can figure out ways to make students and parents be more aware of the great resources, because Broward County is a great place. Broward County Traditional Schools, I don't think there's any other competition we have that have more resources than we do at Broward County Public Schools. But we just need to do a better job, I think, in making sure parents know and that we have the best resources, we have the best support, and we will continue to improve our identification process, and we'll continue to improve our awareness of these resources. And I'll just say this one more because I love this part. Choose the best, choose BCPS, right? Yep. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. Thank you to staff, Dr. Hepburn, and to the students for coming today and speaking. This has been an amazing presentation, and it's been, as long as I've been on the school board, one of the best mental health presentations that I've seen. Thank you so much. So my first question is in regards to the Talk app. And if Dr. Hepburn, if you could speak to, do we have statistics on per school, like how many students are accessing the Talk app?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
So yes, we do have statistics as of today. We have over 70 students that have accessed that, and then approximately 15 that have been referred for future and for deeper services. But Dr. Holness must have already had a bird's eye view. So talking about the Canvas, we have an alert that's going out to students via Canvas that has the Talk app and other things. He must have known. So that's going out for students so that they are seeing that. Because really, truly, and I keep hearing this and taking obviously very detailed notes about how do we really make sure that we're increasing that awareness to our students and our families of all the services that are available, and really needing to continue to go on that roadshow and looking at that roadshow from different aspects, because everybody receives their information differently.
So the Talk app is on Canvas. If a student needs help or they're struggling, they can access the Talk app and fill something out, and help will be on the way.
Yes.
Perfect. So today with the students and speaking, Mr. Sullivan's team will have a lot of video content for students' social media posts to use. Thank you to Ms. Luscombe for bringing up the Center for Mind-Body Medicine. I'm glad to hear that we're still doing it, but we can probably do more of it. And then one of the things in the slide deck I would have liked to see is an update of exactly where our funding is going to, right? As school board members, you know, it's our job to make sure the funding is being done responsibly, and then where and what programs it's going to. Because, you know, if we need to put more money into more social workers, well, we need to know where we're going to get that money from, or where it's currently allocated. Maybe there's a redundancy of some type of program. I don't know, but if we don't have eyes on what the funding and money is, then we can't speak to that. On page 13 of the PowerPoint presentation, the Terrace Metrics Behavioral Health Screener. So I was glad to hear that we started it. We're doing it in more schools. I think you said 32 schools. And So if you could just quickly speak to what that is, and then also our parents needing to opt into this.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, so this is a behavioral health screener, and students take a 15-minute screener that identifies their level of need. There's 5 different levels of need. The first one is an immediate need where there's something urgent. The second one is between 24 and 72 hours, and the third, fourth, and fifth incrementally are less urgent, and we still talk with the students and work with them and also send resources to the parents. So the program started with 4 schools. It increased to 10 schools, then 20. Now we're up to 36 schools. So we're continuing to explore ways to build capacity to make sure that we have the ability to roll it out at the schools and have the staff to follow up. We've been advertising and getting out the message to parents as much as possible how important this is for students to participate, and we're starting to see numbers rise, but we want to continue to improve to make sure as many students are opted in so they can participate as possible.
Okay, so parents have to sign off that they agree to have their child do this screener?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a cost to doing the screener?
No, at this time, we're in an in-kind agreement with that company, but that will be finishing after this school year. So we're going to be exploring an agreement to expand it, but that will be a paid. Each screener will have a cost.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I would be interested in seeing what that is and how we can expand that in all of our schools. I think is this only being done at the high school level right now?
High schools and middle schools.
In middle schools, right. Okay, I would like to see what that would look like. Then the bullying prevention, we need more is needed. We need to do more with bullying. And, I heard one of the students speak to doing an anti-bullying week. That's great, but I still think that bullying is rampant in our schools, and we need to do more to stop that bullying from happening. One of the amazing resources in District 4 is Eagles Haven that was started after the tragedy at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. My question, Dr. Hepburn, is have you started to have conversations with Broward Health?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, Mr. Akabuso has scheduled the first round of meetings for negotiations. We will have him and some other team members on at the table to discuss many of the items that was added to the motion for negotiations with Broward Health.
Well, I'm happy that this is started, but for me, Dr. Hepburn, I would really think it's important that you are part of those negotiations.
Yes, absolutely. I've been in direct communication with the CEO.
Okay, thank you. The immigration support plan, if you could please send that to the school board that was spoke about today.
Dr. Hepburn.
That's noted.
And as far as focus, they are on it. Text messages, emails, if your child's late to school, absence, they are on it. So, as I was hearing the conversation with the board, when it was first brought up about social workers, I wasn't comprehending that, they were, I guess, looking into, well, why is this child absent from school and what are they going to do about it? It wasn't these manual types of things, because focus is sending out those alerts. Parents are getting them and in a very, timely manner. And then the in-school, all-day, every day now, that should be promoted now. I don't want to wait till next year. I want that to be put out, whether it's on social media, whatever that campaign is. We need the students in our schools now so they can be educated and we can continue to be an A-rated school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. National Institute of Mental Health tells us a lot of really great things. They have a system for tracking teenagers, and they say that 20% of our teenagers have considered suicide in the last 12 months. This is one indicator of the epidemic in mental health that we're facing, particularly amongst teenage women, teenage young ladies. I appreciate all the work that went into this to share the practices and the policies and the positions that are involved. What the community wants to know is, are we meeting the need? Chair, are we meeting the need of Broward County students for mental health?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we're striving to meet the need with the resources that we have available at our disposal, and collecting as much feedback from this table and other constituents as possible to continue to our efforts to improve.
I want to ask that question again, but I want to ask it in a little different way. If 20% of our teenagers, roughly give or take 80,000 people, have actively considered suicide in the last years, that means 16,000 of our students have actively considered suicide, just as one indicator of the mental health epidemic. Have we done something for those 16,000 students?
Yes, I think that the team, and they can add to this, have done efforts to inform through required instruction that we provide on a yearly basis to certain grade levels, just to make them aware of certain resources and strategies. But of course, we have areas for improvement to continue to enhance that.
I appreciate that. And while I've enjoyed listening to the students and the staff talk about this, I think we're missing an opportunity to really put together a mental health strategy. And what would be included to get to all of my colleagues' points up to this point. And by the way, I appreciate a comment about social workers that was kind of thrown out there, right? The result of a strategy would tell us amongst the SSISs, the suicide prevention coordinators, the school psychologists, the school counselors, the family therapists, the social workers, and the crisis coordinators, it would tell us which of those things we don't have right. Where's the greatest demand? Where's the greatest contribution? It would start with the threat, and it's not just suicide. I would say that one of the hugest threats that we have to our mental health right now is tens of thousands of our students are undocumented guests in the United States. They are living under a duress that is almost impossible to explain. If the superintendent is right and we haven't had any absentee growth about that, I'd be shocked. These people are scared, they're horrified, they're traumatized just by the decisions that are being made. And I think we'd be foolish to ignore that. Suicide is another one. Bullying is going on in ways that we don't measure very well. People do not raise their hand and say they want to check up from the neck up. Men, in particular, do not do that. Young men are told that it's a sign of weakness. Our teachers are the front line on this entire battle. But what I'm looking for is a strategy. It starts with the threat. All the threats that I just described, and I'm not in your business. But I can look at these things for my children and for the children that I know, and I see it, the statistics, and it's an epidemic. And then I want to know, as Ms. Alhadeff, but I think others pointed out, how much are we spending on it compared to what we spent 10 years ago? Because the crisis started 10 years ago. By the way, not to be missed, it started with technology being introduced into K through 12 that allowed you to do anything you want 24/7. And some policies that we've changed that allowed people to do it during the school day. There's a great article written by Jonathan Haidt that said, "How did this generation become so stupid?" And it's a great headline, but it's a good point, which is this generation is clearly different than the generations before. And you might think about the advent of technology, not just cell phones, as a cause of these things. So, Chair, what I'm looking for is a real strategy, because to Ms. Thompson's point, if we have social workers working on absenteeism that we can have other people work on, why aren't social workers 100% of the time working on mental health? We're in the middle of a mental health epidemic. It's all hands on deck. This board said every mental health professional will be fenced off from all other duties assigned. Chair, have we done that for SSIS, suicide prevention coordinators, school psychologists, school counselors, family therapists, social workers, and crisis coordinators?
Dr. Hepburn.
Without repeating the roles, what was the specificity of the question?
Have we eliminated the line in the position description that this board decided over a year ago to take the line out of all mental health professionals that work for Broward County Schools that says they can be assigned other duties not related to mental health?
If staff can provide info, what job descriptions came, I want to say probably in the fall or last spring. Can't remember if it was all of those, but I know we brought some positions forward to strike that line out.
So I was going to ask if we could do a follow-up on that.
No, we can't, because I asked this and the board asked this a year ago. So why do we need to take like an action for this? This should have been done. The board made it very clear that we're in the middle of a mental health epidemic. Their community is asking these elected officials to do something about it. We did something. I hope it's been done.
Well, as I remember, from probably however months ago, it was guidance counselors, social workers, and
School psychologists, family therapists, school counselors, school social workers, and the student support instructional specialists.
Yes.
All on page 6 is the ones that have that last item from their job description stricken.
SSIS?
Yes, sir.
Suicide prevention coordinators?
That's not on. I don't believe that was taken out of that one.
School psychologists?
Yes, sir.
School counselors?
Yes, sir.
Family counselors?
Yeah, family therapists.
Family therapists, excuse me. Social workers?
Yes, sir.
Crisis coordinators?
Don't believe that was taken. I'm looking at Mr. Azevedo.
So we're 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
All right. Well, I hope the next 2 can come next week because we are, again, and what I think the board is asking like individual tactical questions about is, are we doing enough? Our job is to approve the budget. If we're not doing enough, we can do what we can to add money where we need it. But we can't and shouldn't be mental health experts, other than some of us having, been blessed by having great therapists in our past. But we do need to know kind of which one of these ingredients are working, which one of these ingredients are in the greatest demand, where are our kids suffering in new and different ways, where they need a different reaction. I'm very skeptical that social workers, Ms. Thompson, should be doing absentees. Like, it's just, to me, there's just so much need for social workers to be doing social work that I hope that we can think about this strategically. Again, what does the strategy look like? It starts with the need, the demand. What's the requirement? It shows kind of how we're meeting that requirement now, and then it gathers a mountain of data to come back and say, here's an area in which we are not meeting the need, and here are the positions and the numbers of positions that can do it. It probably would involve people like Landon and his friends helping us understand what this looks like on the pointy end. Like, what does the receipt of mental health look like in schools, particularly high schools, where we have a tremendous need, and I know that you've gathered some information about that, but I'm still interested in a mental health strategy that will guide our job. The job of the school board is to set budgets and to write policies. And in this particular venue, the budgets and the policies have a big impact on kind of what the operations are. We also approved an item last year a year and a half ago, to expand the number of therapists by 60. And so we will get a follow-on that I've already submitted about what happened with those resources to make sure that those are being spent in a way that we at least have visibilities on. But we need to know whether we've spent more money. We need to know what that money is being spent on. We need to know where there's great demand that we're not meeting, so that we can answer questions about, is it more therapists? Is it more education of teachers? Is it more education of parents? Is it sit around and pray to hell that the world changes so that we don't have kind of the external threats that are putting our kids through so much? I don't believe hope is a strategy. But I do hope all the time, pray all the time, that things get better. But in the absence of that actually happening, I think that we are really in a time where school districts are thinking about substantial increases in resources and practices and policies. And this school board, being responsible for the money and the policy parts of that, I think needs to play our role. But the descriptions of practices and process and positions is a big part of that. But I'm curious about what our strategy is and whether or not there's ways where we need either shift resources or add resources, change policies, reinforce policies, so that in fact we can get after this. Because this is something the community knows is a big issue. It is a weird problem because people don't want to self-report. They just don't want to walk in and say, I'm depressed, I'm anxious, I think I have signs of this. It's still perceived, unlike physical illnesses, as something that makes you less of a human being, by admitting it. And until we get rid of that stigma, we're gonna have a challenge getting it perfect, but we still ought to make sure that we do the best that we can. So I look forward to learning more at some point, maybe another workshop on the actual strategy and the ingredients that we have to go after the requirement, and where we're not meeting the requirement, and where we can adjust resources and policies in order to make a big difference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for coming today and giving us this presentation. And I'm going to ask a lot of questions, and I'm going to ask for a lot of data because I want a clearer picture, and I think the board as a whole would appreciate that as well. First of all, what I'd like to say is in the past 2 years since I've sat on this board, we've always had a surplus for mental health at the end of the year, and it's been rolled over. And we've also had a surplus for ESE students. I want to see as well what Mrs. Aladaff spoke about. I want to see an itemization of where our money is being spent so we can figure out where it's not being spent so we can use those excess funds where we need them. I found it particularly disturbing that we had in excess $10 million after COVID, that money wasn't used during that time. So that was really disappointing as far as I'm concerned. Moving forward, I just wanted to say I'm a designee on the Children's Service Commission, and I don't know if you've reached out and partnered with them. You didn't name them today specifically, but we've been working on children being Bakered Act, where they're taken even in Ubers or special cars or ambulance, but not taken in police cars, because I don't think we need any more studies. I think everyone here on this board will agree that that's traumatic. You're put in a police car, and I think they're handcuffed as well. So I would like us to move forward. We don't need any more data on that. We need a fix. And if there is a private car service that we can come up with, because I think the students even prefer that moreover than going in an ambulance. They just want to be discreet. They don't want the whole school to be on notice that there's something going on and there's something wrong. So I would suggest that you reach out to them as a starting point. I have other questions. One of the things is, I know you discussed school counselors, and you said it depends on the number of students, is how you allocate how many school counselors. What is the number of students? What is the cutoff? Is it 50 students the school counselor got? Is it 100 students? Please advise us.
Per 700 students, so there's one counselor per 700, and if it's over 700 in the elementary school, they get more. And then in the middle school and high school, they have a director, and then they have additional counselors with them.
Is director a full-time counselor as well? They're taking on 700 students, a minimum?
Some of the directors have a caseload, and others don't have a caseload. But there's a director at the middle and high school level, and then there's school counselors who are practitioners, not a director.
Okay. If it's okay, Madam Chair, I would like Landon to speak at this point, because he's nodding no. So if you can let him speak as to what he's seen.
He's going to go after Ms. Pullman, if you don't mind.
Go at the very end?
Yes.
Okay, I have a lot of information I'm going over. Okay, in addition to this, what I would like to do, I wanted to see some data. Specifically, I want to know you have on page 12 and 13 of your report, specifically if you go page 13, you have all these counselors listed, and I made a list of them. I'll go over: family therapist, school social worker, school counselor, school psychologist, behavioral health psychology assessment team, suicide risk assessment team, mental health assistance for crisis response team, and then also on page 12 you have instructional specialist, wellness specialist, mobile response team, and I assume there's a Baker Act team. I'd like to know how many people you have on all that, how many that are working in our school district, and how many students they're responsible for. I think we need a breakdown to know if people are overwhelmed, or in certain areas, maybe they're underwhelmed, where we can do some shifting. But we need a whole layout, a printout data of saying who's out there, not by name, but by the amount of numbers in the middle schools, elementary, and high schools. And also, the number of clients that they're been representing. I would say in the past 2 or 3 years. Is that number gone up? Is it gone down? You know, we need to know where we stand. And I completely are with Dr. Zeman here and support that we get data. And one of the things I'd like to know as well, oh, is he here? Yeah. One of the things I'd like to know, he said there's 16,000 students that have attempted suicide. I wanted some data. I want to know, one, to assess our effectiveness, I want to know how many of those suicide, what? Oh, that considered. Okay, we won't say attempted. I want to know how many attempted suicide was not successful and how many were successful. And then I want the data to see how many students that we stopped and intervened in time to stop a suicide. So I want to know, are these just someone that's having a bad day that goes from 0 to 100 and says, I'm going to kill myself? Or I want to know if these are really serious threats. We need to assess that. You know, what's going on? We have to, right now we're speaking a very broad range. We have to bring it in and isolate what's going on. And I think that's what Mr. Zeman is asking, that we have to figure out and get our hands around the problem ourselves to self-fix. We can't just do it in a general way and say, you know, well, everyone's, you know, we have 16,000 that are considering it. We need to know why. We need to get to the meat or the grassroots of what's going on here, because we're never going to be able to fix it. You want to fix it at the end? No, we want to fix it at the beginning. We don't even want to get to the end. So I'm asking that we just start to acquire data, bring it forth so we know exactly where we stand and why we're there, how we got there. Okay. I have some other questions for you. One of my concerns is not just, I know we've been talking about attendance today. It kind of flips around to this because you're saying that attendance is a problem. I do agree with Mr. Zeman. We should have someone or a team that's dedicated and committed solely to following up on attendance. That shouldn't be our health workers. You know, they're too valuable. So we can have people placing phone calls to do that. What I would like to do is say my concern is also the financial aspects. We're talking about people leaving the districts voluntarily or involuntarily, but that's going to impact on us financially. If this district loses state and federal funding, what are we going to do? We have right now a large majority of people that may not be here in the country legally, that might be returning on their own or made to leave. So that's going to all impact the amount of finances that we have for this district. So I want to know what the plan is for that, what we're considering doing. Has that even been contemplated? Okay. Another question I have is, how are we registering students that don't have Social Security numbers? What is the process for that? How are we doing that? Because normally you have to come forward with a Social Security number. So you don't have to reveal your immigration status, but they usually ask for a Social Security number.
Dr. Hepburn.
But I'm still going. You don't want me to go through all of them? I thought you did.
No, I thought you were asking a question. Yeah.
No, I'm still going. And then the last question is, if you want to, go ahead, Dr. Hepburn. I have no problem. But I'm not finished, but go ahead.
Whatever you prefer, Ms. Pham.
Yeah.
And I'm writing down notes, and we can certainly send all that in follow-ups or answer as much as we can today when you're done.
Are we considering the fact that we might have to give money back? That if we have students that are removed, that we accepted $8,000 for the year, that they're no longer here or eligible?
Well, there's a specific process in students being in attendance during certain FTE windows to get funding from the state from those students. So not just students that may be impacted by deportation, but a student that just may simply move in and out of the area or the county. So if they are not within a specific window, for us, we don't get the money anyway, regardless of deportation status.
So, and I'm concerned about the fact that the law says that we can't even transport people that are illegal. So we have kids on our buses. We might have bus drivers. I don't know, but this all impacts this district, and we need to go over this. And I don't want to be the elephant in the room, but this needs to be evaluated.
So I'll ask Ms. Batista to kind of clarify, as a school district within the state of Florida, what we're obligated to do under the law, regardless of a kid's documented status.
So, thank you for that question. As a district, we are not able to keep data related to immigration status of any of the students.
We know that.
Right. So I'm not sure what else you want me to add as far as.
As far as an institution of learning in the state of Florida, if a kid comes to our door, regardless if they're documented, undocumented, black, brown, white, ESC, non-ESC, what are we obligated to do under law?
Right. So we have to educate every student, every child that comes to our district. That's not only by state law, but also the Supreme Court has decided that in a Supreme Court case many years ago, that every student needs to, regardless of immigration status, needs to be educated.
Well, this is kind of a different standard now. We're actually, there's more affirmative action to remove illegals going on right now. So I don't know. I know in the past that this board went against a executive order about masking, and then we lost funds. All I'm saying is, how are we going to not go against an executive order? I mean, can we just look the other way? Are we going to, because that actual rule says that if you're like willfully ignorant, then that's still just as bad, and people can be arrested, they can be fined. There's all kinds of consequences and penalties. I mean, are we going to put our teachers in that position and our staff? Where are we going with this? Are we taking a firm stance as, that's it, we're not doing anything? It's not our problem, you know, if we have someone, where we stand?
I'm sorry, I had a question for General Counsel. Because I was under the impression we were discussing mental health supports for students. Is this, line of questioning pertinent to the workshop that we're discussing right now?
So, no.
Well, we're talking about the mental health of students that may be deported. I thought it all looped together. So we're not concerned about the students that may be deported, their mental health? I'll move on.
That's not what I said. We're talking now about the Social Security numbers and things like that, not about specifically mental health supports for students. So I'm no longer chairing, so I leave it up to Madam Chair.
So it just sounds like you don't want to have this discussion. That's what I'm hearing loud and clear. Is that correct?
Can I maybe make a suggestion that you send it as a request for a follow-up through an email? We're running an hour behind and the students are waiting to go, so.
Fine, I just thought this was a public interest question that a lot of people have concern with, because Dr. Zeman just shared that people are scared and frightened.
Right. No,
so
and
I
maybe
wanted
we
to at
can
least give
ask
people
for
an idea of the foundation we're working on.
Right, but you wanted a follow-up later. So anyway, maybe we can work on a workshop to share what the policy is and have a place to ask these particular kinds of questions?
I'm not opposed to that.
Yep. Or if You submit the questions, or we're taking notes right now. We could provide information via follow-up also. Heard the question about the need, or if we need Social Securities, or if students need Social Securities to enroll in our schools. And also, we could follow up with some of the legalese as far as federal and state laws to where we're obliged and obligated to educate every student that comes to our door.
I would support a workshop on this, definitely, because I think it's a great public issue. So, okay, I will move on then to other things. This is my other questions that I have. And another reason I'm asking that is because that's going to impact school closures. You know, depending if we lose a large number of students, we have to revisit that whole aspect as well. And again, that's a huge public interest to our community. One of the things I wanted to ask about, I saw that we have partnered with No Place to Hate. Am I correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah.
Team, if y'all can elaborate on that specific partnership.
We do have schools designated as No Place for Hate schools for completing pro-social activities such as Anti-Bullying Week, Peace Week. We do not use any of the curriculum associated with the ADL.
Where is the curriculum that they use to train them and teach during that period of time for the bullying? Where can I find that? And the parents find that online?
The bullying training is available on the Equity, Diversity, and School Climate webpage for students, parents, staff, everybody. It's all there. There is no curriculum associated with No Place for Hate. No Place for Hate designation is given for schools that participate in Red Ribbon Week, for example, Peace Week. They'll do Kindness Week, the Kindness Club. These are after-school activities that parents consent to have their child attend. There's no curriculum associated with it.
Can I get a copy, or the parents get a copy of what exactly students are being shown during these committee meetings? Because you're saying there's no curriculum. Are they just talking about nothing? Where can we get copies of what's being shown and taught at that point in time?
So every school that has an after-school club, they have to provide a permission form that talks about the when, the where, and the what is going to be covered in that. And every parent has access to the club sponsor to ask any questions that they have. There's not a consistent, in every single school they're doing this for Anti-Bullying Week. It is driven by the students, what their wants and needs are, and it is sponsored by a faculty sponsor. So each school is going to look different. There's not one thing that we could put up on a website for parents to get access to. They would need to go to their school and ask.
And if I can add, in addition, due to the Parental Rights Act, parents have to sign off and opt their kids into activities like that. So the schools provide a variety of information that Dr. Washington just detailed, and they have to sign and consent that their kids can participate in that.
I know some of the students mentioned a film they had seen. Can I ask you the name of the film and
Dr. Hepburn.
what was shown? Thank you.
It's not a film. There's a live play about bullying. I gotta, let me find out the name of it.
And is that through the school district that was made?
I think you're referring to when they were presenting earlier about film.
Yeah, they said that they had been shown a film. I just wanted the name.
It's a live play. Tom's getting the name of it, but it's an extracurricular activity that parents consent to have their child attend, even if it's during school hours.
But is that from the school district, that live play, or where did that originate from?
It's an outside organization that comes in that parents consent to have their child be a part of.
Okay, what's the name of that organization?
I'm getting it for you.
Okay, thank you. I do have concerns because I don't support the pyramid of hate. I don't think children should be taught to hate. And if you do this act or that act, that means you're a hateful person. I'm not a big supporter.
Yeah. I just want to clarify, Ms. Pham, that anything that we do outside of core instruction or core curriculum, extracurricular activities, be it athletics, clubs, or other student interest activities, our parents are required to sign a consent form for kids to engage in those activities. We don't allow kids just to participate in something without parent permission. So just want to clarify that for the board and the public.
No, I understand that completely, but parental rights says that the parents have a right to participate in the education of their children. So if their child's being shown a movie or doing exercises, they have the right and
Absolutely.
absolute right to know about that, and that's why I'm inquiring.
Yep.
So please don't shut that down.
No,
Thank you.
absolutely. I just wanted to clarify for the board and the public.
We're going to move to Mrs. Bowman, and then we'll come back when they have the answer to your question.
Yeah, I think really that's the last one. I just, and how frequently, is the curriculum taught by, I saw No Place for Hate counselors?
There is no place for hate curriculum.
Okay, I didn't say it was No Place for Hate curriculum. I said, is the materials taught by No Place for Hate counselors? Are they, I know, according to our contract, they come in and they teach teachers.
No.
They also teach during, I think it's, what is it? Here, I have it in my notes.
No work has been done under the contract that you're speaking about. So they haven't come in and done any training of our teachers or anything like that. So that, if that's what your question is, as far as what is happening in our after-school clubs, those are Broward County Public School employees, whether they're teachers, counselors, administrators, whoever is the club sponsor is the person responsible for facilitating the activities that students do.
Do you have any No Place for Hate counselor sponsors?
We do not have anybody from the ADL coming in and doing work with students.
So does that mean the same thing? If they're with the ADL, then they're not a No Place for Hate counselor?
We don't have any No Place for Hate counselors. I don't.
That was my question.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Well, thank you. So I would say that my colleagues have asked most of the questions that I had on my list. I can't stop thinking about the Kindness Club and all of the awesome presentations from the kids. I think you guys did a fantastic job putting that together. And, you know, we had talked before this meeting about making sure how one of your goals is making sure that the kids have some kind of connection to school, to someone at their school. That's so important for your mental health, and I think you did an excellent job illustrating all the ways that you're working on accomplishing that. So I think that's fantastic. I mean, this is a very heavy lift for any organization, and the vastness of this is demonstrated by everybody's follow-up questions and all the concerns they have. But I mean, you know, I think that you guys are doing a great job. You understand what the tasks are, and you're really working in that direction, so I really commend that. And I would just leave you with one thing, because, you know, it's been mentioned more than once that the mental health crisis is really significantly precipitated over the past 10 years. And Dr. Zeman mentioned, I think we agree on this, you know, technology plays a role in that. So it's kind of a question of are we trying to fix an illness or a problem when you kind of know what the problem is, but we're not addressing the actual problem of the technology that's actually causing the problem, and trying to put a Band-Aid on that. I don't have an answer for that, but I do think that maybe looking at that a little bit more deeply and how we can kind of address the actual technology and what it's doing for our mental health would be something to look into. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who's here, and thank you for all of the time and being prepared like you're in a congressional committee hearing.
Thank you. Landon?
I'll be very quick because I know we're running behind, and I'm excited about our next presentation. I have a lot of feedback on this topic, and I wanted to make sure that it's all captured, so I will share it with you all offline in the sake of time. But I have to acknowledge in front of the board the collaboration that Alana and I have with you all and your team. Very few things go through Dr. Washington where she doesn't come and ask for my input or ask for greater student input. And it would be wrong if I didn't recognize that in her commitment, as well as a former student advisor, Ms. Winter. So they're an amazing team. And I have to just say that when we do school visits, and in my personal school experience, We see that our students are thriving in their connections with one another. Our students work together. Our students love each other no matter what barriers. We don't teach students to hate one another. In fact, it's the opposite. We teach students to collaborate and be kind to one another. And I'm grateful for the initiatives that you all and your team have implemented at the school-based level, and I'm looking forward to additional continuous improvement. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this will be very quick.
I haven't gone yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, after you. Okay.
Yeah, and
I'm only going to be 1 minute.
Not a repeat because
It won't be a repeat. Thank you.
We've already cut into the
Understand.
student advisor's time. Just I have a couple of questions and some comments. So, how are schools selected for the SSI? We said that they have SSIs in about 50 plus schools. How are they selected?
We have SSIS in 56 of our schools, including all of our STO schools. And we looked at a variety of information from their discipline data, their attendance, as well as things like their SRA data to identify the schools that would be best to start with our SSIS as this first year.
Okay, and is there, since it's data-driven, is there like a cutoff where you decide, or was it because we had 56? So if we had 60, is there a cutoff for that data, or like, how do we know if we need more? I guess is what I'm trying to ask, right? Does the data drive it, or the number of employees we have, is my question.
It's not a hard stop on the data. It was kind of a fluid selection process, just utilizing a variety of data points. We have 40 SSIS. They're just located in 56 schools. Okay. So there's a total of 40 of those positions.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. My other question is so when we took a travel on the day in the life of a high school student, and I'll say one thing before I ask my question. I really appreciate the fact that you had them hold up the signs and stand there, because it was a visual that was important. When we talk to students, they always say they just want someone to talk to. So as you had people stand up, it was, and I'm sure that was intentional, because I'm seeing heads nodding back there, but it was a visual for us, and I hope for whoever was paying attention, to see how many places students can speak with an adult. So that was really, really good to have. But our secondary student, as he travels, on the very first thing, he lands in a life skills class. What class is a life skills class? I mean, I know they have them specifically in the ESE population, but I don't know what that looks like in a gen ed population.
Some of our schools have various electives, and so some of those electives are tied to life skills and wellness. So if you'd like to hear more, we're going to defer it to Ms. Days.
Just briefly.
Thank you. So as Ms. Winters mentioned, there are some schools that have electives where they are supporting students and teaching them the competencies that we suggest in regards that align to our mental health resiliency lessons, such as the self-awareness, self-management, and so forth, the 5 that we mentioned, and making sure that students are developing the resiliency skills to help them as well as help their peers.
Thank you. So in a follow-up, could you just send to all of us a list of the electives that would fall under, just so we have it?
Okay.
Thank you. And I'll say I really appreciated the student who spoke about the resiliency lessons and how it's tied to technology, as Board Member Bowman just said, because those are really important things. For when you hear life skills or you hear resiliency, you might not have initially thought of technology. So that was really interesting to me, because that is a life skill in today's world, and knowing how to not get scammed, which I wish I had learned before Taylor Swift tickets went on sale. And, so I think that was really, really important. I also agree that we're not doing enough for bullying, and not for lack of trying, but that it's just a huge, huge problem, as we've had a discussion about. So I think we need to continue to do that. And you've mentioned this already, but I'll just repeat it, and it's been said a number of times. When we sat with the students and asked, how would you like to get information? They said from Canvas that they have to log on there every single day. And and actually parents said through email. But it's important to make sure that we're sending out alerts that way on things that we want to make sure students are aware of. And I really appreciate this. I sit on the Children's Services Council and the BBHC. So this was really, really important to see how those dollars and what we talk about in other meetings, how it rolls out in Broward County Public Schools. And I'm just going to do a shameless plug. On March 2nd at Plantation Middle School, we're hosting a Healing Through the Arts, which will include a lot of the mental health resources that are here. And students will be bringing their art to show how that works. So it's from 9 to 2. And I would invite, March 1st. I'm sorry. I keep getting days mixed up. Saturday. March 1st, Plantation Middle School, 9 to 2. Thank you so much. I know that we asked, could we have 2 additional workshops? One is on mental health strategies or additional mental health things, and then also the immigration concerns that were brought up. So if you'll please make sure that those come forward. And did that cover what you wanted? Okay. Dr. Holnish, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will get it done in 30 seconds. So I'd like to direct the superintendent, through Dr. Fulton, to bring back to the board an update on the implementation and success of policy revisions to the job descriptions of all mental health professionals, where we voted to strike out and other duties. Secondly, I'd like to direct the superintendent to look at any other mental health professional areas we left out, such as suicide prevention and crisis intervention, and any others that we may have missed, to bring those job descriptions back to the board for further revision, to include removing and other job duties from those for a future board meeting.
Okay, so I'll just, as I have heard over and over again, one board member can't direct the superintendent to do.
Okay, so how can I do this?
So you might suggest a follow-up on that, or if you want it to be a directive, we can take.
Okay, well, let's take a consensus on that, because I think Dr. Zeman also mentioned this, and this is absolutely really important.
So all those all those that would like to direct the superintendent, just
Point of order. Hold on.
We're not voting.
Okay.
Giving a thumbs up.
We're giving a consensus.
That's not what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Okay, but I would like to speak on this.
Okay, go ahead.
So I do not think it's a good idea for this direction. I think we have sat here for a few hours. Dr. Heparin is aware of what needs to be done. This is in his purview to be able to go through job descriptions and bring back what he feels necessary to the board. I think that we are going down this roller coaster of having to vet out so many different policies and job descriptions that need to, I think, it's coming from us. I know that's our job as policy, but the superintendent, based on what he sees going on, should bring it to us to then have to look at. But I think this is not a good idea.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Dr. Holmes.
Okay, I would like legal counsel to guide us. If I can, during a workshop, ask for consensus on a direction to the superintendent, as we are, and as we are equally weighted as board members to take actions.
Ms. Jacques Adams.
Thank you. You can ask each board members for their thoughts on it to reach some sort of consensus.
Okay, so I'm asking, now that legal has said I can do that, I'm asking for consensus to have the superintendent update the board on the implementation and success of policy revisions we've made to mental health professionals in striking out and other job duties. And secondly, for the superintendent to bring back the job descriptions, or to bring the job descriptions for suicide prevention and crisis intervention professionals and any other mental health professionals for further revision.
Mrs. Rupert, agree or disagree? Okay. Mrs. Aladeff?
Disagree.
Mrs. Thompson? Agree. Okay, I disagree. Mrs. Leonardi?
I agree. I want the kids to come back too.
I agree. Mrs. Pham? Mrs. Pham? Okay. Yes. Dr. Holness. Correct. Okay. So where are we? Do we have consensus? Okay. So, and I would just say, I believe a follow-up does what you're asking for, so I'll ask for a follow-up on these things, and we've asked for these things to come back at different workshops, so, yes. Dr. Fulton.
So I want to thank the Student Services team for an amazing job today in preparing to come back and bring this information for the board and for the community. But I also want to thank our stars of the day, our students, who really did a good job giving us their lived experience on how these services support them every day.
And I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time, your effort. It was a fantastic presentation. And please bring the students back when you come back. We really enjoyed them.
Thank you so much. And our team just wants to acknowledge that part of our presentation highlighted the Help Is Here initiative, in that we want to make sure that every single student has at least one trusted adult. So we have a gift for each of you so that you have the same shirt that many of our counselors, our SSIS, and our administrators wear, so that our students can see that you are another trusted adult and that you support students' mental health. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And we're going to take a brief recess so that the student advisors can get ready for their presentation. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you, and thank you. Welcome back to the board workshop. The next item up is the student advisor's update on student engagement. I now turn it over to Landon and Alana and staff for the presentation.
So good afternoon, school board members, district staff, Superintendent Hepburn, our colleagues across the district, our honored guests with us today, and everyone. I'm Valerie Wanza. I am the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer for the school district. One of the highlights of the Division of Strategy and Innovation is to actually support the work, the advocacy, and the activities of athletics and student activities, of which the student advisors work in concert with Ms. Brown, the director, as well as Ms. Santiago, the department liaison. And I will say, as the 1987-88 BCASC treasurer and SGA president from Miramar High School, it gives me great pleasure to work with these fine individuals, and we look forward to the conversation that Landon and Alana will guide us through today.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza. Chair Hickson, Vice Chair Leonardi, Superintendent Hepburn, and most importantly, our 250,000 peers. My name is Landon Spellberg, and I have the distinct honor of serving as the student advisor to the School Board of Broward County. Collectively, Alana and I are the 50th and 51st student advisors to the school board. I'm grateful and excited to be here today to provide an update on the work that we have been doing in engagement with our peers.
Good morning. My name is Alana Barrero, the alternate student advisor to the school board. Today we'll walk you through our process of Speak Up, Speak Out sessions and the meaningful feedback we have received from students so far. Then we will look at the highlights from the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee meetings from the first semester. Then finally, we will present a board requested proposal for the quarterly joint student and school board discussions. So who are we? Each year, the Broward County Association of Student Councils holds election for the student advisors to the school board, following the guidelines outlined in School Board Policy 1330. The student receiving the most votes is elected as student advisor, and the student receiving the second most of votes is elected as the alternate student advisor. However, the role is shared responsibility. Both the student advisors taking on different tasks and responsibilities, which include representing students at all school board meetings and workshops, appointing a team of 13 students from all over the district to school board committees, conducting our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions, and implementing various student engagement initiatives through our district student government association. As a part of our role, we recognize the importance of equitably representing our peers. We also recognize that each student in the district has a different school experience. In order to address this gap and ensure that we're accurately representing all of our students, we have launched a district-wide Speak Up, Speak Out effort in our traditional high schools, technical high schools, combination schools, and our center schools. We would like to take a moment to express our appreciation to our high schools in supporting this initiative. Our principals have been very open to hearing from students, and many of our visits have sparked site-based listening sessions with our students. Each session follows the framework, well, better, and next. What is going well on campus? What could be better? And we ask students to share their ideas for what's next and what they would like to see in their future at their school. Following each session, principals are provided with a comprehensive report that synthesizes the feedback we receive from students. Now, I will turn it over to Landon to share an update on our progress with these sessions.
Thank you, Alana. The data provided on the deck is as of January 8th, 2025, the publishing date for this workshop. Since then, sessions have been completed at Northeast and South Broward High School, and 2 sessions are scheduled for later this week at Deerfield Beach and Piper High School, bringing our total completed sessions to 19 sessions. Each board member has been provided a sheet on the Speak Up, Speak Out sessions in their district with data that is updated as of today. So that is the most up-to-date data on scheduling sessions in your respective district. Our sessions were prioritized based off of when the last session was complete at the school and our previous engagement with students at the school. We felt it was imperative to prioritize the schools that have never had a Speak Up, Speak Out session and hear from students that we have not heard from in the past. Our goal is to complete 36 sessions by March, and we are on track to reach that goal. We thank our high school principals for their support in making this happen. A major priority for Alana and I is making sure that we speak to a diverse cross-section of students that represent both the diversity in the school, but also diversity of experience. As of date, we have spoken to over 500 students at our visits. The combined data from all sessions is shared on the deck. Please note that this anonymous survey to capture student data is optional, so not all students at schools have provided responses. It's also important to note that our sessions feature a variety of students who are representative of the entire school population. Our sessions do not just include students involved in student government or club officers, rather, a wide range of students on campus. On this slide, you will see 6 trending topics from our sessions completed in the first semester. Our intention is to provide the board with a year-end comprehensive report of feedback from our sessions, starting with mental health support. Students have shared the need for more awareness about mental health resources available to them. Thanks to collaboration with the Student Services Initiatives Division and Director Winter from Mental Health Services, we are in the process of forming a student work group that will provide valuable feedback on the various services the district provides. We know that great strides have been made on mental health, but continuous improvement in this area is something students would like to see. Shifting to safety and security. Students have shared positive feedback about safety and security policies implemented this school year, including metal detection. Additionally, we regularly hear site-based feedback about campus security operations, and we are grateful for Chief Lozano and the SSEP division for their support in addressing concerns that students raise to us. Moving on to programs. Students have shared great feedback about course offerings on their campuses, including programs they believe could be sunsetted and programs they want to come to their school. As part of the second phase of redefining our schools, we are looking forward to collaborating with the Strategy and Innovation team and Dr. Wanza to develop a district-wide curriculum survey to students that allows site-based leadership teams to hear what offerings students are looking for. In the area of clubs and co-curricular activities, at many schools, we hear feedback about the club approval process as well as varying access to clubs. We've had productive conversations with Dr. Hepburn and finance and business operations in this area, and we look forward to potential streamlines in the process of club and student activity approval. Moving on to school climate. We regularly hear from students about the need for clearer explanation of policies included in the Code of Student Conduct. In the words of our superintendent, complexity creates confusion. So we look forward to collaborating with staff to create a clearer way for students to understand the policies they are expected to follow. And finally, one of the most important areas of feedback we hear, student voice on campus. At almost every school visit, we hear the need for students to have enhanced voice on their campus. Students are not necessarily looking for a say in the school operations, but rather an opportunity to freely share feedback with their administrators. With the support of Dr. Hepburn, we are in the beginning stages of developing a comprehensive student engagement plan that will empower our schools to regularly hear from students about their experience. With all that being said, I will turn it over to Alana to provide an update on our Superintendent Student Advisory Committee.
Each year, students are elected to represent their board member's district as a member of the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. This year, 20 students were elected to this committee, including representatives from district-wide student leadership organizations. The committee, which meets 5 times a year, has provided meaningful insights to Dr. Hepburn on various topics. In September, students had an opportunity to provide feedback on programs in their school as a part of the Redefining Our Schools initiative. In October, students were challenged to talk to their peers and answer the following question: what do you want the superintendent to know? Finally, in November, students met in small groups with members of the Student Service Leadership Team to provide feedback on the district's mental health initiatives. At each meeting, students will submit questions to the superintendent, and staff provide solutions to various concerns that students collect from their schools. Each board member will be emailed with the contact information for their district representatives on this committee. We would like to also take an opportunity to introduce the members of this committee joining us today. If you are part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, please stand. We thank you for your time and effort in amplifying student voices across the district. Board members, we encourage you to meet your representative in the committee and hope that they can serve as another vessel of student voice. Finally, we are grateful for the board moving forward with the quarterly joint student and school board discussion, following the consensus reached at the December 10th workshop. We have drafted a proposal composition for this discussion, with one middle school and one high school student representing each school board member's district. Additionally, we will work with our center schools to ensure there is representation from their students, with 2 center school students participating. Quarterly, we will produce a district-wide alert to students inviting them to participate. Parent approval will be required for the participation. The group of students will change each quarter, and our intention is to ensure that a group of students accurately represents the makeup of our district and knows that they can honestly share their input. We look forward to receiving consensus on this proposal from you all before moving forward.
On behalf of Alana and I, and as well as the student leaders joining us today, we are grateful for the opportunity to present to you all on the work we have been doing. I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to thank the superintendent. Great entrance, good timing there. To thank the superintendent for his commitment to hearing from us, and as well as members of the cabinet, and especially Dr. Wanza, for providing ongoing support and mentorship to us. That is something we are extremely grateful for, and we thank you for your time. Madam Chair, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Now it is time for public comments, so we'll go through those. JC or Leon, first up.
Hello, I'm Jasir Leon. I represent the great school of South Broward High School. I serve as the SGA president there, as well as BCAC vice president. Being a student leader has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. Over the past 7 years in SGA, I've learned the value of teamwork, communication, and making a real impact on my school and community. Organizations like BCAC has played a huge role in my journey. BCAC has been an incredible resource for South Broward SGA. It has helped us connect with other schools, share ideas, and bring back new strategies to improve our events and projects. The students' advisors to the school board has also played a huge role by sharing important updates and giving us a voice, and in decisions also affect you guys. Though BCSC even have had a chance to have us grow as leaders by showing us a huge impact on how we can be here with you guys to represent the great Broward County School District.
Thank you so much. Next up is Lily Reed.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lily Reed, and I represent Western High School, where I serve as the current class of 2027 president, and I also represent us as the BCAC, which stands for Broward County Association of Student Council's president this year. The BCAC president position has given me such wonderful opportunities to not only meet all sorts of staff and students across Broward County, but also to hold a seat on the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, which really allows me to ensure student voice and opinions are given directly to the people who make the choices that affect our everyday lives. One of the topics I was lucky enough to bring up at the past SSAC meeting was mental health. I've been passionate about assisting students with their mental health since I was in 7th grade, and getting to speak directly to the type of people who can implement those types of changes was such a wonderful experience that I'm so grateful to have had. I believe it is important that we continue to offer students resources like BCAC and the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee so that they can truly make the change that they want to see.
Thank you so much. Next is Donnie Vo.
Hi, my name is Donnie Vo from Coral Springs High School, and I'm the current BCAC treasurer. I would just like to say that being the BCAC treasurer, I was able to connect with so many different students from all over the county and help raise the membership, which I met so many leaders who needed someone to come to them and ask them about. And I would just like to say also that the student advisor to the school board have played an immense role in changing my school, because after they came to my school and spoke to us and received the feedback and they went to our principal and spoke about it, there has been changes and improvements. I would just like to say that as an SGA officer at my school too, who is very involved and among the student body.
Thank you so much. Josh Collins.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Collins, and I am a senior at South Plantation. I have had the honor of being a part of the Broward County Association of Student Councils Board for 4 years. I have also been a part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee for 3 years. Being a part of these organizations has given me a lot of opportunities to make an impact on my school and my community. At the SSAC meetings, students have a voice to speak with board members and Dr. Hepburn about issues and concerns we see at our schools and in Broward County. At one of our first meetings, we were given the chance to talk about classes at our schools and even what courses we want to see in the future. We were able to learn about what classes were at other schools and how impactful they are. I can't wait to see our input implemented at schools, as it will contribute to the betterment and future success of students. I want to give Landon and Alana a huge kudos, as they have done an amazing job informing Broward County students with concerns talked about at these school board meetings and are always very informative. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Next is Marley Brooks.
You can go there, Marley. You can go to that.
Hello, everyone. I am Marley Brooks, and I serve as the SGA president at Piper High School. One thing that I love about the Student Advisory Committee is how optimistic our advisors and our leaders are. Dr. Hepburn has done a great job at understanding and hearing and supporting everyone. All of the students that attend these meetings are very ambitious and very dedicated to the work that they contribute to their schools. I just wanted to say that a big, big thank you to Alana and Landon for their support, their constant communication with us. You guys are doing a great job, and I really support everything that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seems to be a common theme here. Kevin Herrera.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin, a sophomore from South Plantation High School, and I am the BCAC parliamentarian. And before I took this role, I was like a little turtle in my shell, and like I was not very like I wouldn't do this before like this position. But with my advisor's help and like my counsel and my partner Steven, I feel like I've grown as a leader, and I can help other people become leaders like me. And I just want to say thank you to my BCAC board and to all my friends who like helped me through this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will finish up public comment with, I think it's Haley Swickle.
Good afternoon. I'm Haley Swickle, and I represent Coral Glades High School as the Broward County Association of Student Council Secretary. Throughout this journey of being secretary, I've been able to create meaningful connections with many students and schools across the entire county. I have also been able to grow my leadership skills, allowing me to thrive under pressure and hold myself accountable in many situations. While being secretary of BCAC, I have also had the pride to hold the secretary position within my school. This has allowed me to take what may seem like a small issue in my school and bring it to the county level, and further learn that these issues within my school were in many other schools as well. At a Speak Up, Speak Out session, the students at my school were very passionate about the different pathways that we have at our school. After speaking with the administration, our school is working to offer an EMT pathway as well as a cosmetology pathway next year. Without the help and guidance of Landon and Alana, this session would have never taken place, and these problems may have never been solved. For that, I'd like to owe them a big thank you. Throughout this past year, my passion for leadership has soared, and I can't wait to continue this journey into my senior year. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you to all the student speakers for coming out today. Next, we will go to board discussion, and we'll start with Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. Great job, Landon and Elena, and all the students that are here today. This is an amazing presentation. My first comment is on page 5. I love that you prioritize the schools that didn't have a speak up, speak out session. That was a great idea, great strategy.
Thank you.
My question on the metal detectors, you said that you received positive feedback. Was that through a survey? Was that testimonials? How did you quantify that statement?
Through the chair.
Landon?
Thank you. When in the original discussion, which I think was maybe in March or April of last year, we conducted a survey through our county student government organization, which was a pretty small sample size, where we received overall very positive feedback prior to implementation. And then at every Speak Up, Speak Out session, we asked students about the metal detector program, and the overall consensus from students is they're feeling like it's been a smooth implementation, and they feel safer because of this. I will note that at some schools, we hear about some improvements that can be made with the metal detection, and we regularly share that feedback with the principal as well as the safety and security team to try and alleviate those concerns.
Okay, awesome. And I would also just say it would be great to share that with Dr. Hepburn too.
Absolutely, yes. Through the superintendent, we share that information.
Perfect. On page 7, under clubs and co-curriculars, it says that students have barriers in club approval process and access to club recommendation to create a district-wide process for project approval. Can you expand on that?
Through the chair.
Landon?
So, I'm sorry, were you? So there's a standard practice bulletin when it comes to this. This is speaking directly to not automating, digitalizing the process. We hear at schools that the process varies from school to school, which the standard practice bulletin kind of allows, right? Because it's not a set process. Everything works differently at different schools. So we've had initial discussions with members of cabinet to address this and see if there can be a more consistent process that would be helpful for administrators. I don't know if I forgot anything, Dr. Wanza.
That's great, and I would be interesting to see that come forward. And you spoke about each board member having a representative. I'm assuming that was on our paper that was handed out to us. Amani and Emma, can you raise your hand if you're here? Hi. Awesome. Well, I would love, if we could schedule a Zoom meeting, and so I could just learn from what your experiences are. And then my last question is, the students here are very engaged and very involved. How do you connect with students that are shy and they're not so engaged and involved?
Through the chair.
Landon?
Thank you. Absolutely. I can tell you, as part of the reason, being very honest with you, part of the reason that I ran for this position was because of my frustration with the lack of student involvement beyond the student advisors and your typical involved student. Alana and I have made it a shared commitment that when we visit schools, we ask principals to give us a very holistic group of students that represent everything from your student body president to the student that came right out of internal suspension. So our principals have been very supportive in that effort. I think at every session we can confidently say it was a wide array of students. But to your point, there's still more work to do to ensure that we are talking to, I don't want to say the normal student, but the student that comes to school and leaves, right? So we are working with our high school principals to try and build that up within our sessions, because we can get some of the most authentic feedback out of them.
Perfect. Well, amazing job. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's here today.
Thank you, Ms. Alada, for your support.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Hi. So first, I'm just so immensely proud of Landon and Alana and everyone in the background as well. You guys are not only the leaders of tomorrow, you're the leaders of today, and what you guys are doing are making an amazing impact in your school. So thank you so much for hanging out with us. Sorry we run behind. It's pretty typical. Sorry. Can Justin Flores and Leah James wave if they're here? Hi. Okay. Super excited about this. I wish that was something I knew we had before as little representatives from our high schools. So that would have been great. But now we know, and that's awesome. And I want to kind of ask for some feedback, not only from our 2 student advisors, but if anyone, I don't think we can do that. Can we do that? We can't do that. So our 2 advisors, how can we as board members really engage the students? I know you guys keep your speak outs as kind of a student-focused activity, but I do think other than just asking for your guys' opinions, we, at least myself, would like to take it upon myself to reach out to the students, especially in my district, to get their feedback and have more of a pipeline between myself and the students. What would your recommendations for us be? Through the chair.
So that is a 2-phased answer. The first answer is hopefully by getting consensus today on the joint school board discussions that Ms. Leonardi initially brought up. We're hoping that is a group, while we love these group of students that are here, we are hoping that it is a group of students who represent an authentic and honest look at the district, right? So that's number one. Number two is we're working on next school year with the support of Dr. Hepburn to bring more school-based student feedback opportunities. We see every year in our yearly student survey, the percentage of students stating that they have a voice on their campus is far below 50%. So we want to make sure that we're enhancing that, and we're hoping through next school year we'd be able to grow that. And I don't know if Alana has something else to add about that.
So a follow-up, what can we as board members do and take some of the responsibility off of you guys?
I will say your support in, well, first of all, your support in a conversation like this forum and being able to regularly share what we're hearing. But also, I think more it's what can we do to help you as well. And I think connecting each board member with students in their district to be able to have discussions is something, would be a mutually beneficial relationship.
Thank you, and I'll just give a quick answer. I know that Mrs. Leonardi and I, and it may be more people that do that, actually have been holding student virtual town halls to get that, so that might be something that you would be interested in, and Landon and Alana have been awesome in helping us to get those up and running, so thank you. Next up is Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I don't know if you were asking for consensus, but obviously I support the quarterly joint student and school board discussions proposal that you have in the presentation. I just want to first start off by saying that today has been lovely with the amount of student involvement we've had. I want to hear from students this much every workshop and board meeting, if that's possible. I think that would be amazing. And I just want to shout out everyone who's here as a one-semester SGA sponsor. One semester speaking to the level of work that is involved with that. I know that you guys work really, really hard and you're super dedicated, so thank you all for being leaders in your schools in our school district. To one of the proposals in the presentation, how do you think we can communicate clear expectations around the Code of Student Conduct?
Absolutely. And I'm going to jump one moment because I totally forgot to mention something, if that's all right, to board members supporting the work that we do and the work that schools do, seeing on school campuses the after-school activities that happen, sporting games, the different events where we recognize students, as well as going and speaking to students at schools through their clubs like Human Relations Council or other events happening at the school. That's the best way for you all to support student engagement. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. To your question, Ms. Leonardi, we found that this Code of Student Conduct is way too long, and we recognize the need for a longer document to be able to stipulate all the rules. What we would like to see is kind of a 1 or 2 page document that students are able to easily go to and say, dress code, I can't do this, 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 and this, or cell phone, I can't do this, 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 and this, rather than maybe the 1 or 2 students that you're looking at that will go onto the website, do a search in the Code of Student Conduct document and try and find that information. We have videos in the past that have supported that, but I think a easy to look at one pager is something that students would find very beneficial.
Got it. Thank you. So like Cliff's Notes.
Exactly.
Yes. Awesome. So I hope that our staff can take that and run with it. I also think maybe some like short social media videos might be helpful. So thank you for clearing that up. And to your point about, coming to see after school activities and extracurriculars, please invite me. I will come where my schedule allows. I love the idea of the quarterly principal advisory meetings, and I'm wondering, I guess I have a larger question. I think Mrs. Thompson asked some of these questions as well about like how the board can get the feedback shared in these different forums. And so like, I'm just very interested in hearing what, the general feedback from the principal advisory meetings, the superintendent's advisory committee meetings. And I also am wondering like how we could use thought exchange. So just different ways we can get that feedback. But I think Mrs. Thompson asked I was going to ask, how can school board members uplift student voices more? And I think you've spoken to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I was going to ask what Ms. Leonardi did about the student code of conduct, so thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that's what you meant by it rather than other things. To that end, there's a pretty healthy investment in apps on our website and apps available through other technology that allow people to get summaries of critical things. Today we had a long document reporting back on a very critical settlement we started 25 years ago. It's 53 pages. That's long. But 2-pagers, there's a lot of students and non-students in the community that would just love to know kind of how we're doing, where we're making progress, what the next things are. And so I'm hoping that there's more than just a student kind of version of that, but we start to get more executive summaries for the things so that people can read that and then decide, do they want to invest the time to go further. Also, just kind of one quick participatory thing in the back. Raise your hand if you represent someone between districts 1 and 7. Do you represent a school board member? Any district? I think most of you, right?
Everybody.
Well, thank you. I will invite all of you to a Teams meeting. And Debbie could do the same. Since countywide people didn't seem to get listed in Landa's list, I'll just assume all of them. And we'll invite you and we'll have a good discussion about kind of what you see and some ideas that I had as a former student body president at Fort Lauderdale High School 10 billion years ago. And I look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I could just address something real quick.
Yes.
It's going to be in your email. We wanted to make sure that you're going to get the whole list. We wanted to make sure, because it's over 30 names and emails, that you'd be easily able to click it rather than just seeing a document where you'd have to manually type it in. So you will, both countywide members will be receiving that feedback. Thank you, Dr. Z.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Always impressed with Alana and Landon from the time that I've been coming here, which is not very long, and before observing. I mean, it's just amazing what you guys do and how you've contributed to our school district. So thank you very much. And thank you to all of you who are participating. I can't stress enough how important your leadership is. We have, the benefit of experience, but you have the benefit of vision. And so please continue to contribute in this way as you move forward, because it is so important to all of us in our community. And I just really appreciate you guys and the extra time that you're spending on this. I have the privilege of having Alana in my district, along with Madison, Davis, and Zidane Francis. All right, he's not here. Is he here? All right. Well, so I'll be. Yes. Right on. Thanks. So I'll be arranging to meet with you guys. So thank you for your service. And just one question. I love the idea of having the open lines of communication. I think you guys have done a really good job of creating a forum for that. And something that I have as a parent, I guess, is a lot of feedback from my children about things that are going on at school, teachers, things like that. Is that, I don't really know even how to respond to that, because, you know, you're kind of getting one person's perspective, maybe, or a couple of people's perspective and hearsay. But I do think when you have enough people kind of giving similar feedback, then you can address things that are going on in the school. So is there anything that you have on the horizon to address something like that, to, you know, issues that might be happening in the school, that if you had enough supportive and evidence of it, that you could probably bring in a nice manner
Absolutely.
forward to the principal or whatever? Do you have any suggestions for that?
Landon?
So as part of our effort for next year, we're working with marketing right now to be able to develop a landing page where students can kind of understand how to voice their concerns, right? There's different processes, especially when it comes to addressing something regarding an employee. There's a process that students have to follow, right? So we want to be able to empower students with that information, because, you know, we can only go to their school once during the year, right? And maybe when we come at that time, that's not when they're facing an issue in a classroom or something like that. So we want to be able to open that up. But I also want to give a shout out to a lot of our principals that do provide regular opportunities and open door policy for students. And we are hoping to see more of that, you know, continue.
Awesome. All right, well, that is fantastic. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. I'm going to say something that's probably going to surprise people. Now, you're going to find an irony in this, right? I'm a type A personality. I'm betting a lot of you are secretly are type A personalities, but my experience, and I'm a little bit older than you, just like many decades, and when I experienced at high school, it was everybody rowing in their own boat. We're all looking to get somewhere, but we're rowing separately in our boats. What I see here today is that you guys really brought a cohesiveness into this organization. And I, for one, am super, super thankful for that. And if you're in District 7, can you raise your hand? Hi.
2 of your representatives were not able to make it today. I'm sorry.
I'll write him a note. No. But anyways, I look forward to, you know, speaking with you. My number, quick, write it down. 954-292-2270. That's my work cell. Yeah, that's all I give. But I look forward to it, and I'm open to all suggestions and conversations, and really just to hear more. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll land the plane here. Just very quickly, thank you so much for coming today. The theme from all of your peers was that Landon and Alana have done a fantastic job, I think.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you so much.
We did not pay them to say that.
Yeah, no, we know.
They did get free lunch, though, so maybe it was a bribe.
We have seen you in action, so we're aware. You know, the end user of what we do are all of you here, and it was amazing to see so many students in this boardroom today. I do also wish that that happened every single week, because it reminds us of our why, right? We sometimes get bogged down in adult behavior, and it really is about all of you. So we really appreciate, we know that you had to miss class today. Some of you might not have minded that, but it does make an impact, but it is important, and you have made an impact coming here to speak to us today. So I want you to know how valuable it was to see you here and sharing your thoughts with us. So we appreciate that. We look forward to the student discussions that come forward. And I want to say to the adults that also allowed this to happen, because there is a field trip process that allows the students to get here that adults have to go through. So thank you for the support and the work that you do with our students. The more we can get from our students, I think the better job we can do as a board. So I'll end with that. I thought we were done because no one else raised their hand, but we'll end with Ms. Pham, and then we will wish you a great day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. It's really, really great, the things you've accomplished, the things you've put together, and working as a team as you do, especially at such a young age as Mrs. Rupert set out before, when she was going through this experience, everyone was in their boat rowing by themselves. So it really says a lot about the level of maturity, how successful you're going to be in your future endeavors. And you should all be very, very proud of yourselves. I want you to know that. For my people here, I have Joss, Zoe, Blake, Lily, and Landon, of course. I'm going to take you out for the best pizza you've ever had. So, and we'll sit and talk then. I just want you to know I really like my principals. That each and every one of them. I think they're very approachable. That's very, very fortunate. And they're really great at what they do, and they really have the best interests of the students. So I think District 6 is very, very fortunate. I do have one question, though. I'm wondering, and I'm going to direct this through the chair to Landon. Is there any way we can make this group more inclusive? Because I have 7 high schools in my district, and there's only 3 high schools represented. So I'm wondering if you would, as a group, ever consider expanding so at least one person from every high school has a voice. So that way you're representing the district as a whole.
Landon.
Thank you, Mrs. Pham, for your comments. District 6 actually has the largest amount of students that represent on the committee because I serve as the student advisor and Lily serves as the district SGA president. So to that point regarding the people, regarding the students, we don't, no board member's district has a representative from each school in their district. This is elected as a subsection of each board member's district. So we don't have a representative from each high school that makes up a committee with the superintendent. That's something we can look at, but that's not currently in place.
Please, because according to this, I have 3 people from Western High School. Mm-hmm. And like I said, I have 7 high schools in my district. I would rather, as we were discussing earlier, that spread around the wealth. So we have more representation for more high schools. Because I feel confident that any one of you could represent your high school, that we don't need 3. And I would like to get other voices there. Thank you.
And if I can, I just want to make sure I be clear and thank you for what you're saying. There's one student from Western that was elected to the committee. There's 2 students that were elected to the committee from District 6, like every board member's district, South Plantation High School and Western High School. There were I apologize, it was actually Cypress Bay High School and Western High School. Mm-hmm. There's additional seats on the committee from members of the Broward County Association of Student Councils, which happens to have 3 students from District 6, as District 6 has one of the largest number of high schools in the district. So that's why there's so many from Western, but we absolutely, hear the call for a greater variety of schools, and we're hoping that next year maybe that's something we can look at.
Certainly either expand or mm-hmm. in other alternative ways, but I think it would be great to have more voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pham.
And I just realized we did vote as a board to have the joint meetings, but you're asking us for some consensus for the proposed composition. And since we have many times in the past taken consensus, that's what we're going to do right now. So we'll go through the proposal here is at our joint student discussions, there will be 1 middle school student, 1 high school student, 2 center school students, and that there will be an application process. So I'll go around as Ms. Jock Adams suggested to take consensus from each board member that we're okay with this proposal that they have so that they know what to do moving forward. So I'll start on this end. Mrs. Pham?
Yes, I support it.
Mrs. Bowman, good. Dr. Zeman?
I just want to be clear about what we're voting on. Yeah.
We're not voting on anything. It's a consensus.
Could you read the list of this?
It's right here. It's on page 9 of the proposal. So 1 middle school student, 1 high school student, 2 students from the center schools, and there would be an application process, and they would change every time the students come to us. Thank you. I'm fine with the proposal. Ms. Thompson? Yep. Mrs. Al-Hadef?
Yes.
Dr. Holness and Ms. Rupert? Yes. And Mrs. Leonardi? Okay, great. So we look forward to the first discussion that we have.
Ma-
Thank you again so much for coming.
Well, Madam Chair, if we may, I would like for Ms. Brown to actually thank some of the, as you mentioned, and Ms. Leonardi, some of the adult sponsors who got us here today and made sure we want to personally thank one of our chaperones, Mr. John Sullivan.
He's doing a very good job.
No, I do want to express my gratitude on behalf of the Department of Athletics and Student Activities for your support, because without it, our department could not function as it should, nor could our student advisors, so we greatly appreciate you. And yes, certainly for the one who is very quiet behind the scenes and truly boots on the ground, but allows our students to lead and speak for themselves without intervening, and that is Mrs. Senia Santiago. A phenomenal job. And of course, for all of the SGA sponsors at each of the schools, we definitely appreciate them. And we do have one here today from Plantation High School, and though she looks like a student herself. Where is she?
And from Western High School as well.
And from Western. Oh, yes, please. Stay at Western. Where the Plantation?
Ms. Estelholm in here?
Oh, she would blend. But no, we appreciate all of your support and cooperation. If I could very quickly, I need to reiterate what Landon said about the support that is needed by you coming to the school. For the co-curricular activities after school, it is what draws our students into our schools as we're talking about increasing our numbers. And that is where you will have true engagement with our students when you come to them on their home turf and see them in their co-curricular activities and interact with them, or the spectators. You will definitely hear all student voices. So thank you again for your cooperation and support.
Thank you. We're going to take, thank you. Oh, sorry, Dr. Hepburn.
If I may, if I get a point of privilege, because I wasn't here for the opening. So certainly want to thank Landon and also Alana, who I call Mr. President and Ms. Vice President. So I guess the rest.
Madam President, Mr. Vice President. Okay.
All right. See, you're going places. You're going places. Learn real quick. So I guess that would make the rest of the advisors House and Senate. So we certainly appreciate all the contributions. One of my efforts is to ensure that all of our faculty and staff in Broward County Public Schools stay student-centered and understand the importance of student voice, the contributions of our students, and if we listen to them, we can really solve the problems that are plaguing our district if we just sit back, listen to our students, listen to the ones who are actually the ones that are going to be impacted by any decision that we make at the district level or at the school level. So we certainly appreciate your advocacy. We certainly appreciate your leadership on your campuses. Keep pushing us, right, to do better for you. All the feedback that you provide to us is certainly a gift, so we can accelerate faster to meet your needs and the continuous needs of other students that are coming behind you too. So we're depending on you. You know I depend on you, certainly, to learn about what's going on and the nuances in our district and continue to make those improvements. So I appreciate all the things that you do to support us as a system, support all the leaders in our schools, and support our district leaders too, to continue to support you day in and day out. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, and we're going to take a recess. If you all don't mind taking a picture with us, we would love to celebrate the fact that you're here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. The next item for the workshop is Policy 4000, Student Progression Policy. Staff did a great job in the presentation they sent to us, so I'm going to go straight to public comments and then board discussion. So first up for public comments is Jackie Luscombe.
Hi, Jackie Luscombe, Coral Springs. Thank you very much. I wanted to bring up two areas of highlight a couple of areas you might want to pay more attention to in here, which is on page 5, where we're talking about K-5 students. There is a category called number 8, digital tools. And it states that curricula for students in pre-K through grade 5 must contain instruction that allows them to attain progressively higher levels of skill in the use of digital tools and applications. And that language has been struck through for omission. And there is another part that also says each school should make available digital instructional materials, including software applications, to students with disabilities. I followed up on that because it felt like that was a bit of an odd thing to be actually taking out. And my inquiries into that went beyond yesterday's 1 p.m. deadline for written comment, which is why I'm here. The CTASE director, Ms. Formoso, told me that there's a Senate Bill 240 that removes some of the language around digital tools for students with disabilities. I would suggest that that doesn't necessarily mean we have to in Broward. It would be good to have some explicit language still in the policy. And then she also said that in reference to digital tools with a capital D and a capital T, that was removed from the K-5 segment of this policy, or proposed for removal, because it is a micro-credential, like an industry certification, that doesn't apply to elementary. However, digital tools, capital D, capital T, is just the name of the course. It doesn't mean that we should remove our commitment to providing digital tools with a lowercase d and t, or digital materials to students at all levels. So I think some of the language that's been struck out relating to the industry certification, we have swept along in that a proposal to also remove language around digital materials generally and student access to them. We should be providing all students instruction that allows them to attain progressively higher skills in the use of digital tools and applications. And I would suggest maybe that language just needs a closer look before anybody agrees to strike it through. I have spoken to Mr. Barmoa about this outside as well, and it seems a bit of a grey area in terms of how the language is phrased maybe, but I think everything that's been struck through is too much to take off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Trudy Jurvanovich.
While viewing the pupil progression plan requirements, I was pleasantly surprised to find that grades on report cards will finally be taken into consideration as proof that students have met requirements for promotion. I believe this is a very positive step to bringing the teacher's expertise back into focus. I, along with teachers and parents all over social media, applaud this change to count the 180 days of effort for each student. Thanks to Dr. Hepburn and the curriculum staff for finally implementing this change. It was stated there are some things that need to be changed, and Jackie and I seem to tag team everything we do. I had many of those things in my written comment. But after listening to the CCC report this morning, we know that we still have inequality of technological resources for students. I'm concerned about the removal of requirements for teaching the use of technology and learning basic life skills, such as typing, word processing, use of a spreadsheet or presentation software. I believe these skills, which should be taught to every child and not something which is a school-based decision. There were changes in elementary student for computer skills, as she said, and it went from required to optional. Digital tools were also redlined, which she discussed. I have a question for everyone in the room. Please raise your hand if you've ever read an entire book on a computer. I knew there'd be a couple of you, especially people who were there. However, how many of you have read a book on a tablet or an iPad or something like that? You're asking students to read books on a computer, which is very difficult to do. Many of you here use tablets as you're doing your work. The use of correct technology is important. For instance, when you move to a total use of online textbooks, every child should have a tablet. My iPad has about 100 books on it, and documents. We need to go with the future. And unfortunately, you have a technology department that is not dominated by teachers. It needs to be. Go back to putting teachers on the technology committee in good numbers, not just to say, oh, whatever they say up top is what we'll do, because we have done in this district a real disservice by only testing on computers and making kids hate them, especially first graders taking tests on computers. Please, make the educators make the decision.
Thank you very much. Board discussion? Anybody have anything? Dr. Zeman? Ms. Rupert?
Much. I understand the state law, Chair, and could you tell me what changed in the state law for grades K through 2 in terms of their standards for assessing completing a grade successfully?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Ms. Holtz is going to answer that.
Just press the button. There you go.
Thank you. The state has that as the requirement to add math to promotion criteria in grades K through 2, specific criteria for grades K through 2 in math.
Terrific. And Chair, do you know what the staff is recommending that we add in K through 2 for those standards?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
We are recommending that they have 3 options. The first is a level 2. The second is a level 2 on the FAST math or the FAST STAR math. It's called STAR math in K to 2, FAST math in 3 and above. A level 2 on the iReady Diagnostic 3 or report card grades that come from assessments, projects, and classwork at an average of a D or higher.
Terrific. And Chair, that will be new for our parents, right? And so there'll be some degree of a requirement to start sharing that information as soon as possible so that parents who in Broward have been, and statewide predominantly, presumably, have always been focused toward 3rd grade, right? Where we had the first, progression standard set by the state. Do you know what our plan is for sharing that information with parents?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Yes, once his board approved, we'll be sharing the information with teachers through a pivot memo, through principals, and also through coaches meetings, monthly coaches meetings that we have, and also through our regular channels of communication with teachers as well.
Right. How are we going to do it with parents, though?
We'll be sharing that also through our local communication through schools, through their updates, what they have, their nightly events, parent interim reports, report card meetings, and so forth, and interims.
Terrific. And Chair, will those standards be applied K through 2 for promotion, or are they just standards for performance?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
It's K through 12 for promotion.
Terrific. That's going to be a lift on the communication side, and I know that. And maybe my colleagues and I will even help as much as possible to spread the word when we go out and talk, just to make sure parents are aware of that. Second issue is that if I'm correct on slide 11, staff is recommending adding math, science, and social studies standards for promotion to 4th grade. Is that correct, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. I think
And
that
that's for all grades.
Yes, I appreciate that. I'm just focused on 11 as a example. I think that those kinds of changes will kind of reveal the confidence that we have in educating our students in Broward County traditional public schools. Chair, this is a voluntary standard that exceeds the state level. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
Yeah, it's the statutory requirement. Yes, and we've added some additional components as well. We were fortunate enough to have some conversations with our peer districts and also level set as well, so yes.
Let me try and ask it a different way. The state mandates level 2 or above on FAST PM3 for promotion to 4th grade. It says that we have to have standards for math, science, and social science as well, but we've defined those. Broward County Public School staff has done that for the second, third, and fourth criteria.
That is correct.
That's awesome. And I think, again, from a competitive standpoint, what we're saying is, while the state set the standard and said this number for that standard, we're going to go beyond that in setting what the actual specific standard is for the other 3 categories. We still have good cause criteria. There's still the whole student approach. It's very, very clear in our policy. I think that there's an opportunity to market that and to communicate that to people so they understand that we are not shooting for the state minimums. We're shooting for what's best for the students and best for the community. And we're challenging our system because we're so confident in their performance to do above and beyond. The only one that kind of sticks in my craw, because I was originally in favor of, and I'll get back to this later, but I still believe that grade level is actually our expectation or our standard, even if it's not used for progression. But why, Chair, how do we justify to the community that a student who doesn't get a 2 on FAST, doesn't get a 2 on iReady, but gets a D or above on a report card is ready for progression?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
It's the same criteria we use in middle and high, and so in order to make sure we bring voice and equity, to use that soft term, we want to make sure that the level playing field is equal.
Let me just try and say that back. Chair, that would be equity across grades by saying that a 3rd grade student and a 11th grade student would both be assessed, that you'd be passing if you got a letter D, a D on the scale. And I've read, not extensively, but a good bit about kind of the pros and cons of holding people back in grades. And I appreciate that is real. I'm just maybe concerned a little bit that we're telling the community that someone who has a 1 on FAST Math, 1 on FAST ELA, and a D on a grade, Broward County School says should go forward to the next school, to the next grade. So I'm just going to throw that out. The point that I think that is maybe worth considering in adding to this policy is to set either an expectation sentence or a standard sentence in the policy that says it is Broward County Public Schools policy that the standard for educational excellence is to be at grade level or above. Yeah. And I'm not asking anymore for that to be in the progression standards, but I do believe that we want to tell students and parents and teachers and educators that while progression is something with pros and cons, and we want kids to have the opportunity, a child held up in 3rd grade gets 3rd grade again, and their growth is what it is. But a child that goes to 4th grade that got there without exemplary scores on standardized tests is now being challenged by 4th grade, and oftentimes will rise to that challenge. And we have a lot of evidence that failing to progress students by itself isn't a panacea for long-term educational achievement for a whole bunch of really obvious reasons. But I still think it's important for Broward County Schools to say that our standard is grade level. We might progress kids at 2 or even 1, and a D on their grades, but our standard is to get people to grade level in order for us to define educational achievement or educational excellence. So I'll throw that idea out to my colleagues and see if it gets any traction. But I believe deeply in standards. I believe deeply in expectations. I believe in a very positive look on things that stretches people and says, this is what we want. But I know one thing for sure, that is what the community wants. The community doesn't want 12th graders graduating with D's on their report card and 1s on their final exam. They want people to graduate by the end of their experience with us that are at grade level, and they've recognized that to be successful contributors to our advanced economy, the standards for cognitive achievement are much higher than they were a generation ago and substantially higher than they were 2 generations ago. So they're not afraid of us saying, hey, we've got to figure out a way to do even better than we've done in the past. So one thing that I'd like us to think about is, can we get a standard in there that says our standard or our expectation is to perform at grade level? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Actually, I had a question on page 16, where there's 2 scenarios. Are you asking for, excuse me, through the superintendent, is staff asking for which scenario that we will hone in on?
Dr.
Go ahead, Dr. Khan.
So on slide 16,
Yeah.
Ms. Rupert, scenario 1 is the standard of where we say we want everyone.
Right.
But if the board had an appetite to increase the rigor beyond the state statute, we included scenario 2 and said if you had a desire to look at beyond 3rd grade reading, and we're using 3rd grade as an example because that's the grade level that retention can start. If you had a desire to look at 3rd grade reading level 2, math level 1, level 2, that would essentially equate to about 7,126 students altogether. If we wanted to keep it where, most districts have it, it would be, using our numbers, 3,058. And then you see the other additional slides to break down by demographics.
Right. And thank you for that. Really, it's the next 2 slides, 17, 18. As you go down really in our subgroups or at-risk students, it's horrifying, and it's something that every year, I think except the last year, 2 years, I had put in the superintendent's evaluation, these very same subgroups, because we were woefully not reaching them. So really my question, and not to be answered today, would be, are we going to be using specific best strategies to reach the subgroups? What I'd like to see is just a little, I hate to say what everybody else has been saying about a little breakdown of it, but what are we doing to actually help increase the passing of our particular subgroups? I'm looking for that, and I don't really want you to go into like major pages of it, nothing like that. I just, looking at these year after year, I'm exhausted for the parents and the students in our community, because we've made certainly terrific gains in the last 2 years, very much so, but we still have a lot of work to be done, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. So just at some point, let the superintendent guide you in this area, but I think it's important for us to make sure, if it's a particular reading program or whatever we're going to be using, is that we need something that's going to work, and not 2 years from now, but right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? No one else had their hand up. Okay. So are you asking us on slide 16 to kind of give you a consensus as to whether we want scenario 1 or scenario 2?
Yes.
Okay. So we will, again, take a consensus. We're missing some people, but I'll go this way. Mrs. Bowman?
Can I, if I may, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that the board members are clear on their understanding of scenario 1 and 2 before we ask and, we leave this room and something's implemented, but there wasn't clarity. Just want to make sure that everybody has clarity on what the options are. If, Dr. Cohn, if you just want to give a real high-level view of what's 2, what's 1, what's 2, why the numbers are different.
Sure. So in scenario 1, if we align our promotion criteria to the state and other large districts, Those are the numbers that if we use the same numbers from last year, which are a total of 14,154 third graders, of those 14,154, 3,058 students scored a reading level 1. That's the criteria, that's the standard, that's what most districts are using. The state gives districts flexibility to adjust the standards if they wanted to in policy and make it more challenging for students. And so beyond third grade reading level is the option 2. So if the board wanted to choose third grade reading level 1 and third grade reading level 2, they could, or they could choose, in addition to that, third grade math level 1 and third grade reading level 1. So we gave you all of the breakdown of what that would look like. So if you wanted to have a composite of 1 or 2 or extend it to level 2 for math and reading, you could do that. And so what we'd be asking you is, based on scenario 2, are any of those, in addition to third grade reading level 1, you have a desire to add as an additional expectation, or would you like to keep scenario 1?
Chair, I just have a question for clarity, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Dr. Seaman.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
My reading of the draft policy was that it was going to be, at least as drafted.
So math is included in there, in the actual policy that we're bringing forward, because that's now what the statute says.
Roger that. So let me just say the numbers back, if you don't mind, Dr.
Yes.
Cohn. That means that 3,000 in last year's data got a 1 on ELA.
Yep.
Another 2,200 roughly got a 1 on math. Math fast
Level
score,
1,
third
yep.
grade. So under the drafted policy, and again, this is interesting data because this is saying that when we were emphasizing ELA for progression, right? 3,000 still didn't get there. Oh, by the way, 2,200 math is, but math wasn't a focus for progression at that point. So we may assume that once it is equally, if both are used, that number may be less under a prediction, right?
More or less, yes.
Thank you. So, but without that shift, 5,200 or so students would, under that criteria, not be in the category for progression. They could still progress because they got a D or higher.
Correct.
And they could also progress because of the good order.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, what we're saying. As currently drafted, 5,200 under the old scenario would not qualify to progress based on the FAST scores.
Roughly.
If I can provide some additional clarity, Mr. Baum, I don't know if you can run the data real quick, because some of these students may be duplicated.
Yes.
So a student may have a level 1 in reading and a level 1 in math. So
I thought these were additional 22.
So it wouldn't be a total of over the 5,000. It may be 3,500. It may be close to 4. Some positive that many of those students are duplicates if we do reading and math. Go ahead, Mr. Baum, if you have the duplicated number from last year.
Number.
All right. Good afternoon, Richard Baum, Director of Testing and Research. Educational Analysis, Assessment, and Research. So it would add an additional 600 students to the 3,000. So
about almost 3,700 students,
right,
approximate.
Right.
Gotcha.
That would be the additional level 1 in math
And
that
reading
are not,
combined.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks, Richie.
Sure.
Okay. Please forgive me because I just got confused. So the statute is now requiring math as well.
Yes, level
So that's
1.
not, so we have to add math.
Yes.
Okay. So
That's the policy that we're bringing forward.
Okay. So scenario 1 where we only have reading we really need to have math
Yes.
as well. Okay. So the question is whether we want to have it as a level 1 or a level 2.
Or 2.
Or 2, right, so if we want to elevate it. And when we're talking about a level 1, are these kids that we're not using any other criteria to potentially advance them, like the portfolio or the other things, or it's just, so what are we looking at for the real numbers of the people that are not actually going to advance?
So these are two different questions you're
Okay,
asking.
sorry.
So
I got the first one, I think.
yeah, but you're
Yeah,
doing
I
well.
got that one.
You're doing
The
well.
statute.
So whichever decision we make as a board, it could be 3,500 students, but of those 3,500 students, then we go into what the plan is for good cause promotion. So for example, with third grade, you have, if you go to slide 11 as an example, you see criteria that teachers can use to provide additional remediation or support. So they can look at grades, they can look at portfolio, they can look at a different assessment, alternative assessment for good cause. So that number typically goes down. And in third grade in particular, those students have the option of going to summer experience, and then they can take another assessment. When they come back the following year, there's an open window where they can take an assessment in the first 2 weeks and go on to the next grade level. So there is good cause promotion that every district has to provide to move those students beyond the statutory test.
So when we're looking at the test grades, we're not necessarily looking at the number of students that are not going to progress.
Correct.
Okay, so that's
Those
just a
that just didn't meet the
baseline for the test.
criteria.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can,
Madam Chair, I have an input.
okay, hold on just one second. So just to clarify, the question we're asking is, it isn't really scenario 1 versus scenario 2 because you have to include math. So you're asking us, do we want to make progression a level 2 or higher as opposed to a level 1?
Yes.
So thank you for clarifying that because that wasn't really clear. Dr. Holness, does your question go to this or can I get the consensus first and then go to your question?
No, well, consensus would be dependent on my input, just like the others gave their input. So I am trying to give my input as the others before we go to consensus.
Okay, that's what I didn't know if it was about this particular
Yes,
thing.
it is.
So go ahead.
All right. Okay, so it appears to me that if we increase the promotion criteria for third grade to a level 2 passing for math and reading, correct? Then this may result in more students being retained, or it could potentially result in a lot more students being retained, considering that we're adding math, or the state is now requiring math at a level 1 and reading at a level 1. So what we're voting on here is either to choose scenario 1 or 2, 2 being we are increasing the requirement for promotion at the third grade level. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, it's already at a 2. So do you want to increase it to a 3?
Okay, so if we increase it to a 3, this would then possibly increase the number of students that are being held back.
Correct.
So I am not in agreement with increasing it to a 3 because now we are potentially going to have a lot more of our students being retained at the third grade level. I think what we should more focus on is looking at the initial FAST testing data and implement action plans so that we don't have to have our students being retained. I think for me that would be the better approach. I would much rather go with the state minimum requirement because I think if we change this to a higher requirement as a district, that's going to increase the number of students being held back, and I don't think that's what we want. Thank you.
Just because it sounds, what you said sounds different than what you said before. So I thought we were adding level 2, but you're now saying we're at level 2, so we're adding it to level 3. That wasn't what you just said before this. So I just want to make sure we're all having a discussion on the right information. So Ms. Hollingsworth.
So just for clarification, right now for state statute is that you have to score a level 2 to be promoted. So that's the level 1. What the ask is that if we want to say that you have to score level 3 for promotions, that would include level 1 and 2, which to Dr. Holness's point could possibly increase the amount of retained students, that's the conversation on the floor. Maybe basic layman's terms.
Okay, and I think that makes more sense.
So Madam
Okay.
Chair, can I just finalize?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm glad that was clarified because we would have been voting on a consensus that would increase the requirement to be promoted that will potentially and likely result in a lot more students being held back. I don't think that's what this district wants. So I rather go with what the state has in place, and we as a district needs to look at our fast PM1 data and work with the students we currently have under the state requirement to get them promoted. I think we're trying to reduce the kids being retained as opposed to increase that. And if we go higher with the requirement, it's going to increase students being retained. So I don't think that's what we want to do.
Okay, thank you. So just to reiterate a couple of things, we're not voting. We're taking a consensus because we're in a workshop. This is going to come back to us to be voted on. So I just want to be clear, because we've been taking, again, consensus for years. I don't know why it got so commingled here recently, but we are allowed to do that. So we're taking a consensus to ask, do we want to keep it at what's now a state requirement of level 2, or do we want to increase it where to be promoted you be a level 3? So we're going to go around the room. You can just say keep it or go to 3. And that will be the consensus, and then the policy will come back for an actual vote at a later time. So Dr. Holness.
Strongly keep it at level 2.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadef.
I just want to state that I have no issue with us getting consensus earlier at, well, I needed to express how I felt about it. I had to give my input on it. That's the difference. Keep it.
Mrs. Thompson.
Keep it.
Sorry, Ms. Thompson. I vote to keep it. Mrs. Leonardi.
Keep it.
Dr. Zeman, keep it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowman. Mrs. Pham.
It's grade level.
Dr. Hepburn.
No, level 3 is the achievement score from the FAST test at the end of the year. It's not comparable to a letter grade. So a level 3 for some of our tests that are needed for like for 9th and 10th graders, and I forgot what the grade level in middle school, for proficiency sake, to say you're either at proficiency or approaching a proficiency. It doesn't have any correlation to a letter grade.
So is the 2 approaching proficiency or
It's approaching. It's getting there. But the state currently only requires that a student scores a level 2 or above to get promoted to the next grade. If they score a level 1, there are certain things that we need to do and put in place to give students alternate options to demonstrate their level of learning for that grade level.
Okay, thank you. So it seems like the consensus is to keep it at what's, Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to come back around. Ms. Rupert is keeping it at a level 2, so the consensus is moving forward to keep it at the level 2. Did you have any other questions for us?
Yes. Okay. Just my proposal to add a standard that says in our policy, not related to progression, but that our standard in this policy is for people to perform at grade level. I just want that sentence in there to communicate to all our educators and to our parents that even though we progress people below grade level, that's our standard. We really want, or our expectation, I don't care which word we use, but I think it's important to tell the community that even though we'll progress people below grade level proficiency, that is what our standard is.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
Yeah, so we agree with you. So we do have a document similar to what Miami-Dade does, and they have what is the expectations for grade level standards, and so we'll include that when we bring policy back.
Terrific. Then we don't need consensus. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for that item, and we're moving on to the last item, which is Rule Development School Board Policy 5070, Enrollment and Withdrawal. Again, you did a great job of sending us the information, so we're going to go right to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yeah, you have me.
Oh, he went to get the paper. Hold on.
No.
Okay, And we
Chair,
have-
do we have 10 seconds?
Sure.
I just wanted to offer a perspective on our getting consensus. In my experience on boards, we get consensus for what the staff will bring us back to vote on.
Correct.
That's why it's not a vote. All we're doing is giving
That's
direction to
right,
the
and
staff
it's
that say,
on
look,
here.
there's a
It's next week.
consensus to do 73 instead of 62 or whatever we're getting consensus on. All that does is that's what they bring back for us to actually vote on in the future. So it's totally legit. Every board does it. But it's not to make a decision, it's just to give the staff direction about what to bring back
Correct.
for a decision. So I just
Yes,
want everyone
thank
to
you.
feel good about what we're doing.
Don't know why. Thank you. And our public speaker is Dr. Judy Trivanovich.
Trudy. I don't know. Gives me time for the mic. My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and this is a rule development as we had last time, and I wanted to point out that I don't believe that the public has any idea what rule development means. For instance, I had to search frantically to find when we're going to have the rule development community meeting for the last policy, which is going to be next week at 6 p.m. And I don't think anybody, and maybe you're going to be sending out to community members in some other way, but I don't think anybody knows that's even going to happen. And so I just want you to not do the same thing on this one. So if you're going to do a community meeting, you need to inform the community that you are changing policies in some way that gets them to understand what you're doing. And on this particular policy, this may be even some time for you to, a lot of Miss Pham's questions from earlier are in this policy. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn.
She'd like to speak as well.
You have to have been signed up.
Thank you for the comments. We hear the concern, and there was a change midstream that we learned about, as well as people in the audience, the last board meeting. So we're trying to pivot accordingly while trying to stick to our guidelines of when things need to be posted for policy. So we're turning the ship around, trying to move in that direction from what we learned in the last meeting.
Thank you. Okay. I will go to board discussion. Is there anybody that has any discussion on this item? Okay. Oh, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing I would say on page 6, if you look, maybe it's on page 6, hold on. I'm sorry, page 5. It talks about the updated definition of address or resident, and it says more than 50% of the time. And then also down here it says if they reside somewhere more than 50% of the time. A lot of the divorce decrees say 50% for each. So that might put you in a sticky situation where you might say, pursuant to a court order or something, where you don't have to make the decision where this child lives more, because right now you're just saying someone has come in and, kind of prove it up on their own. So, and I've seen that a lot, 50 and 50, kind of thing. So you might not want to land there. Yeah, but your choice.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, I'm going to let Mr. Shapiro address that, because we deal with divorce parent issues all the time at the same scenario, 50-50 shared time. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Hepburn. And I wanted to clarify that these are legal revisions that didn't make the edit the last time, so the policy was voted on, but there's some definitions of terms that the legal department updated. So that's the essence of why we're here. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback, Ms. Pham, and we added that in. The legal team added that in based on the statutes, but I'll definitely bring that back for a conversation.
Pursuant to court order, something like that, because someone has control over where that child goes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Pham. I agree. I was a pseudo guidance counselor for a long time. And, the students get caught in the middle. of what that happens, so they may be boundary to a school, but we find that a lot with the bus issues, right? Are they getting a bus? They're only getting a bus half the time. But, so I think as a district, we need to look at that because it's part of the reality our students live in. So I would concur with that. All right, anybody else? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am excited to announce my plans for this year, which I called A Day in the Life of Our Employees throughout Broward County Public Schools. During this initiative, I will assume the daily roles and responsibilities of various essential positions within the district, including teachers, paraprofessionals, facilities personnel, food services staff, bus attendants, clerical staff, and other invaluable staff. My goal is to gain a deeper understanding of the daily work and challenges faced by our dedicated employees, while also highlighting the hard work and commitment of those who contribute to the success of our district. Tomorrow, I eagerly anticipate gaining first-hand insight into the essential work of the facilities personnel at Board Anderson High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas boys soccer team won last night the district finals championships against Boca Raton High School 4-0.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yes, great job, great job. I would have two things. One, just want to give a shout out. A lot of them left, but to the ESC department on Friday, they hosted a very phenomenal in-house resource fair for each other, where they were able to collaborate and share resources and best practices. And I have to say, my favorite presentation was the SLP, OTs, and PTs. They had a Taylor Swift theme. They had all the pictures, the 9 pictures, but it was just a great opportunity for people in our ESC department to talk about what they do, because their services overlap and they don't often get that opportunity. And they were very excited and did a great job in the presentations that they did. I'd also just like to say today begins a 17-day lead up to the 7th year commemoration of the February 14th MSD shooting. I'd like to ask everybody to take a moment over the next 17 days to think of one of those victims each day and realize the loss of that person to their family, to their community, and to the world as a whole. Thank you. This board meeting, the schedule, oh, sorry, Mrs. Pham.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say that tomorrow morning I'll be at the Mentoring Across Broward Partnership Breakfast. So if anyone here is interested in mentoring or getting more information about that, I'll see you there. And I hope that everyone's attending the ID Expo program this Saturday. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's fascinating, where teachers and students combined contribute, and they come up with innovative ideas that we can use in the district. And it's really creative and original, and it's definitely worth the trip. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I adjourn the meeting. Have a great day.